All right. We are live today, man. I'm gonna let some of y'all get in. I'm gonna let some of y'all get in. I know, a lot of people came to the pre live stream, seeing your boy on Call of Duty, but that's neither here nor there, man. Don't talk about the losses, talk about the wins. But man, today's gonna be a good day. We're gonna have a lot of fun. Gonna do a lot of different things. And there goes my guy Ricky the Shadow. Ricky the Shadow in the building. What's going on,
Yo,
man?
what's good, man? How you doing, humble?
There you go.
I'm doing great, Ricky.
So it's gonna be a good stream, y'all. We gonna have
Yeah,
fun. We gonna chill. We gonna do what we do. Welcome to the live. Josh Johnson, what's going on, my guy? No Yeet in the building. Got Ricky the Shadow in the building. We got a special guest in the building. You guys might know that username. You might be very familiar with it. We got Humble underscore 85, who's been in been in the live, been contributing to the great conversations. So please say what's up to the people from you.
Great day, YouTube world. Great day, gentlemen. Thank you so much for the invite. I hope you enjoy this stream as I'm ready to get into a lot of things in this wrestling world right now.
Oh yes, this is gonna be a good one, y'all. So listen, like I told y'all, man, we always willing to work. We invite y'all all the time. Don't be
hmm
scared to be like, hey, couch, can I hop on the next one for if not the whole time for a little bit? Like yo, this is what we do. We building a community, and it's not just about the creators. We got to talk to the community too. So this is what we do. Alex, what's going on? What's going on, my guy? So what I want to do first before we get into those topics, 'cause I know Humble got some good ones for me. I want to have some fun. So today we're gonna play a game. We're gonna play Would You Rather, a wrestling edition, and I think I got a couple of good ones. I think everybody's gonna enjoy it. So you know what? I want to start off, and I want to start off right. And I know a lot of people gonna be joining in and out, and they're gonna come soon. So don't worry, y'all. Just we do what we do, and we gonna keep it going. So I'm gonna
yeah.
ask y'all, and then I'll give my take at the end. So the first one, since I dropped a WrestleMania predictions video today, and I got a lot of mixed reactions to a couple of matches, but I said it was going to be bold, and I said they might not be likely, but I think a lot of them should happen. So what do y'all think, man? Humble, I'm gonna ask you first. Number one, would you rather have Rhea Ripley versus Bianca Belair at WrestleMania 41, or Bianca Belair versus Jade Cargill? And chat, participate as well, please. Please participate.
Oh, you put me in a tough position. I would say I would like Rhea versus Bianca. I'm ready for Bianca to become a heel.
Yes. Okay. Okay. What you think, Ricky?
So, if we're talking about this WrestleMania coming up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then it's gotta be Jade versus Bianca, just because they've been building that shit for a while now, and Rhea apparently is injured, and they're not gonna stop with this whole Judgment Day shit yet. So honestly, what I see is Bianca and Jade going at it at Mania, Rhea going against Liv, and hopefully that's where the feud ends. That's how I see it. If it doesn't end like what Royal Rumble or something like that, but I highly doubt it.
Got you. So,
hmm
so this is what I think, right? Obviously, people who watch the video already know where I stand with this. I really want to see Rhea Ripley versus Bianca Belair. I know the pushback is that somebody on my video said that Triple H is scared to book that because he doesn't want either one of them to lose. But this is the problem with Triple H's booking, right? At the end of the day, you have to make a decision, bro. You can't keep going around things. I want to make everybody look strong. I want to make sure this person doesn't look weak. Like you got to make a decision. And this match was teased when Rhea Ripley was the Raw Women's Champion and Bianca Belair was SmackDown Women's Champion. So
hmm
that's some time ago, bro. Like the last time they was both champion at the same time, and you telling me now wouldn't be the perfect opportunity to get it? Yes, Bianca Belair helped build Jade Cargill up. Yes, you know what I'm saying? Great tag team, whatever the case may be. But I'm telling you right now, Rhea Ripley will be back by mid January. I don't think she's going to be out too long to miss WrestleMania. We cannot have that Liv Morgan storyline go into WrestleMania. That would be a huge misstep. And I'll give my people some flowers. I was in my comment section. They said we still going to get Liv Morgan at WrestleMania. Too much promo. They said why not just make her and Raquel do a tag team thing? I'll be cool with that. Or you make them feud. because I do see Raquel turning on Liv by flirting with Dom, whatever the case may be. That's a good story. And now that Rhea's out, Liv has the opportunity to actually go against different opposition and build on her title reign, because her title reign now has only been in spite of Rhea Ripley. Even her beating Becky Lynch, she did that because Rhea Ripley. We need to move
Hmm.
away from that now that she's gone. So that's my thoughts and opinions on that one. I need that is a mega. That is Stone Cold versus The Rock for the women's division, essentially.
Good assessment. And I do feel like everybody gets a long title reign under Triple H. I want Bianca and Jay to really have a nice title reign. Now, do I think mentally, me personally, I do see WWE maybe putting them tag team belts on Chelsea and Piper tomorrow. I do. If it's not that match, it might be the triple threat for the US title. And I'm getting vibes because everybody's like they move too slow, they move too slow. But I really don't want them to jump the shark on the Bianca versus Jade, you know, match. I really want to let them to let that cook.
So my thing is, right, I do believe they're gonna lose it tomorrow just because they're gonna do the same thing they did the first time they lost it.
Mhm.
Like, I don't see Jade nor Bianca being pinned. I I think, in my opinion, the way I see it, I'll be shocked if one of them gets pinned more than they lose the title. So I think they just did that just to look strong. Um, as far as the Bianca and Jay thing, I truly think that's what they're going for. Because if not, then it's like, what are you gonna do with them, you know? And let's be real, Bianca is basically the new John Cena if you really think about it. Like, you're gonna have to put her on the WrestleMania card. So, and it's like, what are you gonna do? You know, are you gonna do another trios match like earlier this year with Naomi? But I doubt it because you know how they treated Naomi and shit. But I don't know, man. I know this. I definitely see them losing the titles tomorrow. That's for sure. But I don't see them being pinned. I think it's just gonna be a redo of last time. But the problem is, I think, and I'm not gonna like it if they go this route. The ones that are gonna get pinned is the two chicks from NXT. You know, Last Legend and the other chick. So yeah.
I agree with you, bro.
Hmm.
Let me say this, right? Only reason why I don't want Jay versus Bianca right now is because I don't think Bianca could carry the match with Jade Cargill. I think
Mm.
you gotta put Jade Cargill in with somebody who could, like, a veteran that's been 10 plus years to carry that match for her. Not saying, and now listen, y'all, this is not really me saying this. Y'all saying that Jade Cargill is a terrible wrestler and she's Goldberg of the women's division. So if you're gonna do that, you gotta feed her to Charlotte Flair. You gotta feed her to Becky Lynch.
Mm.
You gotta feed her to somebody like that because Bianca Belair is great, but she's not on that. Excuse me, on that level yet to where Bianca Belair is going to carry the match. If Jade Cargill has a match with Charlotte Flair could make it a 3.5 star match just on her own. Bianca Belair cannot carry Jade Cargill in no match, not yet. Why not give Bianca Belair a real match at WrestleMania? I would say her versus Rhea Ripley is a real match because you can't do anything else. I don't want to see no damn tag team match with them at
Right.
WrestleMania, respectfully. And Jade Cargill, all that money you paid her, we not about to just keep hiding her in the tag team because essentially you're kind of letting the fans know that you really don't believe in her. And the stuff that I've seen with her being 1-on-1, it's not bad. But that time limit don't go within the 10, the 11, the 12-minute marks in every single match I've seen her in. DT2, what's going on, gang?
Um, I
Josh,
want to
you
say
right.
this real quick, and y'all might not necessarily agree with me, but the way I see Jade, because like I've been watching her since her AEW days, like the very first match,
Mm-hmm.
she gives me, in ring wise, sort of Undertaker vibes to the degree of her best matches are always with someone who's like way shorter than them. Like the way Jade is built and stuff like that, I think her best matches will be against like short cruiserweight like a Zelina Vega, Io Sky, stuff like that. So to me, I think if they keep her on that route, like this dominant woman that goes against like underdogs and like, you know, And yeah, she can eat a couple of pins here. I definitely see her and Naya going at it. I definitely see her and Raquel going at it. Of course, and Triple H definitely gonna want to book the big women against the strong women and all that. But in my opinion, the way I see it, I see her going against small wrestlers, and I'm thinking that's probably her best matches.
Humble, before you go, Ricky not saying y'all not understand. I understand exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
He's saying like if you ever played like SmackDown versus Raw 2007 or whatever the case may be, she's like the person where if you have a cruiser like Rey Mysterio, you can't Irish whip Undertaker to the ropes. You can't
Exactly.
body slam Undertaker. Jake, I know for a fact that if Jay Cargill and Io Sky had a one-on-one match, it would be good because all Jay Cargill got to do is pick her up, throw her, push her,
Exactly.
tackle her. Io Sky is going to do the Hurricane Ranas and the backflips and all that. You put Jay Cargill against Bianca Belair, what's the match? They're
Yeah.
both equal, supposedly, even though Bianca Belair is so
Mhm.
stronger than her, equally strong.
Mhm.
So who's pushing who? Who's picking up who? Like, what's the benefit of
That. Uh huh.
them doing that? It don't make sense.
That's what I'm comparing it to. Because if you look the Undertaker, besides the matches with Kane, none of us really liked any match he had with the dude that was just his size and just his strength. None of us talk about those matches. We always talk about the Jeff Hardy one, the Shawn Michaels one, the Rey Mysterio one. And I think that's going to be Jade. If they do it right, yeah, of course Jade is going to have to go against these big women eventually. But I can definitely see her matches, her best matches, being against the small cruiserweight sort of type of women. This it's a simple story too. They can tell.
And I can agree to that because Jade, when she was in AEW, she was not the strongest wrestler. I am the type of person, I do believe there is power in story. And I think if they could really rock a good story between Bianca and Jade, I think it could go far. Um, like I do think, Jade, like someone said in Jets, Jade should have a chance at the NXT championship, like what Becky did. And then, Bianca, who was an NXT original, never touched that belt. She may hold some resentment in a story like that of them breaking up. So I really wish they would, I could ignore the wrestling side, like the botchy side of it, if you give me a good story.
Yeah. I think that's the thing. People care a little too much about the botch. It's like how about you go try it? It's not some of the shit that looks easy is not gonna be easy for them. Like not everybody has the same type of style, so. But I agree with what you said though. I definitely think after this, I see Jade going for the NXT Women's Championship. But me, I would love to see her with the North American Women's title, just because I feel like it fits her more, and that'll be dope. But I don't know, yeah. But the thing is, they also paid her a lot of money. So to me, it's like if they're gonna put her in NXT, I see it like sort of how they did with Dom. He's gonna be in one of the big brands, but he's still gonna show up in NXT. That's how I see it.
Facts. Hey man, right hand cam. Thanks for the five gifted. We about to move on to number two, but before we move on, I'm gonna address that point you just said. If I'm echoing, my bad. I don't know.
Yeah.
I ain't about to have Ricky the Shadow keep moving his shit so I don't echo. You know how we do. So listen, it now I wanted her to start in NXT, but now it's too late because NXT is too stacked now. Now, if she go to NXT now, who is she gonna, dominate and wrestle? Stephanie Valkyrie is that's the one for me. She's next, and then you got Julia and Zarya. Look, I didn't even know who Delta was. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, but she's looking pretty damn good. And Jordan Grace is coming. So now even if she don't sign with WWE, she's still gonna do collabs with NXT. So now it's kind of like, damn, if you do put it there, everybody else gonna make her look bad because it's no way in hell she is gonna out wrestle any of the people I just named. Not even Jordan Grace. I'm not gonna lie, Jordan Grace is pretty damn good. I didn't know she was as good as I did until I started watching the highlights of Bound for Glory and everything like that. So I don't know, man. Any final thoughts before we go to number two? Because number two is gonna be interesting.
Go ahead, humble.
So at this time, I do think that Jordan Grace, I really like. A lot of people in the community don't care for Jordan Grace, but she is going to be a big factor in that women's division. And I do feel bad for the other young ladies like the Lyra Valkyrias because when Lyra is in the ring, the girl can go. and she just feels like such an afterthought on this roster. I'm nervous for Kiana James. Kiana James, when she's in the ring, she can go. You know, I wouldn't mind if they turn NXT into an all woman show. You know, just let it be an all woman show. You clearly don't have anybody for Trick to take on the men's side. You know,
Hmm.
let it be a woman's show, or do a special day where it's just women getting highlighted from all three brands, because the bloodline is not caring about the brand split. So I wouldn't be mad if they just let NXT be an all woman show where women are highlighted in a better light.
Mm. You know what? I agree with that. If anything, I agree with the video you did on not too long ago, Catch, that NXT has the best women's division, man. Because
for sure.
listen, SmackDown, besides the whole Tiffany thing, I really don't see any real like stars there. And and I know they probably got a couple of my favorites, but the thing is, they're not putting a lot of attention in that. You know what I'm saying? And then on Raw, the Rhea and Liv thing is gone on so much, where it's like it feels like they're the only ones there, and it's crazy because you got people that are like you like So NXT for sure got it down, man, with the Jada Parker, the Lola Vice, and all that.
Hmm.
And I will say this: Triple H is not doing good with the new women from NXT, because I'm seeing tweets that I agree with. It's like what Vince was doing to NXT is what he's doing to the women,
Oh my gosh.
and in a way, I kind of agree with it because it's like who was it that Nia Jax beat for the Queen of the Ring? What was
Lyra
that?
Valkyria.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh my
Lyra.
gosh.
and the crazy part is I was watching NXT. I'm like, oh wow, she's special. And then I'm like, and someone just made a tweet, yo. Ever since she lost to Nia Jax, where has she done? Where has she been? I'm like, that's facts. Where have she been? And I'm like, bro, what? And no disrespect to Nia, but it's like she's been there for how long now? So it's like, and my thing is, this thing is called the new era. But yeah, I'm still seeing Roman. I'm still seeing Seth, and of course we're gonna see them. But why are they still the main focus of the show? Why is Roman Reigns still the main focus? Cody's your champion, right? Gunther's your champion. Like, what's you doing? And it's like, it just makes no sense at this point. And it's like, I don't even think they know what they're doing, man.
Let's save that
It,
because one, because I'm gonna let
mhm.
you go, humble boat. See, y'all always spoiling shit. I got a video about a little bit about that next week, so I gotta keep that in my bag. But you absolutely correct, bro. They I don't understand what Triple H's thought process is. And let me just say this without giving away what's going on next week. I'm starting to think people's expectations of Triple H are too high because you can't consider him totally different from Vince if he came under Vince. Vince backdoored him every time Triple H sent the NXT talent up to the main roster. Vince buried every talent except the talent that wasn't all that to begin with. Street Profits, just for example, right? Street Profits were good at NXT. They got the NXT Tag Team Championship. They wasn't going ballistic. But when a guy like Karrion Cross gets sent up to the main roster, Vince McMahon puts a mask and a skirt on him. When a guy like Malachi Black sends up to the main roster, he puts an eye patch on him. And when a woman like Lacey Evans, who was doing her thing in NXT, and Vince McMahon said, "Yeah, I like her," he killed her. He killed Tony Storm. And Triple H is now doing the same thing. Whoever Sean sends up, and Triple H didn't build him from before, he was already there. He's essentially killing them. A guy
Hmm.
like Carmelo Hayes is going to be good because Triple H built Carmelo Hayes. Kiana James, Triple H ain't build Kiana James. You got it, humble. And then we're going to go to the next one.
And yeah, I'm gonna make it quick. Like I said, there are some young ladies the NXT Women's division that I do feel like need to be a little more polished in the ring. I think Nikita Lyons needs it a little. Like she need to go to the TNA.
Oh,
Same
shit.
with Cora Jade. And they're both pretty young ladies. Like Cora Jade, my thing with Cora Jade is they've kind of given her a lot of people to work with. From
Mm-hmm.
Natalia, Raquel Rodriguez. She's worked with the nucleus of the women's division in WWE. So I do think it would benefit Cora Jade and Nikita Lyons to work with a Gail Kim at a TNA just to polish up that wrestling, because this that Halloween Havoc match, I'm not gonna put it all on her because she is a wrestler and she's gonna be botchy in the first match back. But they really did that young lady a disservice by saying it will be a dream match. And you got Julia and Stephanie and Roxanne, and they just it was more like a triple threat than it was a tag team match. Like they just left that girl in the dust. And I
Mhm.
feel so bad because she was really trying, but it's like I really wish they would have been like, you know what, Core J, we just gonna put you in a couple of matches. You know what, Nikita, we gonna trade out Soul from TNA, put her back on NXT television, and just get you on TNA television to work with, the solid women over there from Masa Slamovich and Jordan Grace and Gail Kim and Rosemary and many others. So that's all I ask of NXT. If you're going to do it and you see a young lady that really is struggling to wrestle, work with her, like really invest that time because that women's division is going to leave those two young ladies behind.
Bet. Let's go. Let's go. I got 12 of them. So I mean, listen,
Oh
we
damn.
here. We here for a good time. Don't worry. We gonna get through them for sure. And then I want to get Humble's hot takes that she wanted to talk about as well. So
Bet.
number two, this one you really gotta be like really gotta be locked in to answer this one. Chat. Make sure y'all answer as well. Would you rather Adam Cole return to WWE or Daniel Bryan? Now, this might sound like a easy this might sound like an easy question for some, but I when it gets to me, I think I know where y'all gonna go with this, but I'm gonna let y'all rock. Ricky, what you got?
I'm just gonna say Daniel Bryan just because Adam Adam Cole's cool and all, but like the thing about Adam Cole, and you can make the same argument with Daniel Bryan, is that he's a wrestler, not an entertainer. To me, he was never gonna work out in WWE when it came to the main roster. The way Vince, no, the dude was supposed to be a manager for Keith Lee,
Mm,
you know, and honestly, his promos, I don't really fuck with them. Not even the ones in AEW or NXT. Like, yeah, that was cool. The one he did against Karrion Cross, like, they gave you the girl, the title, the lights. All they need to do to make me special is ring the bell. But that's the thing about Adam Cole. He's special when the bell is ring. All that other shit is kind of, I ain't gonna lie, I cringe at it. And Brian, the thing with Brian is, man, you gotta remember this. Not only is he a good wrestler, he knows how to work a good character. You want him to be a funny heel with Kane, he's a funny heel. You want him to be an underdog, cool. You want him to be a heel that doesn't like that the championship is made out of what, leather, so he's gonna make his own belt. Like he made everything work. You feel me?
mm-hmm.
So definitely go with Brian, man. You know.
Humble, what you got?
You gentlemen gonna hate me. I would say don't bring them both back.
Oh shit.
Don't bring them both back. I'm sorry. When I read Daniel Bryan's last interview and just all the stuff he had going on with his injuries and body, I
Yeah.
was just like, if they do, Daniel can produce. Like, just go to the back, be an agent, and produce. Adam Cole, I just feel so bad because a lot of things were just unexpected in his AEW run. But I do think he would benefit more as a manager in WWE. I just think that somebody's got to sit down with these wrestlers. Like when people put out the statement, we must protect the wrestlers from themselves. I
Yeah,
do
that's
think that
true.
is a true statement. Like you got to protect these wrestlers from themselves. And Daniel can train and produce a match. Adam can produce a match and help anybody that wants to be a manager. But I don't want to see them both back in WWE unless it's behind the scenes. I'm just gonna keep it real.
Mm.
I'm heartbroken. Listen, man. Listen. Y'all got me fucked up, man. I'm trying to. All right, but listen. So for me, I'm going Adam Cole all the way, and this is why, right? Like I said in a couple of videos now, if something can get over in NXT, it can get over on the main roster. It is up to the Booker to get that over. I'm telling you, if Vince McMahon would have easily brought up Karrion Cross and just let him do the same thing, it would have worked just the same, just like Aleister Black. Here's the issue: Adam Cole never got that chance, and I'm happy he did it because Vince McMahon would have messed it up for sure. Undisputed Era, they would have started. They would have started wearing backpacks and nerd glasses or some the most outlandish shit you could think of. Vince McMahon would have did that.
Damn,
However,
that's true.
like I just said, if it's Triple H, what you have to push the people who you like. He didn't push DIY because he realized that DIY ain't shit. If he was able to get the whole Undisputed Era back and bring all them back, he will push them to the moon. I promise you, Adam Cole would be United States champion, and then Kyle O'Reilly and Bobby Fish would be the tag team champions. Roderick Strong would be screwed out of the deal because Roderick Strong and Roderick Strong actually does better work than Adam Cole, which is wild as hell. But it is what it is. Adam Cole got the look, got the face, got whatever, but he don't got Britt Baker no more either. So you have no reason to be at AEW no more. I'm getting the hell out of there because number one, Britt Baker is a fucking problem like backstage in AEW. So
She is.
and now you broke up with her. So get your ass out of there. Go back to WWE. And
Hmm.
maybe you get some runs against the Motor City Machine Guns, or they treat you like Finn Balor and send you back to NXT. And I think it'll work out for him.
I see your point, especially with that Britt Breaker stuff. Because listen, I don't know Britt Breaker personally. From so far what we hear, I won't be surprised if we hear some drama about backstage. And honestly, I'm getting worried for AEW because look, everybody likes to talk about the Punk thing, right? But you got to keep in mind, you have the Eddie Kingston and Sammy Guevara problem. You got all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
You have motherfuckers starting fights over little shit. So yeah, I think he's happy in AEW because the thing is with Adam Cole, the way, like I said, he's a wrestler. So something tells me he's gonna stay there because he loves the style of wrestling they let him do.
True.
But other than that, yeah, there ain't no reason for him to, you know, be there.
Y'all
And
ready for?
Adam Page can talk. Like he is a good
Yeah.
talker. He talks his stuff. And I think if they were to pluck him back in WWE, I think that would be a good thing for a lot of the young men coming up because they do need some help with talkers. I definitely NXT because it just feels like the men are getting left behind in the dust by the women.
Hmm.
So if they wanted Adam Cole back, I wouldn't be mad at them plugging in Adam Cole to help those young men with their promo skills.
Let me say this. I agree. I agree. But I don't think Adam Cole should be done as a wrestler, though. I'll say that. I think he still got a lot to give. That match with Buddy Matthews, I mean, for me, it highlighted more of how really good Buddy Matthews is, which I always knew since the cruiserweight run. But I mean, he like you said, he did bring out something Adam Cole you ain't seen in a minute. Obviously, injuries, personal life, blah blah blah. Adam Cole is on some Damian Lillard shit. When Damian Lillard went to the Bucks, his wife broke up with him or whatever case may be, he couldn't see his family. Adam Cole was probably on that type of time, and that revitalized him. So hopefully, I wish the best for him. He should have been AEW World Champion, but it is what it is because that, like you said, Ricky, that style of wrestling is that's where he needs to be.
Hmm.
Now, y'all ready for a good one? And this one is probably going to be obvious, but let's do it anyway. Montez, would you rather Montez Ford? Oh, but I'm gonna mix it up a little bit. Would you rather Montez Ford win the singles title, or win his first singles title, or Chad Gable? However, if one wins, the other one can never win a singles title ever. Montez Ford, Chad Gable.
Wait, before I answer, when you say singles title, does that include the world title?
Nah,
Oh,
Chad Gable not win no damn world title. Mid card title.
okay. No, but that's what I'm saying. Like they can't win, like, because you're saying if they win one singles title, they can never win another one
Oh,
again.
so you're
Recounting the
right.
mid.
So nah, singles title period. So
Okay.
Montez Ford could win the world heavyweight, IC, whatever the case may be, and
Mm.
Chad Gable could do the same. However, if one gets one singles title run, the other one can never get a single title run, no matter what it is.
So I'm gonna go with Montez just so we can get this shit over with. Like I get it, he's a fan favorite and shit, but like I said in so many streams, he's good and all, but he doesn't, bro. Honestly, and the crazy part is, if you look at the way Triple H is booking certain stars, you can tell that's exactly what most likely is gonna happen to bro. He's gonna have like one good title reign, and if he does have more, it's not gonna be as long or as memorable. I think Chad Gable has the potential to win more singles title. I don't know. They just Triple H is again. It's just this whole dumbass thing with just pushing the same stars over and over, even though we're in this new era, and it's getting annoying. But I got Montez just because just to get it over with and see what happens then. But yeah, no, because Chad Gable, I see him winning a lot of. I see him a multi-time IC champ at least. That's what I see. What you think, Humble?
Oh goodness, that's hard. Good question, Blackout Stout.
Go.
I am going to go with Montez Ford. I really I really feel so bad because I know the other elements that are involved with him being a black wrestler where WWE does not really put them in the best light. From a marketing standpoint, it's a lot of acknowledging we know we've done some racial missteps when it comes to our black and Latino talents and Asian talents, but it's not a lot of fixing. And when the money is rolling in, there's no incentive for fixing it, which is sadly disturbing. I like Chad Gable. Me personally, I think Chad should have got that IC title from Gunther
Mm-hmm.
before Sami Zayn. And I do think if Chad Gable got that title, that IC title, he could have really put a lot of stock into it because he's a workhorse in the ring.
So I agree with Humble that Chad Gable should have beaten um the Gunther for the IC title, because you know what I just realized? The whole purpose of Sammy versus Gunther was to rip off the Rocky movie where he had to go against the Russian. You mean to tell me you thought it was a good idea to get the Canadian dude to to basically do a storyline that's inspired by a movie about an American who goes to Russia to beat the Russian? So you thought, let's get the Canadian to beat the German. How about get the American wrestler who's an Olympic American wrestler to play that exact story? Like, and it hit me the other day, and I'm like, wait, you took the story that was all about Rocky, the American, going against Drago, the Russian from another country. You couldn't do that with the guy that's probably the most American dude in all of WWE right now. Like, the dude was in the Olympics wrestling for USA. Like, the dude, American made is his shit. Like, I don't know. I think I'm happy he resigned, but something tells me Triple H is gonna be like, oh, here's the IC title, enjoy it while it lasts, and then that's it. And I hope if he does do that, I hope Chad does something amazing where Triple H should be like, damn, I was wrong. I should have done this a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like I don't understand what was the point of Sammy winning it. Like let's be real. Besides the there was nothing entertaining about the title reign, in my opinion. Like the only thing that I thought was entertaining was the Chad Gable stuff, but that's because we thought Chad was gonna win it,
Yep.
especially after the heel turn. But no, it's just I don't know, man. It's just it's some bullshit. Like honestly,
It
Well,
really is, and Brian is it ain't like Breaker is on the run with the belt. You know,
no,
you don't have nothing lined up for Brian Breaker. And if they
literally,
wouldn't have stooged out Austin Theory so much, I would say this could be, your modern day John Cena versus Randy Orton right here with Austin Theory versus Brian Baker on Raw.
shit.
So, but you stooged out Austin Theory, so there's no stock in him, and
Hmm.
you gave it back to Breaker, and there's nobody lined up that he can take on.
Yeah, to be honest, I see Breaker going on a whole undefeated, can't lose type of thing, and then probably someone from NXT coming in and taking it. Like for example, I think Oba might beat him.
I wouldn't mind that actually. I'll be
Shit.
cool with that. But let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say this.
Mm.
Don't take my black card away, y'all.
Oh shit.
Emotionally, I would for sure choose Montez Ford. Logically, I'm choosing Chad Gable because Chad Gable, if he doesn't get, he might not ever have the chance to get it. Based off of what I see going on now, he's there to build up American Made, the Creed brothers. That shit is not about to benefit him because they're about to go. Hopefully, they're gonna get a tag team title shot. He's about to feud with Rey Mysterio. They had the Latinos versus the Americans
Hmm.
during the damn Trump election. That's what's going on right now.
Damn, I
So
didn't even notice that. What the fuck?
so it's raps for that. It's America
Oh
versus
damn.
Mexico, and I think the other one guys from Puerto
Puerto
Rico.
Rico.
If I'm not tripping, I know
Yeah.
Zelina Vega is, but
Yeah.
so Chad Gable might not ever get it. At least if Montez Ford don't get a shot at the title, they could still have the Street Profits be one of the greatest tag team ever. You just gotta let them win titles like you let the fucking New Day. You let the New Day win all those championships, and you let the Usos win all those championships, and the Street Profits haven't won in 4 years. Are you fucking kidding me?
Wait, hold on,
No
but
more. OG is in the building. OG is in
Oh shit.
the
Yo,
building.
yo,
OG.
what up? What up?
Yo,
But here's my thing though. Um, can we really
Hold on.
compare the Street Profits popularity to the New Day? Because like you got to keep in mind, people keep saying, "Oh, New Day started won a bunch of tag titles," but can we not? Let's not forget from what 2015 all the way to a year. I want to say after the first draft happened, they were the tag title. They had the tag titles the whole time. They were the longest reigning tag team champions before the Uso broke it.
true.
So they didn't start winning a bunch of tag titles until they started feuding with the Usos during that SmackDown run they had that was pretty good. But I don't know, man. So I don't know if we can really compare the New Day to the Street Profits. I get it. I think the Street Profits should have won it. But at this point, man, like I said in the last stream, I'm kind of over the Street
Kind of been
Profits,
up,
man.
right?
And it's like it's just time to wrap it up and try something new, man.
Let me ask OG though.
Hmm.
We playing Would You Rather. I got a lot of good questions. Let me ask. This is expert level wrestling podcast. Would you rather Montez Ford win his first singles title, or Chad Gable wins his first singles title? However, the other person can never win a singles title. Who are you going with?
That's a good question. I like that, but I'm gonna just because I'm black, bro. We gotta go with Montez, bro. Automatic. That he was already 60 in. I fucks with you, Chad, but I gotta go. If that means nobody ever, we gotta go with the black cat, bro. Black power. No offense to nobody listening, but just that's just what it
I
is.
ain't mad at it, man. Listen, at
But
least we
that ain't the
honest.
only reason. I mean, he deserved it, but I'm just saying because them two about equal.
Okay,
So yeah.
I got a good one. I got a good one, y'all. So the scenario is WrestleMania match. Charlotte Flair versus Becky Lynch, or Bailey versus Charlotte Flair.
Neither. We already seen that shit too much, bro. I'm sorry. Listen, bro. No. I don't want to see another Becky versus Charlotte 2.0. I don't want to see another Bailey versus Charlotte. We've seen that shit played out so much at this point. And can I be? I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say I don't give a fuck how no one feels. I don't miss Charlotte. I don't miss Becky. I think I do think there's problem in the women's division, but one of the biggest problem was them two because they were always hogging that shit. Now we got Liv Morgan as champion, and it might not be the best, but at least we're getting something fresh and new. You feel me? So, and let's be honest, if Charlotte was still around or Baker was still around, you honestly think Tiffany will have that briefcase and actually would have cashed in on either of them? Fuck no. So I'm sorry, Charlotte's good and all, but
I
I
think she
don't
would.
miss her and I don't miss Becky.
I
And
think she.
Bailey,
I
eh.
think she would cash in on Charlotte because you know Charlotte be passing that title around like it's some damn draws. And
But
she
here's the thing: if she would have done that, guess what? Charlotte would
would
have
have got
won
it
that
back.
shit a few weeks,
Yeah.
like the very next pay per view. Like that's
Oh,
the
shit.
thing. That's just facts. That's how they've been booking her. They want to force this Flair shit so much. Like, bro, this is why I'm mad that the rumor of John Cena breaking the record at WrestleMania is gonna happen because I want to see that shit so bad. But I guarantee you, give it a year or two, they're gonna make Charlotte break the 17 record and be like, "Oh, the greatest." No, like fuck out of here. Listen, she's the better wrestler when it comes to her and her father in ring style. Everything else, she don't got it. She does not got her father's charisma. She don't got the mic skills. She's a better wrestler, but entertaining wise,
Nah,
nah, bro. If she wasn't a Flair, if she was just another athlete on that roster, she'll end up where Ricochet is at right now, and that's in AEW, and that's straight facts.
you just cut a promo. Humble, what you got?
Okay, so I'm rooting for everybody black in the words of Issa Rae. I'm not taking a black card, but again, black wrestlers have a ceiling in WWE. um, Gosh, I just feel like Bailey has been off a cliff though. Like they don't give a damn about Bailey in WWE right now.
Talk about
And
it.
I will say one thing about Charlotte, what she does is she does take a break. And so it's like when she comes back, you just enjoy having her back. I will never say she trumps Becky Lynch in the ring though. You know, Becky is still my girl. She can go with the young ones, with the
Hmm.
old ones. She just I don't care for the stuttering promos that she used to do back in the day, but Becky can go. So I'm gonna go with Charlotte versus Becky. I want
Mm.
to see it. I feel like my girl Bailey is just in the room. And I do feel like this whole four horsewomen's thing just needs to be a moment in time, because you do have a lot of young women coming up in the game, like Tiffany Stratton, like, Jada Parker. She's still a little green, but she's doing good. Lola Vice is stepping it up. Like, they got a powerhouse full of women, and I'm not mad at Becky Lynch and Charlotte being shelved at this moment. They do need their shine. I'm not mad at Alexa Bliss being a little shelved for some time. I miss Carmella, but they said that she has some things going on health wise. So let's start to uplift these current young ladies. Like, I wouldn't be mad if they pulled the trigger on Tiffany Stratton and let Tiffany Stratton take that belt off Liv Morgan for Monday Night Raw.
OG, what you
I
got?
wouldn't.
Hold on. What's your name talking, sweetheart? The lady?
Humble 85.
You got a wrestling channel?
No, I wish, but I'm gonna work on that someday.
Why you wishing? You with 3 wrestling content creators, you can start right now. And I'm gonna help you out because you got a nice voice, right? So what you need to do is get the default character shit off. You gotta go and you click on those dots. I know you got a nice little avatar on there. Because now you're looking like an incel with the default character avatar on there. So we got to get you one or get you a logo. I'll help you out. So yeah. You gotta represent the brand, man.
OG know everything now. This is the OG. Listen.
That's me right there. That's my character. That's so I'm that's actually a book right there, a cover of a book, one of my books. But I'm just saying. So when you could just boop when you ain't got your hair done and all of that, you can still represent yourself, whatever. So
yes, sir.
Yeah, but yes, but just as far as the other shit though, I feel like this, bro. I feel like Charlotte and Becky, they need to really start to embrace their roles as the OGs because they're in that medium, but they're like right there. So their job needs to really be to be putting people over at this point. They've already been highly decorated. I compare Charlotte and Becky to like a Randy Orton and Cena, meaning that it's like Cena. I mean, we know that Randy Orton, for the most part, hopefully he doesn't get injured. But what I'm saying is he gets an opportunity to break the record. But we want it right now because he's here right now. But just based on how the story is, it can roll out a year from now. But we want it right now. But just because Charlotte comes, she doesn't have to get her reign as soon as she gets back. Like, she's gonna be Randy Orton has a 20 that shit can come 3 years down the line. It ain't gonna hurt her. You know what I'm saying? Like, she'll be on the OG wisdom. When the OGs get the shit like Mark Henry and they're a little older. So we always want it right now, but there's really no urgency to do that. So they just need to put the people over. Charlotte doesn't need just like when Becky Lynch just had her shit. It just showed me how much she didn't need it. She didn't need the World Heavyweight title. The only reason why I was happy about it because she got a new belt. Like, if that wasn't a new belt, like, she got a new belt to collect on her shit, a new version of it. So that was pretty cool. But other than that, she didn't need that title at all, bro.
You know what, OG? I agree with you with what you just said. Like, and I want to say this: there's no reason for Charlotte to break anything. Because what's the point? We just got done seeing. It hasn't even been a year yet since Roman's long ass title reign ended. How many more making history moments do we gotta do in the damn company? I feel like we're doing so much of that. It's like it's not even valuable at this point no more. The only reason why we want the Cena thing is because we've been wishing for it for like I don't know how long now, but for so long. As far as everything else, that shit can wait. That shit can really wait. Like, from the looks of it, it don't look like Charlotte's gonna stop wrestling anytime soon.
Right.
Randy claims he's gonna do 10 years, but the thing is, as much as I think that's most likely what's going to happen, you never know. He can change his mind the next time. Like, look, Cena said, hey, I'm going to retire right before my 50s and stuff. And look, homie says, nah, I changed my mind. I'm going to do it next year. So, if anybody deserves to break any record, it's them two. They literally carried the company on their backs for 15 years. There was no one bigger than Cena, and there was no one bigger than Randy. That's just straight facts.
Let me address this comment from EWF. I think Charlotte is gonna put over whoever the fuck Triple H say. Charlotte doesn't have that same weight with Triple H, I feel, than Vince. She ain't telling Triple H what the fuck she want to do and shit. Triple H will tell her kick rocks. Now that was Vince's golden child and shit. But I
Mm.
don't think Triple H has the same value to where she could just come in and be like, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Triple H tell that bitch to kick rocks because he got so much talent. Just like my man said, even though she's decorated, we don't really miss her. So she don't have that to where she could come back like, yeah. Maybe she went to AEW and be like, hey, if I sign and did a title shot, yeah, she can do it over there. But you coming over here like, hey, we got a lot of people, bro. You
I
know, a lot of shit
I
didn't
agree.
happen since she left now. So we'll give you a title shot, but you're gonna have to put some cats over, sweetheart.
Let
I
me
agree
say
with you,
this, right?
Couch. Oh,
Let me
go ahead.
let me say this, right? So first of all, Charlotte Flair put over Rhea Ripley. So let me get that out the way. And then
Eh,
yes, without because the Rhea took that L and didn't get that get back from when Charlotte beat her for the NXT title. Rhea wouldn't be in the position she in right now.
but
So
okay. I'm gonna let you finish because
I'm gonna take I'm gonna take
I got
Bailey
something.
though. I'm gonna take Bailey versus Charlotte because, like Humble said, I feel like I don't know what's been going on recently. They kind of fucked Bailey over, and this is why I say that. You seen what she was doing when she first became the role model during the pandemic era. She was literally the best women's talker on the roster, and she's been through all that. So you give her a get back with the EO Sky situation, and you didn't really give her nothing to do after that. Her title rank. The issue with the last three champions that people really cared about was all the motherfuckers cared about was their run to get the title. Then once they got the title, WWE said, "All right, well we fulfilled what we supposed to do." Cody, Bailey, LA Knight. Well, they got the motherfucker. See you, Jey Uso. He got it. I'm like, well, wait a minute now. The run to get there isn't as important as what you do with the motherfucker. When you do a job interview and get the job, then you got to work the job so you don't get fired. Yeah, I got the job, but I ain't get my paycheck yet. So I feel like Bailey should get that moment also because I think she's about to get up out of there. I don't know what the contract looking like, but I could easily see her going to AEW to be reunited with her best friend, and they'll have a fucking good old time because her best friend got creative control. Oh yeah, bring Bailey. Let her take the motherfucking TBS off of whoever. Get beat Athena. Take the title off of Athena. Let Athena be the champion for 5 years and take that Ring of Honor shit off of her. So I don't think Bailey doesn't need to stick around WWE no more. She's never winning the women's championship ever again.
Yeah,
So
let me clarify too. I'm not saying that Charlotte shouldn't break the record. I'm saying that it's not urgent for like so we if we go by season. So this is with it 51. So season 51, it doesn't have to happen the season that she comes back. Is what I'm saying. I'm not. Eventually, she should get it because she's the closest to it. But it's not like oh she's back now. She needs to chase the belt. Not really. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. So eventually she can get it, but it doesn't have to be the return and now she's going for that wreck. Like she don't got it. That doesn't have to be the right away objective. You know what I'm saying? Because she's too decorated. Like certain people like Cena or just top tier people. We know that they're top tier, so we don't have to worry. It's not like a Shinsei Nakamura where if they don't get it this time, they're never going to get it again. No, Charlotte's going to get an opportunity again, bro.
Yeah.
And certain and Becky and people are gonna get that. Certain people who are like in the mist, they are now or never. Then yeah, but like she'll get her opportunity, just like Becky Lynch will get her opportunity. I just don't feel it's urgent to put younger talent to the side to let the OGs re-shine again.
right, Ricky and Humble, y'all got it.
So
Ricky and Humble go.
okay. I just want to say y'all keep saying Charlotte pull over Rhea, but OG just described it perfectly. When Vince was in charge, who the hell was she putting over? And if she put someone over, she buried them a few weeks later. Don't believe me? Y'all want to sit here and say, "Oh, she put over Charlotte." I mean, she put over Rhea. Y'all expect me to believe she really wanted to do that? This is the same girl that didn't even put over her best friend on a segment where they were supposed to switch the championship belts because she was jealous that Becky
Fact.
became the bigger star than her. This is the same woman we're talking about. And then the same woman that be like, oh no, that's not what happened, and then confirm that's exactly what happened. So listen, I don't know, and also I'm not surprised that Rhea won it. I was worried because it is Charlotte, but here's the thing: there's a reason why haters started that dumbass rumor that Rhea slept with Triple H to get on the top, because Triple H is a fan of Rhea's work. Triple H loves Rhea. Like some dudes say, "Oh, Triple H loves Charlotte." I think he favors Rhea, and it's understandable why. Like again, Rhea does it
Rhea's
all.
China, bro. She represents a bitch she used to fuck.
Yeah, that's true. You can add
That's
that
Shorty
fact too.
2.0. Now
And
he was
also,
kind of his ex.
but here's the thing too. Rhea is over with the crowd because of who she is, how she acts, not just because of her wrestling. Again, take Charlotte's wrestling away. What the hell is good about Charlotte? She's there. If listen, all these guys they got released like Ricochet, and Shelton Benjamin. All these guys that are amazing wrestlers, but couldn't work a mic or couldn't work a character. They're all gone. That's exactly what Charlotte would have been if she wasn't Charlotte Flair. That's just straight facts. Let's.
And let me address this cat right here. He said we being hypocrites. Cena can come back and just be put. Yeah, bro, because this is final
Bro,
season, bro. That's why he ain't coming in and out no more. So
No,
give him that
exactly.
shit right. It'd be different if he was gonna come. I believe Cena. When Cena say this is last time, I really think I don't think he's gonna be one of these
Exactly.
cats who retire 5 times. I think he's gonna be final. And
Bro, and
speaking of
also, uh-huh.
real quick, does anybody think is it just me? I think he need to gain 20 pounds. I know he lost the movie weight, but
Yes.
the smaller size making him look old.
So,
he
you
not
know
on that
what I
shit no
think?
more. That's why.
Yeah. So here's my thing. I don't necessarily think he needs to gain 20 pounds. He does. I think because keep in mind, John Cena really never worked out his arms that much. He always worked out his legs because the AA he has to use his legs a lot more than his arms. So as long as his legs are good, I think it's fine. And I think he needs to get a tan because it took me a while to notice. Homie is pale as a motherfucker. Like,
He need a different
homie,
haircut too.
yeah, he needs a haircut and all that. But again, to address this dude about us being hypocrites, you can't compare Cena, a guy who's literally was supposed to get fired the same year he debuted, who ended up being the biggest star, and who's, hey, this is my last run, this is it. The next time you're gonna see me on WWE television after this run, I'll be wearing a suit and tie. I'm not gonna wear no sneakers. I'm not gonna wear no wristbands, no nothing. So you can't compare that guy to the daughter of the guy that made the record. Because at that point, it's like, bro, Charlotte breaks is like, oh, okay, cool. A Flair made the record and a Flair broke it, but it's a woman, so ha ha ha. And I'm all for that shit, but it's like they done it poorly. There's a reason why they kept saying, hey, Sasha, you're going to beat her on this Raw. The next pay-per-view, you're losing it. Then a few Raws later, you're doing it again for the rest of the whole 2016, 2017. Because they wanted to add more reigns to Charlotte.
Let Humble get
Like,
it in, y'all. Humble, what you
yeah,
got?
yeah, yeah. Go ahead, Humble.
This is good conversation, gentlemen, and I can say that I am not the biggest Charlotte fan for that reason that she doesn't do a lot of putting over, but she really has like derailed like Oscar a lot when it comes to their views. So I wouldn't be mad for nostalgic moments if Charlotte was to break her father's record because it's like here's another for breaking it. But then it puts it in wrestling back in that box. Great. The Nepo babies run the wrestling business. The Polynesians and their people run it. The Caucasian and their people. Like this is it'll be some Nepo baby kind of stuff. And that's my fear with Charlotte doing that. So that's why I would like to see John Cena do it because this was a dude that was on the brink of getting fired. And
Mhm.
this was a dude that had heat with The Rock and had to make it right. He has a story to tell. Charlotte and Cody Rhodes and sadly Roman Reigns, it's like you guys were Nepo babies. You
Like,
were,
Thank you.
your family came into the room. Who's gonna tell, Dusty Rhodes, no, your son can't be in the WWE. Who's gonna tell him? Who's gonna tell Ric Flair that his daughter can't be in the WWE? Who's gonna tell Roman Reigns that he couldn't be in the WWE? All the things that these families did for the WWE, you definitely had to know Vince was going to, do right and get their kids in a good position.
I
hey,
I agree with what she
real quick,
just
just
said.
before I forget, let me elaborate on the Cena before we get too off Cena. This is one of the main reasons why I said that because when Cena and Rock had to square off on WrestleMania 40, so you think about it, they had the first two. They seemed like a dream match, but when they did it this time, Rock looked like he can beat the shit out of Cena. Cena didn't seem equally opposing to where I would want to see them fight again. You feel me? It seemed like the Hollywood Rock, well, not Hollywood Rock,
Final boss.
Final Boss Rock was like before it looked like the older Cena, a couple years ago when
I
they
know what you're
first
saying.
faced off, it seemed like a 50-50 dream match. Final Boss Rock and this skinnier Cena, didn't even look like he can fuck with Final Boss Rock. So that's why I'm saying he need to get a little hub, change his hair and so he can be that. He don't have to get back to how he was, but
Yeah.
it like when they when they faced off, it just looked like
Yeah.
oh yeah, they didn't seem the same level. It seemed
Yeah.
like Final Boss Rock would just kick the shit out of him. It didn't seem like like I didn't see Cena getting over at all. But the prior ones, even different versions of Rock, it seemed more 50-50. Like oh shit, who's gonna
Yeah.
win? This time I didn't. That version of Cena didn't look like he could fuck with Final Boss Rock at all.
Well, that's the thing, OG. Keep in mind, and I don't care how the fans hate. It's just common facts. When you got a guy like The Rock who's always juicing up for movie roles on steroids and shit, and you got Cena who's trying to do what Dave Batista did, which is lose weight to get certain roles. Because, see, here's the thing. There's a reason why you see Dave Batista and John Cena do different roles. Because they want to be actors. They want to do all this, and they're going to have to lose weight for
Hmm.
certain movie roles. The Rock is just some generic action star, and he can juice himself up all the time. And for those of you that think The Rock is normal, come on, bro, chill the fuck out. And if you don't believe me, I said it in the last stream. He's the only one in his family member and his whole he's the only family member in that whole family that does not have hair on his head. You on steroids, you're gonna lose hair. His father, his grandfather, they all had hair, and also he had a bunch of acne around his stomach and chest and back when he was wrestling Seth and Cody, which is another side effect of steroids. Like, come on, man.
What you
So
about to say?
I know what you're saying, OG. I agree with you. It doesn't look like a 50-50 thing like they did the first Mania or the second one, but you know, I don't know, man. I don't even think they should do anything. Just leave it 1-1. Like I'm honestly not interested in seeing The Rock do anything else outside this bloodline shit. To be honest, I'm gonna be completely honest. But
Hey,
that's just me.
what y'all think of, or did y'all see Batista's MMA debut? What y'all think of that?
Oh
Yeah, I
yeah, I
saw
saw that
the
when it came out a few years ago. Here's the thing. I kind of he was older, so ain't no way I thought he was gonna have a successful MMA career. So I wasn't surprised that it was a one and done. I will
Oh, my
say
bad.
this.
I scratched that. No, because I just seen it on Instagram. I thought he did some newer shit. My
nah,
bad.
that's old. That's
Oh
old.
no, that's old. That's old. That was when he. Because keep in mind, he just lost like I think he said like around 30 pounds.
Yeah,
So
I thought he just did some new shit. My
Nah,
no,
bad.
that's old. That's old. Yeah,
he got
but
his ass whipped like CM Punk did. Nothing crazy, you know.
I mean, well, hey, yo, I will say
Hey,
this though.
hey,
Respect for Punk though for
yeah.
going in there twice.
I
At
mean,
least
respect, but he. Hey, listen, we don't respect other motherfuckers to get their ass whooped, so
I
I can't cut him
mean,
no slack. You feel me?
I see what you mean though.
Listen. I'm gonna get. Let's do two more, and then I want Humble to access the hot topics. She came with some fire. So let me ask y'all this. This one gonna be a good one for sure. Would you rather the Street Profits turn heel or Bianca Belair turn heel? However, if the one turns heel, the other one has to be a face for the rest of their career. So the Street Profits turn heel, Bianca Belair can never go back heel. If Bianca Belair turns heel, the Street Profits can never turn heel. Let Humble answer this one first, y'all.
Ooh, Black Couch. I'm gonna say Street Profits. I'm gonna say Street Profits. I don't know. I that's a dog. That's a good question. But it's like Bianca is just such a good baby face. But I would like to see her as a heel because I do think her heel game in NXT was good. And I think with her being heel with Jade, that could really help their story in regards to, the power situation with Macho Man and, Hulk Hogan. It's like we was the strong team and, Chelsea and Piper got our belts. How could we be so stupid? How could we miss the boat? Or say like Jakar and Lash, they get it. How could we mess up? And now they just start, ramming through people. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I would say the Street Profits because it's hard to get the Profits to be heels.
So here's the thing with my opinion. It's kind of like this hard thing because one, again, I'm done with the profits at this point. Like, just get it over with. But the thing with Bianca is, if you turn her heel, which I think you should, we got to keep in mind there's a reason why John Cena never turned her heel. This is why I compare her to him. John Cena's the only guy that can truly say he had everybody looking up to him. Like no matter what race, no matter what gender or sexuality or whatever it was. Everybody loved Cena because he was real life Superman. He didn't discriminate. He didn't judge anybody for who they were or who they are. And that's the thing with Bianca. And I think because they're trying so hard to get the Latino and black audience really invested into this, they look at Bianca as a representative of look what happens when a black woman does it right, is a good baby face. Because you keep in mind, Bianca got white girls, little white girls doing her stuff, and in WWE, that's like, damn, she got another race doing her style. That means she's connected with the crowd, and that means she's becoming like Cena. So I truly think she should turn heel, but for some reason, I just don't see that happening unless Triple H learns from Vince McMahon's mistake. Because the thing with Cena is eventually everybody got tired. But I don't know. Me personally, I'll say this: I'm gonna turn Bianca heel just because she needs something new, and plus they are going to that edgy thing next year with Netflix on Raw, so it's not like she needs to be a babyface. They're not in the PG era. And again, the Street Profit shit, it's just get it over with at this point. Just break them up.
I'm gonna go Street Profits because they have nothing else going for them. I want to go Bianca Hill, but the Street. My issue with the Street Profits is that it looked good when they were about to go Hill. Literally, all you had to do was do the Hurt Business again and replace them for fucking Cedric and Shelton Benjamin. So I'm gonna go them just because Bianca Belair. I've seen what she looks like as a heel, and it was good. And if she can never turn heel again, she could at least be a baby face that won't get stale, but she would have to win titles for it to like be meaningful. The Street Profits, if they were baby faces for the rest of their career, it's gonna be the same shit, and they're just never gonna win. Bianca Belair, if she stays a baby face, she's gonna still win titles. Street Profits, they will just keep losing. The only way now if the Street Profits get a tag team championship, I'm telling you this right now, is if they turn heel. Mark my words. What you got, OG?
I don't know if my memory is mistaking me, but you just said it. I could have swore the Street Profits were heel before. I'm tripping.
It was a soft heel
I
turn.
could have swore they was heel.
They were about to turn heel with Bobby Lashley. However, the fans kept cheering, so they scrapped that shit, and then the Pride became baby faces essentially, and went against Final Testament. They were supposed to be heels, but they scrapped that shit ASAP.
So okay, so which one would I have? I'm gonna say, you know what? I'm gonna say Bianca and Jay because they can do some real because they can dominate, but they can talk a lot of shit too with it and really take that shit. The promos they can do out of character promos. They can do scraps in the mall. They can be doing red carpet fucking little shit. You know what I mean? Like they can, especially with Netflix, they can really present those two as like for real stars and not just wrestling stars. You know what I'm saying? And they could just be badass. And just like certain little matches I see, like especially when they both at the ring at some time, they be ragdogging them bras, bro. The way they be clipping it, they just be looking like Legion of Doom coming in there, but they not Legion of Doom. They just pretty girls. So it just looks kind of cold to see two pretty ass girls coming there like throwing. You know what I'm saying? Because you're the pretty girls. They got the little pretty slap moves and little shit. They come in there power bombing, all types of shit. So I think that's pretty dope, in my opinion. So I go with the girls.
Got you. Let me end with this one. Then Humble, get ready because I'm gonna turn it over to you so you can ask us. The hot topics you wanted to ask. Let me say this. This one, I'm black couch booking for a reason. So let me get into it. Would you rather Swerve return to WWE? And here's the caveat: if Swerve returns, Trick Williams got to go. If not, then Swerve is never coming back. You gonna keep Trick Williams and never get Swerve, or is Swerve gonna come and Trick gotta go? It ain't like Trick can't come back, but he got to go. So what are we doing?
Trick gotta go. I like Swerve. I like Swerve.
Yeah, Trick gotta go. Trick is too green right now, and it's nothing against Trick because he does get that audience behind him. Like there is a lot of stock in Trick. He's just so green, and this is where I get annoyed with everybody being like, "Oh, NXT is for the culture, for the culture, for the culture." No, y'all not, because every time I see NXT, it's like, well, I don't know how we'll remedy this situation. We'll bring in more wrestlers, and it's like, or we'll have more matches, and it's like, no. let's start to cultivate a Shinsuke Nakamura versus Finn Balor for Trey Williams. That's why I was so frustrated when they were starting to get rid of Cameron Grimes and Dabba-Kato and Von Wagner and who else? Dijak. I was like, why are you getting rid of these? Were all potential opponents for Trick. So you have a men's roster in his NXT with no depth. He has no one to work with but Ethan Page. And I'm sorry, Ethan Page, that time has passed. Sean Spear, your time has passed. Nothing against you two gentlemen, but NXT just feels very directionless. And I think the assignment is being missed in NXT. It was about the young talent. It was about getting them over. And it's like you bringing in all of Cody's people, and it's like, look, nothing against Ricky Starks, but I've seen Ricky Starks do some things in the ring better than some of the people on the current main roster of WWE, from talking, from winning championships. Like he won the tag team championship with Big Bill. So it's like, I just want NXT to go back to what it was, which was working with the young talent. I don't want to see Sean Spears. I don't want to see Ethan Page. Nothing against them, but y'all shouldn't be here. Like when we say Kalani is vanilla, like let's speak about Kalani. I think she's great, but people say she's vanilla. I That doesn't mean, well, I know how to remedy this. We're gonna give her more matches. Like, no. What I'm saying is Kalani can be your John Cena and Hulk Hogan if you were to get her out the wrestling bubble. Get her with Girl Scouts of America, get her with Girls Incorporated, these nonprofit organizations that help young women build leadership skills. She could be a brand ambassador. It's like it's just it makes me so mad because it's like it's so directionless, and you want to give it the time of day because they do have some young women and young men that's coming up. Like I think Lexis King is getting up there. Charlie Dempsey is coming up, but it's just like it's so many people you can't grasp onto anybody. So I would say Trick can go because I don't think they I think what it was with the CW season premiere, they needed a big moment. So we got to put the title on Trick. But you didn't have anything prepared for that for his run. So you really did Trick a disservice, just in my opinion. Whereas where I think with Swerve, if Swerve could come with Nana, I do think Swerve could get that WWE audience back.
For me, I think people need to understand what the theory of big fish in a small pond really means. Trick is the guy in NXT, but in the main roster, I don't see him holding the WWE or not. Put it like this: not no time soon. It's gonna be a Cody run. Like think about if he would have gave Cody the WWE Championship 10 years ago. See, we thought we wanted it then, but actually it fits right now. So like I don't. There it's a different energy when you go over when you're in an independent, flashy place than you're in arenas and shit. Like the whoop the trick shit for the main arena shit, it'll get old quick. He gotta get them promo. You know what I'm saying? It'll be for a small audience. It's good to entertain that group of people, but on a broad audience, I don't see it. And I'm not saying ever. Just like the other one, Carmelo Hayes. I'm not saying ever, but just like some Shawn Michaels. Like how many years did Shawn Michaels have to grind tag team going up and up and up? It took him 10 years to get the world. So he got it. So I don't think Carmelo or Trick, it's going to take at minimum 5 years each to get the world strap. So I don't see them getting it no time soon. Even though they're quote unquote stars, it's a difference between being NXT champion and fucking world heavyweight champion. It's a whole different energy you got to have in order to, because when you are on the main lineup, you're entertaining the mainstream and the mass.
Mm-hmm.
It's way easier to entertain a niche audience who like 80% fuck with it anyway, and then you just happen to be good. Like people, NXT is like how in the ECW anyway, how it was. It's like you feel special knowing you're fucking with that. So NXT is gonna have that core audience no matter if they're good or bad, because people just like to say, "Oh, I fucks with NXT. That's where the real shit is at." People be on that vibe like, "Oh, the man you need to." So just for that, it's just like I can go to the fucking Paramount Theater and sell that shit out and get a standing ovation, but I might not be able to go to the Oracle Arena and do that shit. You know what I'm
Hey
saying? There's
Ricky,
way different thing between a 20,000 seater and a 3,000 seater.
And yeah, and like I said, it's nothing against Trick. It's just that I don't think, you know, when you say you for the culture, okay, I would like to see Trick to have a moment with D'Lo Brown. Why did it have to be Dragunov to drop game in his ear when he lost the title? What was wrong with having a segment with D'Lo Brown? What was wrong with having a segment with Ron Simmons? Like, these legends are still alive. They've been on the big stage of WWE. Why can't Trick have moments with them if this is so for the culture? If it's for the culture, Kalani sitting there talking about women's empowerment and then just going to a match, that don't mean nothing to the audience. You're gonna have to put some effort into saying, no, this young woman really wants to be in a leadership position so she can show young black girls and black and white girls this is how you conduct yourself like a woman, or any young lady from Asian to Indian. I think she can be like a female Hulk Hogan and really have a big audience. They just got to get her out of the NXT wrestling bubble, and they got to stop bringing people in that's taking the developmental side of NXT away.
hey Ricky, I'm gonna let you go. And hey y'all, if y'all here, stay. Because once Ricky is done with his take, I have a special announcement. So you got it, Ricky.
So I was looking at the comments and people keep saying you can't let go of Trick because of all the aura he has and all that shit. Can I be completely honest? What the fuck is the difference between Trick and Carmelo Hayes? What is the difference? What is the difference? They both talk in slang. They both wear gold chains. They both have sunglasses. They both have a shirt that's open so they can see their amazing abs. Like, come on, bro. Listen, I agree with OG. That whoop that Trick is gonna get him over, but that's not. No, it's gonna be pretty soon. They'll get over it eventually. They just will. That's just how the crowd is. So as far as I'm concerned, Trick gotta go just because. As much as I think Swerve should stay in AEW because he is a bigger star there. Just because look what happened. Look, he had an amazing feud with who was it? Hangman, and then became world champion. And then when he lost the world champion, everybody's like, "Oh, what's gonna happen? Is he gonna be lost in a shuffle now?" Nah, homie's legit in the most interesting feud with MVP Shelton Benjamin and Bobby Lashley. So even when he's not the world champion, they still making him a big deal. But I'm sorry, Trick is. I like that Trick is over, but character-wise and everything, Trick is just Carmelo Hayes, and I don't see him lasting long in WWE unless he's with Carmelo Hayes again. That's just facts. They're the same person. There's nothing different about them. Just one's a heel, one's a babyface. But the way Carmelo's going, he's gonna get over with the crowd pretty soon, and they're just gonna make him a babyface. And then you got two of the same thing. You can have two of the same thing for tag teams, but guess what? Carmelo Hayes is not a tag team guy. Trick Williams, they're not gonna build him as a tag team guy neither. That's just straight facts. So Trick got to go out of there. That's just my opinion.
Let me add this. I see two comments. I see Carmelo has lost his character inspector. Exactly. I believe that too. Like other outside of being a banger for banger match, he really ain't got no character like that other than the black character.
Yeah.
So I see somebody saying, yeah, he's gonna be world champion one day. Yeah, like a Shawn Michaels vibe. Like it's gonna take him to evolve for years to get that. But I think you guys are looking at it differently than you're supposed to. When you have your opinions, you're supposed to look at it as a wrestling booker. And I think you guys are judging it based on who you like. Just because you like somebody, he's a hell of a wrestler. That don't mean just because people are a hell of a wrestler, so is fucking Dragon Lee. The Dragon Lee Dragon Lee's a hell of a wrestler, but he ain't the face of a fucking company. You being the champ is being the face of the company. So I think you guys are just, oh, so and so got bars, so and so, Trick does. They do have that, but being the face of the company is different. This isn't the '80s where it's based on Bret Hart and who's the hard work. That's old shit, bro. Now this is it's sports entertainment now. Who gonna look good on Jay Leno and shit? You know what I'm saying?
And
Who
that's
gonna look good at the
exactly
movie
yeah.
premiere? It ain't about who the best in the ring. Because if that's the case, we can say a whole bunch of other motherfuckers if we just going on
That's
ring work.
facts.
Hell yeah.
That's facts. Look, and you know what? There's a reason why Cena was on top for 15 years. I keep saying he couldn't wrestle, yet he was believable. y'all watched him. Y'all cared about him. Y'all didn't care about the good wrestlers. Because, and I agree with OG. If we're gonna talk about off of ring work, okay, then Roman shouldn't be in the position he's at now. Let's
Yeah,
be real. But I
it,
bet
it,
y'all
it,
get mad if we say shit like that though. But y'all the ones that are saying, "Oh, let's look at it in ring wise." Okay, Roman shouldn't be at the top.
Right.
Roman shouldn't even be the mid Carter at that point. Because if we're gonna do wrestling, then guys like Dragon Lee, guys like freaking Andrade, those guys should be on top. Those guys should be in Saudi, but they're not.
Let me
Make it
say
make
this.
sense.
unless you on AEW, then
Right.
Exactly.
that's all they care about.
Look at this, y'all. Look
Yeah,
at this.
and I want to say for
Okay.
Lee, I hear what you're saying. Yes, we've been wanting WWE to give a black man with a good push, and we finally have it in Trick. But Trick is not getting a good push. And I do think a lot of things were given to pop a rating. And it's like instead of saying, no, let's really invest in Trick, let's make this memorable. Because him taking on Ethan Page multiple times, and then now for the ECW show next week, he getting overshadowed by Bully Ray, a Bully Ray that had his last match was garbage. So it's like I really want NXT to be what it was. It was the developmental brand to get the young talent over, and it's not that right now. It just seems directionless.
Let me say this, y'all. So first thing first, sir. First thing first, y'all. Hey, if y'all in the chat, thank y'all for being here. We having a great time. We an hour and 16 minutes in. Number one. Number two, I will personally pick Swerve because think about this, right? You got Trick Williams, Carmelo Hayes, Street Profits. On AEW, you got Swerve, you got the Hurt Syndicate, Private Party. When I mention them three, they have no similarities at all. If I'm talking about the other three I just mentioned, they're extremely similar. That's that. But let me say this. I got a special announcement for y'all. Next week will be the beginning of couch giving. So I'm giving back to the people. I'm giving back to the people. And with that being said, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I'm giving y'all double uploads. The last week of November, I'm talking about during that week of Thanksgiving, I'm dropping a video every day. So I'm giving y'all daily uploads. Now listen, I'm not gonna get a reward for this. YouTube don't like when motherfuckers is dropping the content that consistently because next week I'm gonna drop 2 videos a day. They're only pushing one of the motherfuckers a day. They're not gonna push both of them. But I'm giving back to y'all. So y'all gotta show up and show out. So happy couch giving. And with that being said, I cannot comment on this subject in particular because next week I'm talking about Trick Williams. So drop the fire emojis in the chat. Y'all ready for double uploads next week and daily uploads the last week of Thanksgiving. OG,
Hey, Black Book, send me this file too. I'll upload it on my shit too.
I got you.
Mm-hmm.
So that's that, y'all. We about to go crazy. We going crazy in the month of November. I guarantee that shit, y'all. I'm dropping hella content. I'm giving back to the people. I might not reap benefits from this because they're not pushing all the fucking videos I'm about to push out. But I appreciate y'all for subscribing. So I got to give y'all, the best that I could possibly do. And with the person that said, well, what does in-ring work mean and what does Andrade and blah, blah, blah. So that's the exact thing. You say Andrade and Dragunov have no promo, and the other motherfuckers we mentioned got no in-ring work. So what do you mean? They're the opposite. Motherfucker Andrade and Dragunov, well, not Dragunov, but motherfuckers could do a 450 splash, and the other motherfuckers, all they could do is talk on the mic and say, whoop that trick. That's the difference between the two motherfuckers, in my opinion. A complete wrestler is somebody like a Shawn Michaels, respectfully. Shawn Michaels, complete wrestler. You want to talk about modern
Kurt
day?
Angle too.
Randy Orton is a complete wrestler.
Yep.
Randy Orton, Kevin Owens, I don't give a fuck what none of y'all say. Kevin Owens is a fucking complete wrestler. Could cut an emotional promo, could do badass shit, and could give you a 5-star match. Gunther is a complete wrestler. Cody Rhodes is a complete wrestler. Y'all just saying he's boring now because he getting overshadowed. That's it.
I agree. When we talk about that's why I would say Kurt Angle's top 5, if not number 1.
Exactly.
Because he was what a wrestler's supposed to be. He was amazing in the ring, amazing character-wise, and amazing in the promos. Roman cannot say that.
My bad, I didn't mean to cut you off. He's goated. He literally. I'm just thinking he's not missing anything.
Yeah, Kurt Angle
He can
wasn't
do
missing
he can do
anything.
comedy. He can do
Yeah,
heel.
that's what
Everything.
y'all
He's not
keep
missing
forgetting.
anything. He need to be pushed up more.
Hmm.
Yep.
And that's what the thing. As much as we can say this is Roman's best run, let's not get it twisted. Compared to what Angle was doing, what Shawn was, bro, Undertaker was a completed wrestler. Homie was a big man doing flying over the top rope, doing
Hmm.
submissions,
Walking on
doing
the rope.
striking move, walking on the rope like it was nothing. And keep in mind, he's supposed to be 300 pounds. Then he can play a good guy, but who's a dead guy who's supposed to be alive. And then the
Hmm.
next minute is a badass who likes to ride on his motorcycle. Those are complete wrestlers. As much as and listen, Johnson is my favorite wrestler. I'm not gonna lie. You can argue the fact you can make argument that Cena's a complete wrestler later on in his career, but early on, yeah, he wasn't a complete wrestler. His promos is what saved him. I'm the biggest Cena fan in the world, and I'm saying that shit. So when y'all say, "Oh, Roman's this," yeah, he's cool and all, but he's not a complete wrestler. Same thing with Trick, but I'm sorry, that Trick finish looks like a poor man's yes knee that Daniel Bryan used to do. The way that finisher looked like, it looks like he was trying to go for knee, but then it's a stomp. It's just I don't know. They need to give him something new. I think he needs to do a frog splash or a elbow from the top rope. That finish, it's weird. It's just really weird. But for those y'all that talk about what we talking about wrestlers that have it all, and guys like
Let
Michaels, guys like Angles, those are guys that have it all. Go
and
ahead.
let me show love to AEW and ROH and those wrestlers. Like I would say right now, Sheldon Benjamin is a complete wrestler. Daniel Bryan is a complete wrestler. I would say even Leo Rush is a complete wrestler. You know, TNA, Dolph Ziggler, Moose. You know, just because they're on the smaller platforms, they are complete wrestlers. When
I
they
agree.
get in the ring, Joe Henry, he is about the business. Is he the strongest wrestler? But some would say no, but Joe Henry is a complete wrestler. He gets that audience up.
I agree with what you just said, humble. I really do. That's facts. Because a because that's the thing with AEW. They only got a certain amount of stars. They're complete wrestlers. Everybody else is just a good wrestler. I will say this about Leo Rush though. I think the problem with Leo Rush is no one can really keep up what his career is like now. Because one minute he's a full timer, the next minute he's
Yeah,
retired.
I
So
agree.
I think the problem with Leo Rush is he needs to stop saying I'm gonna retire and then come back. Like, bro, make up your mind, because I think that really made him the fans turn on him because it's like, all right, bro, are you retired or you're not? We're not gonna keep waiting for you, like you know. And so for now, thankfully he hasn't said he's retired, but yeah, I don't know.
I,
And
I do agree with you on that. This
mhm,
run, I do think he's taking it serious because I think
yeah,
he is invested in elevating top flight. So I
mhm,
don't see that happening because that used to sour me too. It's like, okay, are you really going to be about the business of this, Leo Rush? Or are you just going to be retired in the next 5 minutes? This
mhm,
run, I think he is enjoying being in AEW. I think he really wants to elevate top flight. And I think now that
Mm.
he's back seeing a lot of brothers like Bobby Lashley and
mhm.
Sheldon Benjamin and seeing the diversity of AEW, I really think now he's all in. He's like
Of
really
course.
invested in his wrestling right now.
I want to say something before we move on. AEW is doing a better job with the hip hop culture than WWE. And a big part of that, and I want to bring that up because the problem with WWE, Couch, you said this a while ago when Bad Blood was happening right before. It's not a coincidence that you had Naomi, Jade, and Bianca host a show in Atlanta. And Atlanta's probably the biggest scene when it comes to the rap music right now. And you know they're trying to get that demographic. And
Mhm.
they're trying way too hard, which is why I think Trick feels off. Like Trick doesn't feel natural. I guarantee you, if we was to sit down and talk to Trick right now, he would not sound like that. He will not talk like that, and that's a big problem. And with Shelton Benjamin, you don't see him doing that, and he's looking like $1 million in AEW, in my opinion, the way he's being treated, and so is everybody else. Swerve, Swerve talks exactly how you hear him in the promos, but it's not. He's not trying so hard, and I feel like AEW is doing better with the rap culture because of that. Because
Agree.
WWE is trying way too hard. Like, come on, bro. Sexy Red, like really, Megan Thee Stallion. Yeah, they cool and all, but then you got AEW that's getting like real MCs and shit, and
Hmm.
then also Swerve is a legit real rapper. Trick, it feels like it's just a gimmick. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's putting out songs, but it doesn't feel like John Cena. Like, at least John Cena put out an album, you know, and it worked. Trick is like that shit just feels so weird and forced, and it's just a
It
bunch of shit, man.
manufactured.
Yeah, like even
Yeah, it
with,
feels very
hmm
manufactured.
of course, even with the
Now,
acclaim.
here's
Yeah, go ahead, humble.
no, go ahead. Get your
No,
stuff
cause
off, Ricky. I'm listening.
yeah, cause I also want to say with the acclaim is a big part of it because I think what they're trying to do with Trick, and I think what they want to do, what they're gonna do with Trick, if they ever reunite him with Mello as a tag team, they're gonna try to do what the acclaim did with the whole one's a rapper, one's a wrestler, but they're over. But the thing is, acclaim, it feels natural for them. We're tricking them again. We know Trick don't talk like that. You could just tell. Like bro does not talk or dress like that in public. He probably dresses like a regular guy. Like they're trying way too hard. They trying to people be like they feel the culture. Listen, I appreciate the diversity and shit, and I think Shawn Michaels is doing a good job without making it feel like we're doing this for that single purpose. He does look like he sees stars in them, but ain't no reason for a homie to have a big ass chain or sunglasses, and then one saying I'm him and the other one is talking weirdly and shit. It's just so weird. That's all I gotta say about that.
OG, what you got?
Shit, what's the question again? My bad, bro.
Nah, you good. Nah, you good. Nah, you good. We were saying, I mean, shit, we've been past the question. Fuck that. But let me say this. Actually, this is the last. Would you rather? And then humble. I'm gonna give you the floor. So this is the final. This is the one to end all be all. You can only choose one. The other one will not be at WrestleMania 41. Roman versus Rock, or Cena versus Orton.
Cena versus Orton.
See,
Mm.
see, that's a tough one because yeah, well, you know because we talked about it.
Mhm.
Like Randy Orton, like my all time for various reasons. So, but then I do hella want to see. It's so much you can do with both of those.
Mm. I want Rock versus Roman. Fuck that. I want to see
I'm over
because
that
it's too
shit,
much
bro.
shit.
You know what? I want Rock versus Roman just because I
Fuck
know
that.
anything with Rock in it is going. It's a cheat code because
Yeah.
he can because if put it like this, if it was Rock, if it was Rock versus Orton, I would want that. So that's what I'm saying because he can take it places that no other person can take it. You feel me? So if he was if he was involved with Cena, I mean with Orton, he can his leverage plus Netflix, he can make Orton do all types of crazy shit and it'll raise his shit. You know what I'm saying? So any combination with Hollywood Rock, I mean, excuse me, Final Boss Rock is my pick because he will elevate anything. If it's Cody, that's going crazy. Like anything that is direct with him is top. So yeah, the Roman.
Let me say this. Let me say this. So the only reason now I really want this in the video I dropped today, I was saying like how when Cody Rhodes and Roman went at it, everybody was coming out, Undertaker, John Cena, all that. If you do Rock versus Roman, all the motherfuckers that they signed and we don't know about it yet, you could bring out all the motherfuckers like on that. Like you bring out the Zillas, the Tongas, the Snookers, all of them to come out and have at WrestleMania while the Rock and Roman going at it. You bring out all the Usos. You bring out Nia Jax, Tamina start fighting. That would be dope as hell. That would be a dope ass story, a real civil war. And then the finish is Roman Reigns wins. That he is definitively the future of the head of the like, bro. You can say what you want. The bloodline story overtake everything, blah blah blah. It's the only story they put effort in. It's the most twists and turns, the most cinematically pleasing. Like you can't be mad at it. Yeah, we want other people to have them type of investments, but bro, that's the best story. I don't give a fuck about no love angle with Liv Morgan. Dominic Mysterio is my favorite heel right now. But this love story is annoying as fuck. Rhea Ripley story is annoying as fuck. The women's tag team division, they building it up, but there's no fucking story. They just have matches. What other Cody Rhodes don't got a story. So what? Listen,
I
I
feel
want
you.
stories. Fuck that.
Listen, if I'll say this, if they are gonna do Roman versus Rock, This better be the end of this bloodline story. Let me tell you why.
Hell yeah.
First of all, this story could have easily been done, but I think they're just milking it at this point, and they have gone very lucky. They have gone very lucky because there were so many times this story felt so stale and felt like, okay, we're over this. And
Hmm.
I think Sammy saved it because people were getting bored, and then after Cody, it was getting bored as well. And it's like, okay, what is Cody still doing feuding with them? So if they do this Rock versus Roman shit, which they're gonna do, it just needs to go.
No, I'm at the comment, not you, bro.
Wait, what happened?
The comment.
Oh, the one that spent. I mean, also, can I say this? You know what's
Oh
another reason?
shit.
Because
I feel you,
I am reading these comments. I'm not. The reason why I really don't care for Rock versus Roman is because yeah, the story's good, but I don't think it's good enough to make me enjoy the match. Because let's be real, the match is not going to be a good match because they're wrestling moves. It's going to be a good match because of the story. But so far,
yeah, yeah.
as much as the story is interesting between the bloodline, the story between Rock and Roman hasn't even really started, has it? Think about it. The bloodline story is started, it's going, but the Rock and Roman part of it hasn't even really started. The closest is like, hey, like, bro, when they were supposed to go against each other at WrestleMania 40, they were freaking hugging it out. There was no real beef. It was like, let's see who's the better Samoan. Now there's going to be a story, but how is the story going to look? Because we all keep thinking, oh, it's going good. No, the bloodline story as a whole is going good. But what about the parts that makes the whole bloodline story? So I don't know. They need a good story quick because I know Mania's in April, but time moves fast, bro. It really does. So
That's
I'm.
true, but look at the Jey Uso shit. It's the same thing. I didn't think fucking Jey Uso was going to get back this fast, but they like, oh shit, War Games coming. We got to hurry up. So they'll do the same thing with the Rock, but the Rock, you got to give the Rock more credit. He makes shit more interesting than what everything else is going on. So he only need about 2 months of
Can I,
Roman Reigns, and it'll
mhm.
be good enough. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah, you got a point there, but can you also make the argument that he only makes stuff more interesting for non-wrestling fans that just watch to be like, oh, it's The Rock, it's Dwayne Johnson? Because don't
Mm,
get me wrong, yeah, the homie's forever gonna be one of us. He's a wrestler, hands down. But the thing is, I'm sorry, first of all, this whole heel thing is I am impressed by it because it wasn't supposed to happen. He
mhm.
wasn't supposed to be a heel. Keep that in mind. The original plan was, hey, Cody, you're done. Rock's taking your place. But it's like again, we gotta see where this story goes because the thing is, where is it gonna go? What are you gonna do now? What's the story between Rock and Roman? They were cool, you know, and yeah, Roman's beefing with Solo, but what's that got to do with The Rock?
Hey, yo, I got a question for everybody,
Hmm.
and I really want to know this, and y'all in the chat too, because I'm seeing shit connect like Voltron possibly.
And let
So
and let Humble go first. When and then
yeah,
Humble.
I want to know what everybody think about this.
Mhm.
Um,
I like the opinions that y'all giving about that because I was one of them people. I wanted Roman versus Rock, but then I'm like, I feel like what rumor had it was the reason why they jumped the shark on the story was that the Saudi prince wanted the bloodline on the Crown Jewel card, and they really were not selling tickets with the Gunther versus the Cody versus Gunther match. That's what I heard. So that's why the story had to jump the shark a little bit. Um, I'm really me personally. I'm with Ricky. I want to rock with the Randy Orton versus John Cena. And I wouldn't be mad if they put a little twist on it. Have Breaker on Orton's side and have Austin Theory on John Cena's side and make it like a tag match to get the young talent over.
Facts.
That's my opinion.
Or if anything, here's the thing, and sorry to cut you off, Humble, if I did, but the thing is, it's a little predictable how this story is gonna go with Roman and The Rock. Obviously, The Rock's gonna be the heel, and then after that, it's like, okay, what are y'all gonna do after that? That because I'm pretty sure The Rock said he's gonna retire. So, and as far as Cena and Orton, Cena's still gonna wrestle after Mania. Cena's not retiring until the end of the year. And I'm not saying The Rock is going to retire right away, but he even said it himself. So my thing is, what I love about the Cena thing, we still got a chance that Cena might turn heel. And for the first time in history, we can see Cena versus Randy, except Randy's the babyface and Cena's the heel. And keep in mind, y'all keep talking about, oh, I'm sick and tired of Randy versus Cena. We never got them one on one at WrestleMania. The closest was like in 2008, but that was a triple
Right.
threat match with Triple H.
Mm-hmm.
So this is still special. They're gonna build their ass. Never before have these men gone one on one at WrestleMania. They have gone in Monday Night Raw, SmackDown, Elimination Chamber, all of that, but never on like you know on WrestleMania. So I'd rather see Cena versus Randy. Cena's retiring. Rock says he's retiring after the Roman match. But let's be real. How many times has The Rock lied about this and that?
Money
So
talks.
I don't know, man. I'm sorry. I'm taking Cena and Orton all day. This is Cena's last run. If anything, what you do, how you treated Roman and Cody right now, treat Cena for his last run. The dude carried your company for 15 years. Don't pull a Kurt Angle on him. Let him shine. It's his last year, and literally, if you know what they always say in wrestling business, you either make it big, or if you don't make it big, you make the next big star. John
Bro.
Cena made it so big that I truly believe when it's time for him to hang up them shoes, homie's gonna make the next big star. He's
Okay.
gonna. I see him taking that role.
What's the
So
question,
yeah,
OG?
I think Cena can easily go heel only because if you really know the wrestling shit, the reason why he didn't go heel is because he was the merch guy. You feel me? He
Oh,
hasn't had that required position anymore. You know what I'm saying? He's a novelty for because everybody know it's not like it's his last year and he's considering retiring soon. He put a date on the shit pretty much, so he
fact.
can be as creative as he ever wanted to be because he's not in position to be that guy anymore. You know what I'm saying? Just like Orton, you know what I mean? So it's they can experiment more because they've already solidified itself themselves. You know, I don't think Orton gonna do another 10 years either, but I
Mhm.
know he got more than 1 year, so he got time to do other things too.
It's not hard either. You know what you can do? How you can flip shit? You want John Cena to be heel? You have him with his farewell tour. You have him go. You have him officially turn heel, but go on a Super Cena run as one last run. He's a heel, and he been because that motherfucker been laying on his back for the last 2 years. Solo Sikoa beating John Cena for no reason was disgusting. Austin Theory being John Cena really could have worked if you just would have had him shake Austin Theory's hand at the end of the match, solidify, hey, bro, you got me. Hey, you know what? I respect you. I was wrong about you. I was talking hella shit. How about now for John Cena's last run? We go on some Super Cena shit.
hmm
He beats Carmelo Hayes. He beats Braun Breaker for the belt. And they be like, man, fuck this IC belt. I just wanted it. I'm relinquishing the shit anyway. I just wanted this so I could show. I'm the one. I'm the best. This is why they put me over for all these years. Tell Wade Barry, bitch ass, to get up off of the announcer. I'll beat him too. Bro, let John Cena
yo,
go
you
crazy for
cooking right
one
now,
last
Couch? You
run.
cooking
Bro,
because
one last run. Let John
hmm
Cena go crazy one more time. Bro, come on.
yeah. Here's
Hey,
the
real
thing.
quick about Crown Jewel, what y'all? Cause I just seen a meme about it. About they get a fucking ring in the belt. What y'all think about that? So they don't get the belt, they just get a fucking ring.
Yeah, they
It's
keeping the belts
annoying,
there.
bro. It's
Come on,
annoying.
bro.
Listen, first of all, the concept of
That's a
it is
saucy ass
dumb.
belt. What the hell?
That's a. Let me tell you why. What this is why I'll give AEW its credit. Its credit. They might have a lot of championship belts, but at least they're not making championship belts just to make championship belts. Like I get it. Saudi is giving you a lot of money, but damn it. What is the point of making a belt? Oh, but it's gonna stay in Saudi, but you get a ring. No. And first of all, the concept of it is stupid. What is the point for two world champions to wrestle over the belt? They're world champions. They don't freaking need it. So what do? You make that shit another version of the King of the Ring. You have a tournament. The
Like a
final two
trophy.
goes at it. They win the title. They keep the ring, and they get a title opportunity in the next pay per view or the pay per view after, just like they did with King of the Ring. Like, come on, bro. Like everything. Like the belt looks beautiful in my opinion, but I'm probably just saying that just because it's different from what we usually get. But it's like, come on, man. And then also, I don't know if y'all saw the people in Saudi were chanting WrestleMania because they won a WrestleMania, and
No,
Triple H
Absolutely not.
I respect what Triple H did. You know what he said? He's like, yes, WrestleMania will be in Los Angeles, in Las Vegas and shit. And they were
Look,
booing. It's like, and everybody in the comments like, bro, Triple H just told them know your limits. And I'm sorry, can I say this though? And maybe I'm being biased because I'm Puerto Rican. But if WrestleMania is gonna go anywhere outside the U.S., it should be in Puerto Rico. Look at Backlash.
that was a good
Everybody
call.
kept literally cheering whenever a regular punch was being thrown. Imagine that shit in WrestleMania. Like, come on now. So I'm sorry. As much as Saudi's doing, I get it. Saudi has power. They have money, but homie, sometimes money ain't really that worth it. And it's like, it's really not.
It to me it's just weird. It's like even with the King of the Ring, like you get the crown and shit. Some people rock it for a minute or the scepter. Like y'all cats is fighting for a belt y'all don't even get. Like y'all get to just take a picture with it and then go home. Like what the fuck?
Literally, it's like like Braun
You
Strowman.
get it
It's like Braun
to the
Strowman.
house at least.
Yeah, yeah.
You
I
don't even
mean,
get
I
to
think they're
take
gonna
it home.
give it to. I think they're gonna give them a replica. But as far as I'm concerned, they keep saying the title's not gonna leave Saudi Arabia. They're gonna get a ring, and it's like, come on, bro.
And it won't be defended. So
Exactly.
I get a one off, but I can't even the NBA.
It's like a Super Bowl
Chance to
ring,
defend it.
basically.
Like what the hell?
Like you win it, you keep it. That's basically what they're saying.
With that being said, definitively, now that Rhea Ripley, we know for a fact will not interfere in the match. Nope. Before I ask y'all, I'm gonna say it here, and if it happens, give me my props. If it doesn't, I'll take the criticism. If you want to make this event worth a damn, especially after all this, you let Tiffany Stratton cash in. Fuck it, because why cash in at Survivor Series? That wouldn't make sense. Let Tiffany Stratton
Facts.
cash in on Nia Jax successfully because Raquel is for sure going to interfere. Because if not, then Nia Jax is just gonna beat the hell out of Liv Morgan. I think you have to let Tiffany Stratton cash in to make the match worth a damn. Because either Raquel's gonna help Liv win off a distraction, or Nia Jax is gonna whoop Liv's ass. That match is gonna be the worst match of the night unless Tiffany
Yes.
Stratton cashes in. She has to. So y'all heard
Listen,
it here first.
listen. I see this. Referee's gonna be distracted by Liv Morgan doing something or Dominic. Raquel's gonna beat Nia's ass. Liv is gonna pin her. 1, 2, 3. She's out of there. Right after Tiffany runs, cashes in, boom, Nia's title reign is over, and Tiffany is finally women's champ. If that does not happen, then basically we just watched a bathroom break of a match without taking a bathroom break.
Let me ask you my question real quick. I want to know what y'all think of this in the chat too. So I made a video and I basically booked a new version of a Hollywood NWO, which would consist of Final Boss Rock, a heel John Cena, and I also have Batista on some Hollywood shit. So the question to y'all is, do you think Batista? Do you see him getting one more good run? You know, he get the Hollywood instead of just like it's just instead of getting the Hall of Fame shit, he get one little last run with that. Or face. So like, do you think he could go for one more run? And if so, like, what would you want to see from him, or who would be a good first opponent?
So I don't see Batista ever coming back, just because Batista's one of those guys that he's real as hell. So when he says he's done, I believe it. And also, the dude lost a lot of weight. If you watched him, he actually lost more weight than John Cena. So I don't even think he's in wrestling shape for the style that he used to do with that power bomb and shit. So I truly don't ever see that happening. Again, I think the
Mm,
closest thing to the NWO is Cena, Orton, and Punk.
mm,
That'd be
Who's
cold.
that? Barry Corbin? Is that Barry Corbin?
mm-hmm.
And people were saying they want him and Damian Priest to be the new Brothers of Destructions. But here's the thing, I
Over.
don't see him resigning.
He said
Homie been missed.
he not
He not.
resigning. Nope.
Oh no, yeah, he's done.
Damn.
And you know what's crazy? I will say I was one of the fans to give him a lot of shit, but homie was good in the ring.
I like Baron Corbin.
Homie's finisher was dope.
Mm-hmm. Until they didn't protect it and let somebody kick out. I forgot who it was, but I was like, dog.
Yeah, I will say this, man.
Yeah.
He's one of the few guys that we can truly say he's underrated because we always say this guy's underrated, but if we look at the guys we say that to, they're over. They got a position in the
Hmm.
company. He never had a position in the company. He was really underrated as hell.
He had many characters just like Mick Foley, just like Bray Wyatt. They fucked Baron Corbin over, man. I
You
mean,
know, you know what really
he
pissed me
fucked
off?
himself over, but it is what it
Yeah,
is.
let me tell you something. This
Whoa,
is
hold
where they
on.
fucked up, right? This is where they fucked up with Barry Corbin. Um,
Drew. Okay.
how you gonna have a gimmick where his whole gimmick is that he's a rich motherfucker who throws money at everything, but not give him the $1 million championship? How is
I
that
agree.
possible?
I agree.
That makes no sense whatsoever. That's where they fucked up.
Yo,
What? What
T
happened?
Indy Hartwell and Tegan Knox too.
Black Book, I want to know what you think about
What?
it. I see that on IG. I want to know what you think of a final Batista run. How could you book that?
Final Batista run. I
Because he
don't.
ain't got to be hella big and shit. He's
Nah.
Batista. He's movie star. He could do different shit.
What was his last? I don't. I want to know. I remember. I don't know. Was his last shit? Was that when he was in the ring?
Triple H.
He was crying and said, "I quit." Oh, that wasn't his last shit,
No,
right?
no,
No,
no. That was with Triple H a few years ago. Remember?
with Batista. Yeah,
Oh
they fought.
Yeah.
yeah. And he had the
And
ear,
Triple H could bring him in, because they boys.
and he had drag Ric Flair and all that shit, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Damn. So yeah, I think that a last Batista run would have to just be a one-off match. Like in the build-up, got to be like backstage promos and segments. I don't think you need to have a multitude of matches on some John Cena shit. I would like to see, but I think Sally Batista will have to go out on his back because Batista, like people who know, they like Batista a lot. But Batista is not a John Cena. Batista is not respectfully a Randy Orton. Fuck, Batista not an Edge. The reason why we like Batista because he was really one of the only big motherfuckers that was like putting on matches that we was like, oh shit, this big motherfucker can really go in the ring. This motherfucker putting on a good match with Rey Mysterio, and he's the big motherfucker in the equation. Rey Mysterio just not doing a whole bunch of non-offense. Like they both getting their shit off. So Batista, I think Batista would have to put over like a Braun Breaker or some shit like that. I think I would rather see Batista versus Braun Breaker than Goldberg versus Braun
You,
Breaker.
you
Respect.
forgot he was smooth and had the bitches. Batista fits used to be on 1,000, nigga. Every
Melina.
version of him,
Yep.
he was right up there with whatever's popping. Like when you look at them old shit, them big ass suits, that was the popping shit. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
Batista had
And
that
then
shit with
he
the
was
see
screwed
shit
up.
and shit.
Batista used to have them fits. I used to be like, man, he used to have that cold shit. He used to have the cold shit. Every version of him. That's
But
one thing he did is that nigga used to dress.
not a baby face
Listen.
though. I like Hill Batista better. Me
Yeah.
personally. Sorry.
Listen. I will say this with OG. You have a point. Batista, he had the best drip. Just like every wrestler's trying to look cool now, there was nobody cooler than Batista. He's the only one that made a white turtleneck with some sunglasses and a little gold chain with a nice watch. Look dope as hell. And
Mm-hmm.
then you got that beautiful world heavyweight championship around his shoulder.
He made that shit good.
Bro, that looks like a superstar right there, man. That's
Yeah, Joe
just
Batista
facts.
was the one. That was the one.
Hmm.
He used to come with the leather shit.
Yeah, the gold teeth. Bro, even when his hair, bro, the dude made it work. I don't care. Bro had the best drip at that time.
Real quick, y'all. So Humble had a family emergency. That's why she left, y'all. She didn't just leave abruptly, but I'm gonna talk to her at the stream. Humble really knows her wrestling stuff, and I'm gonna help. Well, me and OG, we gonna collaborate, and Ricky, we gonna help her get started because we need
Bet.
more individuals like that in the
Yeah.
space who know their shit, and she knows shit. She before the stream, she was talking about shit that I didn't even really know about. She was talking about how when NXT go to ECW, like they need to bring out legends like Jazz, like legends like bro that was tagged with New Jack. Fuck was his name? Shit, I forgot his name, but he's a black wrestler. So she was telling me some shit. I was like, I didn't even know that type shit. So we all gonna collaborate and we gonna make that happen. But yo, so definitively, right? What should happen? So Crown Jewel isn't really much story based. But since they put this shit on Crown Jewel, are we gonna get Bloodline versus Bloodline at War Games, or so? What's the situation? So I don't want to see the same match twice. So what's going on? What y'all think?
This is what I see.
Mustafa, yes. There you go, Mustafa, yeah.
Um, I'll say this. I see this. I see this with interference. I don't see Jay, Jimmy, and Roman winning. I see the other bloodline
Mm,
winning due to just because of interference.
a
I don't know if
new
the
one.
maybe the Rock might interfere. There's rumors,
Yeah, yeah.
but I don't know. I just don't see them winning, and because they're not gonna win, that's the reason why we're gonna have war games, and that's that.
Is Sammy gonna be the? Is Sammy go? So are we gonna do 4v4 or 5v5? The bloodline don't got
Well, I
five.
don't really,
Close to close.
bro. Again, like I hate. I don't want to sound like a hater, but again, this bloodline shit, I'm over it at this point.
Mm.
And the thing with Sammy is he's eventually gonna join with Roman and them, so it don't even matter how it plans out. You feel me? Because
Okay.
like, come on, let's be real. The homie ain't gonna. You think The Rock is gonna have fun with Sami Zayn? No, he's gonna be with Roman. Sammy's going with Roman and them eventually, so it don't even matter.
What you think, OG? I did hear that the Tonga's brother is supposed to be the one that's gonna come, but we'll see. But supposedly he's supposed to go to NXT too, so I don't know.
Release
Mm.
that dude. How about that?
I seen Zillify 2 talking some shit, talking about, because I guess his championship is called Crown Jewel or something. I'm not. I know his independent, but I don't watch it. So he basically said the winner of that he had to smoke with. So maybe that was a seed right there.
Who is his that motherfucker look just like Umaga. I don't know why.
That he's Umaga's son. Yeah.
Oh, about to say, I'm like, yo, is that? I'm like, y'all motherfuckers.
He's Umaga's actual son too. He's not just like, oh, he's related to this dude. No,
Mhm.
he's Umaga's actual blood son. So yeah,
DT2, yes, that's that one. Listen, y'all, I know I knew about the Tongas when they was in fucking New Japan, but when they showed up in WWE, they just didn't look the same. I was like, these motherfuckers out in the Bullet Club. I'm like, they used to
yeah. I think they
and they
had
had
longer
long hair
hair.
and shit.
They should
Yeah.
have the face paint at least for pay per views.
Yeah.
Not
So I was like,
you
who the
know
hell is
what?
he?
Have the face paint and have them have those cool ass helmets. I don't know if y'all saw that video of them with
Yeah,
helmets. Like, cause I'm sorry, the homie crawling is so like random. It's
his,
just so random,
his brother asked though. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Remember you
bro.
see that chop video? That shit is all.
Yes,
I don't give
bro.
a
I'm sorry.
what
In
y'all
the end of
say.
the day, he's just there because he's Samoan.
He's
Because the
ass.
fact, like, bro, you're gonna let go of Barry Corbin, and he's not gonna release, and all these other cats, but you're gonna keep Mister Botchamadium himself.
Yeah.
Homie's worse than Sin Cara.
They fucked. I think I'll say this though. I think they kind of fucked Tegan Knox over. Tegan Knox wasn't ass, respectfully. She got. I don't know what the situation was with her, but when I was watching NXT and NXT UK, them motherfuckers used to get busy. So Indy Hartwell, and it sucks that Indy Hartwell is getting released because her even if she it's funny because Humble was just not Humble wrestling in color, wrestling in color, y'all. She is funny. I watched her video. She was talking about how Indy Hartwell she just there to get a check and she's not doing shit, and now she's not re-signing with the company, but her character fits the way. I like when the way was in NXT with Austin Theory, Johnny
Hmm.
Gargano, Candice LeRae. That showed that Austin Theory can be a baby face that's relatable. So Triple H, listen, if Austin Theory don't turn face within the next month, Triple H is a bad booker. I'm gonna say it. Fuck that. Because you have the pillars of the future. And like Ricky the Shadow said, you still worried about these old motherfuckers. Roman Reigns wants to go to Hollywood. I don't know why. He's not the best actor in the world, but go get your bread, respectfully. Okay, cool. Why the fuck isn't Grayson Waller on some Miz shit? Why the fuck is Austin Theory the prototype John Cena? Braun Breaker, you're building him up, but you're still not giving him nothing interesting. Braun Breaker might need a mouthpiece. His promo,
Facts.
his video promos are good, but his in-person promos are not that fucking good. Respectfully, and Carmelo Hayes, put the fries in the bag is the best shit he said since he's been on SmackDown. Other than that, Trick Williams was his mouthpiece for a reason. That barbershop shit was cool. I used to fuck with that. But Carmelo Hayes, some of these motherfuckers is not it, bro. Like we gotta start being honest. Just because we like them, let's take it from a booking standpoint. If you make Carmelo Hayes the world champion, Braun Breaker, the world champion, Austin Theory, this champion, Grayson Waller, this champion. Is that shit really gonna get you money? In 5 years from now, Roman Reigns is not gonna be the fucking main guy. I hope. Shit, I hope. Austin Theory is only fucking Dominic Mysterio and Austin Theory. All the motherfuckers are younger than 27. Rhea Ripley just turned 27. You got to start building up these young motherfuckers. What's going on?
And that's my thing. And you know what? Fuck it. I'm not even gonna say young, because let me tell you why.
Yes, he is. Go.
Um, I don't think the problem is they keep doing the old wrestlers, because then you got old wrestlers like LA Knight and Damian Priest who are good.
That's
My
different.
problem is, yeah, exactly. This is what I want y'all to get clear, because I know a lot of y'all gonna dick ride the fuck out of Roman and Seth and all these other guys and be like, oh, but this wrestler's older than them. We're talking about guys who haven't had the opportunity to literally be superstars, not just stars, but superstars, bro. Roman and Seth are the only ones that they cannot complain if they do nothing for the next 2 to 3 years, because they have done everything the last 10 plus years, bro. Them two, they can never bitch. There's a reason why you hear them talk shit about another wrestling company. There's a reason why you hear them not really speak their mind if WWE doesn't let them and they're okay with it. They've been pushed to the moon. Bro, you can't make the argument that Roman and Seth have been pushed more than Cena was. At least Cena was doing shit. Roman, it took him 7 years out of his 10 plus years career to find something that worked. Seth was just a good wrestler. He really wasn't good at character until this whole visionary Messiah shit happened. So when we're talking about if this is a new era, we need like new guys. We're not just talking about young people too. We're also talking about guys like Damian Priest, who's been in the Indies for a long time, but it's finally just made it. It's only been like 5 years since he's been in WWE. LA Knight, same thing too. Now we're not saying make them the star, but they're technically veterans. To y'all, they're newbies. To us, they're veterans because we know their shit, bro. We've been watching. I've been watching LA Knight since Elon Drake. Come on now.
Yep.
Like, let's cut the shit, bro. Kevin Owens. Before Kevin Owens was debut against Cena, everybody's like, oh, he's the new guy. Kevin Owens was doing that shit 15 years. He just never had an opportunity, bro. So what I'm saying is, if you're not while you're building up these young talent, get these fresh, independent guys, make them the stars, and then boom, the young ones take over from them. But how y'all gonna keep saying new era? Roman is still in this. Seth is still in this, and y'all gonna keep saying, but that's what the people want to see, bro. Just because a group of people want to see that doesn't mean that's what everybody wants to see. I'm pretty sure there's people that want new shit, and y'all keep defending it, but y'all the main ones that complain. Oh, hey, we need new stars, but y'all the first ones to churn on a new star all the time, and dick ride Roman Reigns and Seth. And yes, I get it. We know they're the biggest star. That's not the point. The point is, because they're the biggest stars, we can't have other stars. That's the problem with Cena. Cena was the only big star. Randy was the only big star. And then everybody flopped. Everybody was flopping. And y'all were complaining about that. And that's the problem with Roman and Seth and all these other guys. They had their time to shine. They can retire right now. The next year, they all in the Hall of Fame. They're good. WWE will pay them extra money on a Legends contract. Like, come on, let's cut the bullshit, bro.
I'm gonna let OG go, but let me say this, right? And OG, I'm gonna ask you a specific question. Let me say this: the reason why you are saying that Seth, Roman, Cena, Orton are big stars today is because Vince McMahon put in the effort to put them in your face.
Oh.
We have fucking awesome people. I saw somebody say, well, people keep talking about how Austin Theory got all its potential, but they never have nothing to show for it. Austin Theory, if you've never seen Austin Theory's Evolve run, go on Peacock and watch Austin Theory in Evolve. That motherfucker was going ballistic in Evolve. Not only matches, he was doing shit with the ref. The referee tried to announce Austin Theory name. He kept snatching the fucking mic from him and saying, "Nah, say I'm the greatest, motherfucker. Say I'm the baddest." Nope, he was on some show enough shit. Last Dragon, y'all young motherfuckers might not know what the fuck that is. Bruce Leroy type shit. Austin Theory was going ballistic because y'all just don't fucking know, bro. Triple H has the best talent in the world, and these motherfuckers are not even 28 years old yet. And I'm not even talking. And fuck that. Damian Priest, LA Knight, the motherfuckers 40s, and the motherfuckers are the best talent in the world. But he's hanging on to Vince McMahon's model, which is to push the guys that have the most this, the most that. But that's Vince's guys. This is your era. It's WWE. Motherfuckers is gonna watch it regardless. Take a risk. You're not gonna lose money by putting the strap on Austin Theory. You motherfuckers keep talking about rating. You talking about, oh, well, when Jinder Mahal was champion, they had 3.6 million views. When Cody Rhodes champ, they had 1.7. That's not why the ratings was that. Jinder Mahal had them views because a whole other country finally saw somebody that looked like them. But after a while, they said, this motherfucker's ass. Bro, the ratings are not going to determine whether or not wrestling is going to keep going. Motherfucker, Netflix just bought them. Motherfucker, AEW just got bought by HBO. Motherfucker, Amazon Prime is next. I guarantee you SmackDown will be on Amazon Prime, bro.
Listen. Yeah, I'm not trying to cut you off. Y'all keep talking about ratings and shit. Ratings is not gonna matter once they go to these platforms because that don't matter with ratings. Viewership is gonna matter, but ratings is not gonna matter. So shut the fuck up with this whole rating shit. And I agree with you. Here's the thing. I don't see SmackDown going to Amazon Prime. I see AEW doing that just because, WWE already got Peacock and now they're about to have Netflix. If Netflix is really smart and this is going to work out, which it will, they're going to want SmackDown. So this is what I see. I see AEW doing something with Amazon Prime, which is on brand for AEW since they're really edgy, and Amazon Prime, everything in that bitch is rated R as fuck. So yeah, but this whole rating shit, y'all need to shut the fuck up with it because this whole thing about ratings is what matter, bro. Last time I checked, you know what matters? What matters if you like the product or not. Because in what was it, 2018, 2019, Raw had the lowest rating of all time. SmackDown wasn't a sold out show weekly, but yet y'all still watch that shit, and now look where they at. So stop with this whole rating shit. And all this viewership or whatever the fuck it is, bro. Just enjoy it. Y'all keep talking about ratings, this, ratings, and that. There's always gonna be a company or a network that's gonna want a wrestling show. There's always gonna be one, and it's always has been one. So let's cut the shit, bro. And you know what? I'm gonna even say what you said, Couch. Y'all talk about ratings like y'all know y'all are like businessmen or like y'all are people that know shit about ratings. Y'all know nothing about ratings. All y'all know is, oh, this is low, so this is bad. Oh, this is high and this is good. Bro, I guarantee you, if if bro, if AEW was to get 1 million ratings weekly, but WWE gets 3 to 4, y'all be like, oh, this is bad because it has this, so they're technically not doing good. Y'all will still say that shit. Vice versa too. If AEW is getting more ratings, then y'all say the same shit about WWE. Like y'all will say that. Y'all know damn well y'all will. So cut the bullshit, bro.
OG, what you got?
TNA and AEW on Tubi and SmackDown on Prime. SmackDown on Prime and TNA and AEW on Tubi. People can say what the fuck they want. Hella people watch Tubi. The movie. Hella people watch that shit.
Tubi got better shit than Netflix. As far as
Hella
old
people watch
not new shit.
Yeah, I was about to say
not new
shit because they got a lot of homemade video movies that's like
Motherfucker, I went on Tubi. They got OG. They got what's that shit called? Blue Hill Avenue with the motherfucking Jason's lyrics. I was like, I couldn't find this movie nowhere, motherfucker.
Shit.
What you talking about, man?
I'll say this though, but I think
social media blew it up.
Yeah. To me though, well, hold on, because we keep forgetting AEW does have a deal.
They got the
with
HBO
Max. But here's the thing, and I wanna say something real quick. Reports coming out that the reason why Chris Jericho won the Ring of Honor championship was because they wanted to get a Ring of Honor TV deal with the network. Here's my thing, right? I think that is most likely makes sense just because, let's be real, if it wasn't for Chris Jericho, I don't think TNT or TBS ever would have given it a shot, in my
Mm,
opinion.
talk
Because when
about it.
Chris Jericho joined,
Talk
he
about it.
solidified that company. Cody was not as talked about as he was now.
Talk
So don't
about
even give me
it.
that, oh, what about Cody? What about the Young Bucks? Don't give me that crap. Hell no. They was not talked about as much as they are now. That's just straight facts. Jericho was the only real established guy before Moxley joined the first night. So there's a reason why they announced his what you call it, his signing on a press conference instead of having him just debut. So again, I do think
Talk about it.
Tony is smart for giving that Ring of Honor title on Jericho, because if he can do for AEW, a brand new company at that time, imagine what he could do for Ring of Honor, a company that's been trying their best to be big for how many years now? Like, bro, this is the same company that had young CM Punk, blonde hair, young CM Punk with the big shorts.
Seth
Like, come on,
Rollins,
man.
all them motherfuckers,
It's
bro.
Seth Rollins, Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, Damian Priest, Cesaro. Come on, man.
Stop
Hey,
just yo,
yeah,
stop before you go, OG. Y'all need to stop disrespecting Jericho. Okay, he's not the same motherfucker he was back in the day. Don't got the same physique, but neither did Ric Flair, and y'all motherfuckers was happy every time this motherfucker bled. Jericho is a
Thank you.
legend. He is one of the greatest wrestlers of all time. Respectfully,
Hmm.
Jericho is really one of the most decorated, not only in the ring, but his promo work, and he changed his character more than anybody else, and every character got over. Even some stupid ass shit with a fucking list was one of the most lit shit during his times. So y'all respect Jericho, because then when he's gone, y'all gonna miss Chris Jericho, because mark
Hmm.
my words,
Y'all
him
will.
being the Ring of Honor champion is necessary right now, because
Yes.
let Ring of Honor get purchased by a streaming service. I'm watching that shit every day. Telling you, telling
Can
you.
I also say this? I agree with you, Couch. Y'all need to stop coming at his physique. Because last time I checked, y'all the same ones that keep saying Flair and the Four Horsemen from the 70s were the best. The last time I checked, these motherfuckers were some hairy ass dad bods looking ass motherfucker, the
Mhm.
exact same Jericho is. And last time I checked, Jericho is doing shit none of them could do in the ring.
You can still do a line salt if you want to, motherfucker.
I thought ROH was a development for AEW. Ain't it pretty much? Ain't that pretty much what it is?
No, not really.
Not really.
Well, they're treating it the way they treating it without making it like, okay, it's they're accidentally treating it like it, if that
Right.
makes sense.
Because Athena
But
is
they're
not
really not.
Athena not no damn development.
Exactly.
Cesaro was the world champion. He definitely no
Yeah.
damn
Eddie
development.
Kingston was world champion.
Hmm.
Yeah. So I think they're trying. They don't realize that they're doing that, and once they realize that, I promise you, you know what I think? Just have Ring of Honor as a second show.
Facts,
Just
facts.
keep Dynamite. Maybe keep Collision, but ain't no
Nah,
reason
get,
in my
get rid of
opinion.
that bullshit.
Get
Collision,
rid of all
Rampage,
that
get rid
shit.
of that shit. Fuck
Yeah,
that. Mm-mm.
Rampage, all that, and have Ring of Honor as as the second show. And bro, there you go. Because Tony Khan even said he's thinking about a brand split. Bro, take all that other shit out. Have Ring of Honor as a show. Boom. Best of AEW versus the best of Ring of Honors.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Right there. There you go.
Red Velvet, she shouldn't be in no damn development. She's good as hell, but she getting treated
Exactly.
like she's what the fuck? Red Velvet can wrestle better than some of the women on NXT. Let's not bullshit now.
Yeah.
I'm telling y'all. But speaking of which, hold on, y'all. Speaking of which, NXT, man, listen. One of my last videos, I make so many I forgot. Definitively, NXT Women's Division is the best division, and it's not because of the reason y'all think. Not because they sexy. The three signings of Julia, Stephanie, and Zaria show me that Shawn Michaels really does know what he's doing when it comes to the women. He the
Hmm.
heartbreak kid for a damn reason. Triple H is going to be begging for Shawn Michaels to bring the motherfuckers up, and Shawn Michaels is going to say no. Take Roxanne Perez, take Cora Jade, take. You want Jada Parker? Nah, I'm not done with her yet, but I need her. Not yet. Bitch. He only gave them Lash Legends to Cara Jackson because he still owns the rights to them. They're still
Hmm.
NXT product, but now they're gonna get even bigger. So when they come back, you put the strap on Lash Legend eventually, not against this current
Yes.
opposition, because it's the women are too
I
talented.
think I think the last Legend's going with the North American title
Yeah, yeah,
if
yeah,
they
yeah,
know
yeah.
that's
I
where
see
I
that.
see it.
I see that.
And that wouldn't be a bad thing. So
But what if
yeah,
they win the tag team championship though?
I think they should just because it'd be unexpected.
They
But if
never
they
won them.
don't,
The
again,
only ones.
yeah, because like again, I get it. Y'all want Chelsea and Piper, but it's like you know,
Hey,
yeah,
Jew,
I already said
I
what I
agree
had to
with
say
you.
about that, man.
I agree with you. And Jew, see, I respect difference of opinions. I be disagreeing with Jude all the time, but you're cooking. I was starting to say like, all right, like I said with the Jay Cargill, you can't send Jay Cargill to NXT because
No,
now the top of NXT is too good. You could Jay Cargill would have to wrestle fucking Rizzo, Nikita Lyons, people like that. She not wrestling no damn Stephanie Valkyrie, and you think Stephanie Valkyrie? Hey Stephanie, can you make Jay look good? Stephanie Valkyrie is gonna do moonsaults, 450 splashes over her, do roll up. Like Jay Cargill can't wrestle somebody like that. NXT, Jada Parker, her finisher is terrible, but I'll say this: she is the most believable. I don't know what it is. I'm not talking about her backside. She is the when she cuts a promo and does anything, she more believable. And she not like that. I know for a fact she not like that. She played soccer in college or whatever. So I know she was at least had a decent
yo, yo, yo,
upkeep,
yo, yo,
but she good.
couch, couch. Yo, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, bro, but I'm on Twitter right now, bro.
Oh,
Someone, so you know one of those fightful whatever motherfuckers.
Private select.
He just said Indy Hartwell will be departing WWE effective to be a free agent in 90 days, right?
Yep, yep.
Indy Hartwell just reposted it and say, "Wait, what?" Like she's in shock of the news,
Oh,
and everybody in the comments is like, "Is this woman joking?" And they're like, "Wait, you didn't know? Like, are you tripping?" So did she just find out? Hold on. Did she just find out she will no longer be a WWE superstar like this?
that's nasty.
Because
That
and here's my thing. This isn't the first time superstars found out this way. And I knew I forgot to say something when you brought that up. It's weird that why will she be released when her tag partner is currently the Speed Champion?
I think it's fake. I don't know if that's fake because the Tegan Knox one and the Baron Corbin one, I think is real, right?
Yeah, but here's my thing though, because I just realized why would they release her if her tag team partner, who she's always around with, is the Speed Champion,
Because
and
I
she's
mean, to be honest, so I like Indy Hartwell because I
right,
like the shit that she did with Dexter Loomis. But I'll be completely honest. When she won the NXT Women's Championship, she kind of showed her flaws.
right.
So she just wasn't that good in the ring. She wasn't that good on the mic. The best work she did was a comedy work. Oh, gee, you know about Indy Hartwell?
Yeah, I know about it. I wanted to ask this question. Did you guys hear about WWE? They're starting a new independent league with
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So here's my problem
Why?
with it. Yeah, I'm happy to a degree, but here's my thing. The way they're doing it, if you're gonna do that, long term wise, you better have at least one school for every state then. Because I'm
Hmm.
noticing they have one for LA, one for South, no, what was it, San Francisco, one here, one there. More south or west. There's no east, there's no north. So though, if that's how they're doing it, you're at least gonna have to have a school in the east and the north and shit like that. And like it's just so random too. It's just weird because
Hey,
I
I'm
think
cool.
I think they're gonna try to. Because you know what I think. I won't be surprised if NXT eventually becomes the new ECW. And I don't mean new ECW as in it's gonna be like ECW. No, I legit think they're gonna rebrand it as ECW. There's a reason why they're doing this show. How many shows have NXT done in Philly? And all of a sudden, hey, let's do some ECW stuff. Let's do this, let's do that. You know what I'm saying? And everybody always said, yo, before NXT, the last years of ECW and WWE were basically what NXT was. Young stars. You had young Kofi Kingston in that shit. Before Kofi was on Raw and SmackDown, he was in ECW. And then so I don't know. So my thing is I think they're treating NXT, they're gonna keep NXT as a development brand, but eventually they're gonna, I truly believe they're gonna make it a third brand.
It should just be a brand.
And
I think.
yeah,
Yeah,
and all these other schools are going to be the new OVW.
yeah.
Like you're not on TV, but you're going to see how you work with a group of people in the audience and shit like that, you know? That's how
Hey,
I see it.
hey, humble, you in the building?
Yep, I'm back. I'm sorry, gentlemen. You know,
All
when
good.
All
family
good.
calls, I gotta drop my stuff. But I got some
Understandable.
tea. I don't know if y'all got the breaking news.
Yeah, Baron Corbin, Indy, and Tegan. Yep.
Yep, I was like,
Yeah.
oh no, Wrestling in Color just did a
hmm
podcast
Yeah, I
about
was telling
Tegan
them that.
Knox, and
Humble.
I was like,
Yeah.
she spoke it into existence because they
Hmm.
hmm
gone,
Yeah. And humble.
and they
Before
was
I
like,
just
this
told.
they see it.
hmm
Mhm.
Oh, I'm sorry to cut
I'm
you off, but
listening.
I told OG and Couch just I'm on Twitter and Indy Hartwell herself just reposted the Fightful confirmed that, and she said, "Wait, what?" As in if she's shocked, and a lot of people don't know if she's trolling or if she's being for real because this wouldn't be the first time a wrestler found out they got released from WWE this way. So, what's your
Hmm.
thoughts on that for her to tweet that? Do you think she's trolling, or do you think she's genuinely confused and this is her real reaction?
I think that's her real reaction because if you don't know, Trevor Lee, that was his story, who used to be Cameron Grimes. He was like, someone told me in the company I was good. And then the following week came up with releases and they let me go. So
Mm,
this is my concern because I see y'all talking about that WWE ID program. I have some concerns about that program. I really do because
Talk about
there
it.
are times that WWE can be some habitual line steppers when working with others.
mm-hmm,
And I really do not. I know they said there's no restrictions from what I read in articles, but I feel like the restrictions are coming because
yeah.
y'all don't play nice in the sand with everybody.
hmm And real quick before we move on from this Indy Hartwell shit, she just made another tweet saying, "Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened."
So yeah, it's official. She ain't playing. It's official.
Okay.
I like Indy Hart. I was always one who thought she could really, cause she's fucking tall as fuck. I thought she could really be something, but I think the shit with Dexter Loomis kind of really fucked her over. Because leaning into too much comedy, didn't develop a promo,
hmm
shit like that. It is what it is. I'm like she said, man. I'm happy she was there. She did
Yeah.
some cool stuff with Dexter Loomis in the way, but now is Candice LeRae going to get pushed or what? We'll see. But I want to give the floor to Humble because she said she has some hot topics for us to
hmm
discuss, and y'all know how we get down on this channel. So Humble, what were you thinking about before you came on the stream?
Okay, so I see my boys' private party, which I really like, won the AEW tag team titles.
Hmm.
Even though I did not like the path that we got there, they
5
are
years.
AEW homegrowns.
Hmm.
They won the titles. If you couldn't give them fireworks, could you at least give them confetti and made it the main event of AEW? It just, it's like,
Mm.
I don't know who's sitting in AEW's creative room because you took all the wins out their cell. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you wasn't going to pull the trigger at Wrestle Dream, at least make it feel special on this special dynamite that was Fright Night. That's where I get so annoyed. It's like, yeah, I'm very happy about the diversity of AEW, but I do not like that when people are sitting in creative rooms, they're not like, okay, this is a big moment. Like Private Party was your day one tag team along with the others, such as like um, Brian Pillman Jr. and Griff Garrison. And it's like it should have just been special, and they didn't do that. So I'm kind of sour on AEW right now.
I agree with you, Humble. I'll say this: Private Party and the Acclaim are the best
I like the
homegrown
claim.
tag team in AEW history, in my
I
opinion.
like the claim.
Yeah. So the fact that they didn't do that, they didn't give them no confetti or fireworks. It was annoying, especially because they beat the Young Bucks, and I don't like the Young Bucks at all. They getting really annoying to me, but they basically they are the bosses of AEW. So to beat them, you should definitely have a bigger celebration than what they got, in my opinion. I'm happy it happened though. That's what I will say, that I am happy because for a long time there's reason why they stopped with the blue cups. Keep in mind, they used to come out with blue cups, but then they kept saying, "Oh, y'all ripping off Street Profits."
Yeah.
And then guess what? Right after that, they started getting AEW was like, "Oh, we don't know what to do with them. What are they?" And then eventually, one of them got injured and stuff like that. But I'm just happy they finally got their moment. I wish they would have had a bigger celebration because we knew damn well if it was the Young Bucks doing it for the millionth time, you would have saw some type of celebration right there.
I'll cut Tony Khan some slack with this. You gotta understand, it is very fresh, very new. Tony Khan was probably all the fans say, he's just a fan. He's not a real booker. He was probably so caught up and he was ready for that Bobby Lashley moment that he probably wasn't even really thinking about that shit. And one of y'all commented that because I said Mercedes Monet got creative control, and you was like, somebody said no one in AEW has creative control. That is fucking bullshit. The Young Bucks had a part in putting Private Party over, whether you like them or not. The Young Bucks not sleazy. The only reason why y'all think the Young Bucks are sleazy is because of the CM Punk shit. But at the end of the day, I've been fucking with Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks since Ring of Honor, since Independence. But they don't be on some sleazy shit. The shit got tied up with CM Punk. They shouldn't have been EVPs. They're not fucking businessmen. They're two motherfuckers that wear tight pants with shit at the bottom like it's a goofy movie. That's what they are. So respectfully, but Tony Khan just got caught up in the Bobby Lashley shit. So I'll give it to him because if I was a booker and I knew Bobby Lashley was coming and I knew Swerve and Shelton Benjamin are about to put on a fucking banger match on a regular show, I probably would have been like, I probably would have forgot about the Private Party too. I'm not gonna lie, but shout out to the Private Party, man. I'm more of a claim type of guy, but I can appreciate since they started in the beginning because I didn't like old boy that he had like his hair, he had like two mohawks or some bullshit. I ain't like that
Yeah.
shit. But they could wrestle, so they got it.
Yeah, that was Quinn. Yeah, I give it to the Acclaim. Like I do like the Acclaim. Um, to me, when it was time to pull the trigger on them, it left a sour taste in my mouth. Also with AEW, I don't like the way they're doing, Ray Phoenix and Penta El Cirio. I do think Latinos have a hard time in AEW getting over and getting the proper booking that they deserve. If they don't want to be there, just go ahead and let them go. It ain't like they're 25-year-old. Penta and
Yeah.
El Zero are in their late 40s. Let
So,
them go
mhm.
and build up a new crop of talent of diverse backgrounds.
So I'll say this, humble. I don't know if you know, they have been they they signed a deal with AEW apparently, but Tony Khan decided to add some clause in or something like that. So they're not gonna show up for at least another, what I want to say, 9 months to a year with Ray Phoenix at least. And I will say this, I am noticing it is hard for Latino wrestlers to get over in AEW. And the thing is, that's very shocking considering the fact that if you look at the style that Tony Khan likes in his shows, is always the high flying cruiserweight style. And there's a bunch of wrestlers, especially Latinos wrestlers, and what's that company called? AAA, that they be doing that 24/7, and he works with that company. So to see him not really give the lucha libre guys a chance, it's like that's very shocking because it's like that's the style you like, that's the style you crave, that's the style your fan base loves to watch every week. So that's all I really got to say about that though.
I would say the same with Miro. It's like if Miro don't want to be there, let him go. Free up
Yeah.
them funds and it's like, why are we hanging on to people that don't need to be there? Now, I don't know if this was from WWE, blocking the whole yes, yes, yes copyright for Bryan Danielson. So now it's like I can't just let you have all this crop of talent. I got to get my get back in now. But it's like, if you know you're not going to do nothing with Miro, it isn't like Miro's in his 20s, Miro's in his 40s. Let him go. Just let them go, free up them funds, and invest in the television production because I do think, Private Party was old. If they weren't going to be in the main event, they were old for that moment to be bigger. And that was funds that could have been freed up to do that.
I agree. I agree. I think they need to start doing budget cuts. That's what they need to start doing. And yes, the fan will be like, "Oh, but you said you want to do this." At the end of the day, you're not a business person. None of us here are business people. We don't know what it takes to run a company. Like, so you can't get mad at a dude for doing certain shit to win for his company. You got to understand, everything is a business. We can talk about entertainment, we can talk about this, we can talk about that. Business is the most important thing in the world. when it comes to any type of form of entertainment, which is why in boxing you can't just get, oh, you're the best heavyweight and you're the best heavyweight, go at it. Nah, you're gonna have to make a deal where both guys are gonna get paid what they want to get paid,
Yep.
and it's gonna be reasonable and shit like that. And that's with wrestling. Yeah, just start doing budget cuts, start putting some business stuff in, start getting some more TV deals, and yeah, that's all I really gotta say. And you know what? I think AEW can benefit with what's it called? They're changing the stage a little bit, especially with the pay-per-views and stuff. I would like them to have like special pay-per-views like stage and stuff like that. Like
Yeah, yeah.
especially for something like All In and Wrestle Dream and shit like that. And Forbidden Door. So
Forbidden. I
yeah.
was gonna say that. I was gonna say. I'm gonna say this, y'all. I don't know if this is a hot take or not. I think all wrestling should be straight streaming, and this is why I say that. Right?
Yep.
Obviously, you still have a live crowd and shit like that, but I think we're kind of getting to the point where so for instance, like right now, I mean, hopefully y'all could multitask and do two things at once. I kind of don't give a fuck about watching SmackDown live. Like I can find ways to catch a replay. Like I would love for SmackDown to like Hulu streams shit live if it's on. And like Paramount Plus, they stream Thursday Night Football. Peacock, they stream the Super Bowl. I think we should be on some shit like that. Like Peacock has the PLEs and they have WWE's library. Why the fuck wouldn't you negotiate, hey, bruh? Because you already paid like four. It was billions. I remember. Why not negotiate, hey, bruh? I want NXT to be live on Peacock. CW is ass. Why the fuck is CW streaming? CW
I
has
think yeah.
NXT and All American. I don't give a fuck. I wait till All American gets on Netflix to start watching it. Like so,
Facts. Here's the thing, right? With the CW, if it's not a superhero shit, no one really talks about it.
yes,
And I think NXT should look at what happened with NWA. Because keep in
facts.
mind, not too long ago, NWA was in the CW and it didn't work out. My thing is, I think it's because they let them get that rate, that what's that thing? PG-14 rating or
Okay.
TV-14 rating. I think so. That's what I think. But I feel like they could have done something with Peacock where they would have gave them that type of rating as well. But again, that's why I think you got to go to like Amazon Prime, Netflix, and all these other things that let you do rated R stuff there. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think I know y'all want everything to be in one place, but let me say this: watching PLAs on Peacock is ass. And I'm gonna say why. I've had this experience multiple times. If you catch the shit, if you catch the shit where like let's say the shit started an hour ago and then I watch it. Once that shit ends on Peacock and I'm an hour behind, I gotta wait for the replay. I can't keep watching the shit until it's done. And then I was sometimes I used to miss the PLE and the shit wouldn't be posted immediately. I would have to wait till the next day to rewatch it. So Peacock is ass. On WWE Network, if I'm behind, I can still watch once the shit is done, it's up there. I can watch it. Like WWE Network is way better than Peacock, but if Peacock really wanted to, they can change their shit. I don't know why that's the policy. I'm watching the fucking PLE and I'm 30 minutes behind. The PLE ends 30 minutes ahead, and now I'm watching the fucking press conference. That doesn't make logical sense to me. I think Netflix and Amazon Prime would be better. And I know you guys want it on the same shit, but I don't care. I think Prime is something that SmackDown should be on. I think Netflix is good for Raw because at the end of the day, you're gonna have multiple streaming services anyway. So
Um, Yo, Couch, bro, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but this Indy Hartwell shit is just getting out of hand at this
keep
point.
going, keep going. We good. We
Bro,
live with it.
Indy Hartwell, who's released by WWE today, has a tag team match with Candice LeRae against Bailey and Naomi that's supposed to air tonight on SmackDown. Remember, SmackDown was pre-recorded because right now they're probably on their way to Saudi. Well, they are in Saudi now, but that's and people are saying that's a little awkward. You're gonna release someone and they already have a match taped for you and you're gonna use it.
That's why they
What's your
taped that
thoughts on that?
motherfucker. I mean, I feel like they did that in the 2019 budget cuts as well, though. I feel like they did the same shit. If I'm not
I
mistaken.
mean, but to be fair, it's just random because it's like, damn, you don't even have enough like respect for your talent to keep them while they still like, yeah, it's pre-recorded, it already happened, but like you're still using their likeness. I'm not saying, listen, obviously she's not this big star
Mhm.
that she should be, but she still has a fan base.
It's like the
So
NBA. I mean, they trade
yeah,
motherfuckers during the game, so you know.
I mean, but yeah, but that's one thing too. I don't know. It's just so. This is just so. This is really, really fucking random. What's your thoughts on that, OG and Humble?
My thoughts on it is the WWE way of doing things. You know, I remember Elimination Chamber being in Australia, and she was good enough to have a match there in the pre-show. What's changed now? So that's what has me concerned about this ID program. It's like sometimes the WWE way of creating stars and people just cannot be the set way. You know, Vampiro did it his own way. You know, Chris King did it his own way. Like you can't do everything the WWE way because you know everybody's just can't fit your mold. You know, they can't fit what you the standards you have set. And then you didn't really do right by her. She didn't get any TV time. You're not doing right by, you know, Candace. You know, you had I mean, I think Candace is going to be a nice plug in to this Nia Jax, Tiffany Stratton story, but then where does she go? You know, you really, when the writers are in the room, you know, you gotta really say who is strong enough to carry a story. And I just don't think that Shawn Michaels and Triple H are really sitting in the room to really have that conversation about who can carry the show and who is really a ratings grabber. And that's a letdown to the talent.
OG.
Yeah, man. I see Trav. I see you, bro. You know what? My opinion is this. I think all the tribalism should just stop to where what's better, WWE, but all that shit. I feel like if we can get all the other ones up to WWE level, then we all win. Just like at one point, WW, WWE was more popular than WCW, and then WCW was more popular, and then they had a even moment. So if we had three alternatives even across the board, then that would just be enough for everybody to eat, everybody to shine, and all of that. And then you wouldn't have to dictate like because it wouldn't be so harsh on who got a spot because it'd be open. Like if imagine if TNA was at the same level as WWE, but it was just TNA, and we had AEW, which is at the same shit. Then that's a whole nother thing. You know what I'm saying? So
I blame. So my issue with people, especially, is that they're dishonest. Number one, you're not watching the shit. You're just saying that it's ass either because of the ratings or just because you're gonna say that it's ass. One of y'all in the live literally said, "Hey, bro, you gotta watch All In." I said, "All right, whatever." I watched All In, and from since that point on, I kept up with fucking hey, Top Shot, what's going on? I kept up with fucking what's it called? AEW since then. And I'm like, this shit is pretty good. The only thing I don't like about AEW is that no selling shit is the most annoying shit ever. But recently, I've seen WWE do a lot of no selling bullshit, and they in
Facts.
WWE it's actually worse because the motherfuckers will no sell, and then they'll sell like right after that. If you're gonna no sell. Like the shit when Rhea Ripley headbutted Raquel, she no selled. They got her ass whooped. When Jacob Fatu no sells, he no sells, but then the motherfucker gets speared after. AEW, them motherfuckers no sell specials and finishers and signatures and then get back up. That's neither here nor there. But y'all don't understand. If AEW is better, then WWE has no choice but to get better. NBA 2K is ass because Live doesn't make games. Undisputed Boxing Game is ass because EA doesn't make Fight Night. Madden is ass because 2K doesn't make football. Do y'all not understand that with even competition
The
comes
fuck?
more creativity? The reason why motherfuckers on YouTube are making content and we're grinding hard like this is because there are too many of us going against one another. I don't watch nobody's shit, but I'll be like, damn, this motherfucker got 6,000 subscribers. I got 5.7. Why the fuck do I got 5.7? What's his titles? I watch this. I'm gonna kick up on his ass. But you need, if you're gonna be about this, you gotta have the mindset to want to improve. WWE before AEW came did not have to do shit different. That's why fucking Vince McMahon was booking like dog shit because he fuck it, whatever I do, it doesn't fucking matter. I can fuck bitches backstage and still book bullshit. That's what the fuck was going on. Now Triple H, he's still like, AEW compete with NXT. Let AEW really start kicking up. I'm fucking telling you, bro, Triple H is gonna be in trouble because he thinks he's the hot shit and he's fucking over TNA in a partnership. Meanwhile, if TNA had more money, TNA would be fucking with WWE. I'm telling you that shit right now.
Yo, I want y'all opinion on this. I didn't even know this. Y'all heard about what happened to Athena?
What happened?
I think she just solidified herself as the greatest heel of all time.
Mm.
Shorty just debuted a spinner championship
Oh
of
no!
herself.
Hold up.
She took the women's Ring of Honor championship and made it into a spinner belt. And everybody in the comments are saying this is the dumbest thing ever. And she's supposed to be a heel. So I think she just solidified herself as the biggest heel in all of professional wrestling because everybody hates that spinner belt. So the fact that she has a spinner belt, yo.
Hold on,
And I
I'm
think
about to DM top shotter in the building. If y'all know who top shotter is, y'all about to know if he can come through. Hey, y'all keep going. I gotta hit you up. I'm gonna hit you up on Instagram real quick.
all right. Humble and OG, what's your thoughts on that? Like she made her own spinner belt. Like she got her own spinner belt.
To be honest with you, I don't follow ROH, so it don't really impact me that much. You know what I'm saying? Like the only way I'll probably see that shit is on the mem on my Instagram and shit. Like I only come across certain ROH shit, but I don't like go
Right.
check it out. You know what I mean? But certain shit that it get a lot of attention, then I'll get to that part. So I'm a Google it now because you said it. But if you didn't say
Yeah.
it, I probably wouldn't have knew.
All right. What about you, Humble?
Well, one thing that wrestlers are gonna do is be their own best friends and their own cheerleaders. So I ain't mad at it. Get your spinner belt, Elvina, and then we need to have a sidebar with Tony Khan because he need to feature you on AEW television. Everybody else can rep their
Facts.
belt on AEW television. She need to rep her belt and
I
defend it.
agree. I agree because she's been holding this belt for like over 600 days. That's like, and the fact that she has not shown in AEW that much is really crazy considering the fact that the Ring of Honor belts have been passed around so many times and it's been on TV for a while now. So yeah, I agree with you on that.
My bad. Hey yo, let me say this, y'all. We got a guy here. He wrestles on the independents, but he come in, you might recognize him, bro. When the new bloodline was walking through the metal detectors, he was one of the security guards. Now y'all know the history of security guards in wrestling. Y'all seen what Sean Spears became. Y'all seen what MJF became. Y'all seen what a lot of guys became. So once I get him in here, man, y'all show some love to Top Shotter, man. He on the way. But yo, let me say this though, right? OG, I mean, OG. Let me ask you this, right? Do you genuinely think that Dominic Mysterio can be like a generational heel of this of what's going on right now, or are people just consumed with what he did with Rhea, what he doing with Liv, or do you think Dom is legit? Y'all already know how I feel, so I don't even got to speak on it.
Easy work. He can easily be a top shit doing what he doing. And see, the thing is, it's like what you was saying earlier. Boom. So a lot of people are stars, not necessarily because they were good, because they were so much put in our faces. So Dominic has mastered the arena. So he can all he needs to do is be doing the same. He don't have to change anything. But if it's more focus on him, then it's just more people, you know what I'm saying? It's just more opportunity because now he's doing the same shit, but now he's the focal point of the show because he's the champ. So now instead of two segments, he getting five, and then he gets to talk shit. Instead of the one beef, he can talk shit about everybody because everybody, when you're the champ, everybody wants you. So he's getting that heat to everybody. So yeah, I for sure think that.
Yeah, Dominic has
Go
it.
ahead.
Dominic gets under people's skin, and I think why it's probably hurting. What's hurting him is this little love triangle
Yep.
situation. But I think if they were to do it right, by like having, Liv portray Dom. I think Dom could also go on a good babyface run, you know, as be like
Mm.
the next Eddie Guerrero and run wild with his mullet and just run through people.
It's funny you
Can,
say that. I'm gonna let you
uh-huh.
go, Ricky. It's funny you say that because I feel like we see we got a group chat. We the IWC Wolf Pack. So we had a group chat. I feel like I told y'all if you could do the opposite with Dominic Mysterio. The way he is like getting booed every time he touched the mic now. Imagine he was a babyface, but every time he tried to touch the mic, he gets cheered instead. Like he can never cut a promo because people keep cheering for him. Oh my gosh, I think they're gonna do some shit like that. Ricky, what you got?
So here's my thing, right? I agree with Humble. I think he can make an amazing um work as a babyface because you know what they say. In order to you to be a good babyface, you have to be the most hated guy in the company, and that worked for Roman. Here's the thing, though. You say he can have this Eddie Guerrero run. I think so too. But here's the thing. One thing WWE did wrong with Eddie Guerrero, they never made him a world champion when he was a heel, and we can all agree his best work was when he was a heel. So I need Dom to be so good at being a heel that when he finally wins that world championship as a heel, they're gonna throw garbage at him like they did when Hogan turned heel. That's how I want that to happen. So much so that eventually he'll go into this amazing heel run, and then eventually someone will betray him, or maybe he'll wake up and defend his dad finally and shit, and then um go on to that amazing babyface run.
It, it,
Hello?
it's Top Shot in the build. There we go. Hey,
Oh snap!
guys, what's going on? Let
What's
me
up with it?
introduce.
What's up with it, man?
We
What's
got the
good? What's
top
good?
shot in the building, man. He had to pat down Jacob Fatu. He lucky he put Jacob Fatu in solo and all them guys over. If not, he probably would have whooped their ass high key. We got the top shot in the building, man. What's going on, bro? Nice to meet you finally. OG talk about you all the time, man.
Hey, man, I appreciate it. Shoot, because of Mr. Afi King up here, that's the reason why I'm doing this wrestling shit. I wasn't watching it for like 20 years, and then he was sending me clips, and something in me was like, man, if they can do it, I can do it. You know what I'm saying? You mind if I hit a promo for you?
Shit, you got it.
Yeah, man. They call me Travis Alexander. You know what I'm talking about? The top shotter, the Don Dada. I got the sauce to make your chick holler, you know? From Spain to Spokane, they know my name. And when it comes to the ladies, well, they be losing their patience when they smell my fragrance, you know? Because when I slide through and make my debut, I be leaving with a chick that got more cake than Rikishi Fatu. No Diddy, big pause on that player. Hey, man. You don't think I'm just the normal light skinned mixed pretty boy, man, because you run up on me, I'll beat the blood out your ass to the white meat show. Uh-huh. This ain't no gimmick. I'm over.
The internet hating on you, bro. It's all good though.
Yeah, nice meeting you. Good promo.
You know, like, he gonna come back. He gonna listen. Y'all see his Instagram. Y'all go follow him, bro. I'm telling y'all. Cause AOG is he in the same area code as you?
Yeah, he in Cali,
See,
Bay
that's
Area.
why. See, they want us to be on some Pac and Biggie shit. They don't want us to collab for real, bro. They hate we East Coast, y'all West Coast. That's why they're not trying to fuck with it.
Facts.
But it's all good, man. I definitely want to once it get right. I definitely want to ask him about. Look, yeah, it was too much internet. Yep, too much sauce. The internet started hating on him and shit. But yo, let
Too
me
much
ask you
sauce,
this,
man.
right? You was talking about the no selling, right? So you say AEW does it a
Uh
lot
huh.
worse. Like, but if you were given the opportunity, like, what would you do as far as AEW go? And they telling you about like, hey yo, you about to get your first match is Leo Rush. Like, hit a couple no sells. Like, well, what do you think about that?
They tell you hit a couple of those cells. That's a hell of
Hey, you guys can hear me now, right? Because I'm going
yeah.
inside of my house. So I got internet. Hold on, let me get to this room real quick. My bad. I appreciate y'all letting me on.
Nah, you
Um,
good, bro. They say
so you said,
you the top shotter, but Leo Rush gonna kick you in the face 5 times, so you better not sell that bitch.
um, So in my opinion, right, like it's kind of on y'all. Like when you wrestle, you have you go over what you want to do to a certain extent before that. Now, what the problem is in wrestling today is a lot of the wrestlers they can't. It's called canning everything. They try to remember everything before they go out there, and then that's why you see the stuff and it looks like a choreographed like gymnastic performance right now instead of a wrestling match. Because back in the day, you might go over what moves you might do, but you didn't really can it. You called it in the ring. You went off of what the crowd was doing. So if you had like good crowd reaction on something, you kind of roll with that. Honestly, like I hate no selling. That's one thing. Like I'm not trying to act like I'm the best ever. I've only been doing it for a year, but I have been making waves in my area. I like to lay a shit in and make it look physical. So if somebody no sells my shit, I'm gonna just blast them, and that's what you're supposed to do, because no selling is disrespectful to you and it's disrespectful to the business, because you're supposed to make it look like moves are devastating. So less is more. Why would I want you to hit me with five German suplexes when you can just hit me with one big one? You know what I mean? Because each time you have to keep hitting that German suplex, you cheapen the value.
Can I want to say this. I think no sell only works if the gimmick or the character makes sense. Like Sting, when he got hit with chairs, it never affected him. That makes sense. Kane, that makes sense. Braun Strowman, that makes sense. But as far as like Will Ospreay, Daniel Bryan, Daniel Garcia, all these other guys doing no selling, it's like, what is the point? Like your finisher has no meaning. At this point, your matches is not like, oh, it's over. He hit the finisher. It's like, oh, he hit the finisher. Let's see. Oh, he kicked out. Okay. How many more finishers, you know? So
Right.
I agree with what you just said, man. Like, I think it is a little disrespectful, especially because and the crazy part is the same fans that will defend stuff like, oh, no selling is a good thing, are the same ones that say they like New Japan wrestling. If you look at New Japan, they always hitting each other hella hard, so much so that the dude's on the floor for at least a minute before he gets up.
Hmm.
So I think this no selling shit, unless it's not a part of the character, you shouldn't be doing no selling. You better sell the shit out of that punch. I don't like, like whatever it is, you better sell it.
Yeah,
Yeah. Nah, I agree with that.
top
Yeah.
shotters, bro. Did you watch that triple threat with Ricochet, Will Ospreay, and fucking bro, the who won the match?
Takeshita.
So, like you brought up about the choreographed shit. Listen, I'm cool with certain things because you have to do certain things to make the spot look good.
Yeah.
But I'm like, yo, I always was like, yo, yeah, I want to see Will Ospreay versus Seth Rollins, blah blah blah. Once I seen that match, I'm like, why the fuck is Will Ospreay doing a one hand cartwheel back handspring like he's Simone what you call it? I'm like,
Simone Biles. Yeah.
I thought Ricochet. I mean, not Ricochet. I thought Will Ospreay wasn't like that. But I'm like, I know he's not a fucking spot junkie, and I've been watching the wrong matches because every match I watched from Will Ospreay, he wasn't doing like shit like that. Like him and Ricochet literally did two cartwheels over each other. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. And then I just put on my Facebook, I had put something where I said, hey, in my opinion, like you know how they hit that Marvel pose after they do that damn
mm-hmm.
flips and all that. I said
Ricochet.
they need to make a rule in wrestling that if you hit that Marvel pose in a match, you get DQ'd because that shit's hella weak.
That's what they be doing.
Because
They
that's
keep doing that superhero landing. That
right.
shit, yeah.
And the thing is, bro, if you, like me personally, if you do that in a match, I'm gonna cut you off and hit you with something big. Like I'm gonna hit you with a good stiff clothesline. Because you know, what I mean, now I haven't have anybody do that to me, right? And what people call like, I'll be real, I've had problems with certain wrestlers lately because I like to lay it in. Lay it in means you hit them in spots that are safe, but it's hard. For example, the JBL clothesline from hell. He lays that shit in. People love that shit, but he hits you in safe areas, but he's doing it very physical. In this day and age, a lot of wrestlers are very soft. There's a lot of wrestlers that have not even been in a street fight. So if you lay it in, they think what's called shooting on you, which means you're trying to like hurt them for real. It's like, no, this is how wrestling used to be. I've had to talk to my like promotion owners and be like, yeah, this guy said I was hitting him too hard. And then these guys grew up in the era where they were wrestling in the 80s and the 90s. and they'll be like, "Nah, that guy's just soft. Keep doing what you're doing." You know what I'm saying? And that's the problem with wrestling today. Like, if you were laying it in, you wouldn't need to do 1,000 moves. You could just do one hard clothesline, one vicious body slam, one really hard suplex, and then you let it breathe. And then people go, "Oh, damn, he suplexed the shit out of him." Now, I still got to improve, but my brother, you've seen my clips, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't I
Well, I
seem
like the clip when you tripped
Mhm.
old boy after he bounced off.
right?
That shit's funny as hell. I ain't gonna
And
hold you.
and that shit was hella simple though, right?
Yeah.
And that's my style. It's like simple, but it looks like some real shit. I'm not even in WWE yet, but and I can still improve. But you've seen my moves. I don't do anything spectacular, but I make it look like I'm kicking ass in there.
Yeah. And you know what? I appreciate that because I will say this. I feel like, especially now that Gunther is world champion, that style of wrestling is coming back. Like not this fast paced thing, like this slow pace, but like effective thing. Because at the end of the day, we can all say, "Oh, wrestling shouldn't be realistic," but let's be real. Ain't no way y'all want to keep seeing two cruiserweights drop kick each other, then do a kick up, then super kick each other at the same time, then do another kick up, then do some weird rolling shit, and then hey, we're gonna land like Spider Man and shit. Like no, like Rey Mysterio is probably the best high flyer of all time and the best luchador of all time. You don't see him getting up after he gets his ass slammed. He
Right.
sells that shit.
Let
So
me let
yeah.
me be the devil's advocate though, because we all grown. Is that shit over with the kids though? Because we're not kids no more. So maybe it's over enough with the kids to where it's worth them doing it because the kids eating that shit up.
I'm gonna
So
say
here's the
no.
thing,
I'm
OG
gonna say
though.
no
Here's
though.
the thing, OG.
Go, Rick.
AEW is not a kid friendly
I'm
company.
about to say. I was about to say that.
So
Um,
I have seen kids pop up in that show. But bro, you can tell that they definitely going for the hardcore
Hmm.
adults. And WWE, if we talking about 2011 all the way to 2017, 18, 19, yeah, for sure. But again, I'm noticing in WWE, I'm seeing more grown people. And also, you got to remember this. Everybody keeps talking about the kids. Bro, a lot of these kids know exactly what everything is at a young age, bro. Like, these kids know what the hell smoking is. They know what the hell drinking is.
I was about to
Bro,
say that.
I'm not even trying to be funny. Before I was even 11, I already had sex, bro. No funny shit. So, and I'm thinking to myself, if that's what I was doing as a kid, I can only imagine what these young ass kids know. Because keep in mind, they're trying to go for the hood demographic. If you a kid and you're in the hood, you probably already seen some fucked up shit. You probably know how everything works. So you got to keep in mind, a lot of these kids are maturing and learning shit they shouldn't learn or shouldn't know, but they're learning at a young age. So to even say with the kids, if it's innocent little kids that like Marvel movies where they see Spider-Man do a couple flips, then yeah. But then you also got kids that they seen the real world already, and they probably be like, all right, bro, this shit choreographed. Go to that real shit. Go
Kids
to
like yeah.
that Gunther chops and shit.
Kids are dressing up as Dominic Mysterio for Halloween. They don't want to see Ricochet dress up as the White Power Ranger. That's some shit we probably
Facts.
enjoy more. But before we keep going, humble, humble? Throw another hot topic in there, and I want Top Shotter to react to the hot topic, you guys. I know you got you. Humble got some
Yeah.
shit for us.
no, all
Okay.
good. I did want to comment though on Gunther.
Mm.
Like,
Real quick, real quick.
yeah, I like Gunther a lot because, like me, I love chops. I love
Mm.
getting them and I love taking them. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, you can see, I got like scars on my chest from taking chops from certain people. And it's like, I love them, bro. And honestly, there's a lot of wrestlers that don't like taking chops. You know what I'm saying? I like them because they're easy ways to get the crowd involved and you don't have to take bumps. So I like Gunther. I actually want to get into a match with them and have a chop off, to be honest with you.
That's dope. I agree with that. But I'm gonna let Humble go ahead
Yeah,
though.
yeah,
Go
humble
go
got
ahead, Humble.
Man, no problem. So good conversation. I wanted to discuss that what goes into a match because as you all notice how the Bronson Reed and Seth Rollins feud got started was those tsunamis. Reports came out that those six tsunamis were not planned. Like Seth didn't know those six tsunamis was coming. So it's like I really want to know the psychology of that because everybody was like, everybody said, look, this is how you got to do. You got to rip the band-aid off. You got to be aggressive. Even Mark Henry in his recent interview with Ice Cube's son, O'Shea Jackson Jr., he was saying, you know, Chris Benoit and Eddie Guerrero was like telling me how I was letting them down, how they needed my angrier side. So it's like I'm just curious to know how you balance the physicality of the wrestling and we're also trying to tell a good story. I wanted to see how you fellas felt about that because they said that six tsunami thing was not scripted.
So I'll say this. I think the part that was scripted was he was supposed to do it more than once. But I think the part where he did it 6 times wasn't supposed to be, just because the way they reacted when he tried to go for the seventh one, they legit told him, "Yo, that's enough." Like they legit moved Seth and dragged his ass out the way. So I truly believe that it was like, "Hey, do 2 or 3," but everybody kept saying one more time, and I think Seth was cool with it until he couldn't take no more, and then that's when they had to step in and be like, "All right, that's enough." So, but as far as what Mark Henry said and stuff like that, I think what he's saying is valid. And I think Undertaker says something like this, like I want to say a good year ago, or probably a year before. He's saying that a lot of these wrestlers are like they're getting a little too soft, and I think that's because the problem with, especially in WWE, man, it's a lot of nepotism. Like you don't got guys like listen, I'm trying to become a pro wrestler, right? I've been through enough in my life where if someone accidentally hits me hard or hits me hard, I'm gonna be like, all right, I'll just get my receipt. Boom, that's it. I'm not gonna bitch and cry about it. But I feel like a lot of reason why these wrestlers are like, oh my god, this hurt for real, this that, and they want to like, and I get it, yeah, you getting hurt, but that's you should know that's what you're getting yourself into when you go into something as professional wrestling. And I think the big reason is because a lot of them are nepotism. Like a lot of them, their dad, like for example, Charlotte was like I never seen Charlotte ever go through this, but I wouldn't be surprised if Charlotte gets hit for real and then she makes this whole big deal and stuff. And it's like, all right, that's I wouldn't be surprised. But Ric Flair, who came from nothing, he probably took that ass whooping and be like, all right, it is what it is. I'll get my lick back. And I think instead of wrestlers having that mindset of, oh wait, I know what I'm getting myself into. Of course, I'm going to get hurt from time to time. This isn't ballet, like, and I'll just get my lick back. Like, for example, John Cena's the best at always taking like real hits. Like when his nose broke, he ain't bitch, he ain't complain. He still wrestled with Seth Rollins and still continue a great match, and he did what he had to do. And again, maybe certain people are not used to it, but again, I think it also goes to the background of these wrestlers. Like if you were like raised up with nice loving home and stuff like that, and you really never been through anything, never been into a real fight, then yeah, you probably gonna not be like, oh damn, this shit hurt. And there's guys that like have been jumped before, have been like, bro, I've been pistol whipped. Like I had a whole gun go like legit in my head, so I know a chop's gonna hurt, but I ain't gonna bitch about it because it's like, bro, I had a gun get hit in my head. These and there's a metal gun. Like, come on, bro. I'm pretty sure a little chop I'm not gonna bitch over a little chop, considering the fact that I've been through this, I've been through that. Like, you know what I mean? So I think when it comes to these wrestlers becoming soft, it's their background, it's what they went through and what haven't they been through. But that's just me.
You got to take
Um,
a top shotter.
yeah. So I'm just again, I've only been doing this for a year, but I've already made some waves. I'm already pretty like well liked in my region. So I'll just give my experience. So um, I was doing martial arts in, jujitsu and MMA training for years before I got into wrestling. I didn't watch wrestling since like the end of the Attitude, the beginning of the Ruthless Aggression era. Like I said, Afi got me into this because he kept sending me clips. And to me, the wrestling got soft from the clips I saw. I was like, this is not what I grew up on. You know what I mean? Um, so I was just going to be a manager because I thought I was too old, but I knew I had good mouthpiece. I knew I could pop it. Honestly, I think that's my strength. And I think even if I got to WWE now, I could out talk most of the wrestlers there. But with that said, when I got in, you know what I'm saying? I noticed that a lot of the guys that were doing wrestling, they didn't come from athletic backgrounds. They were kind of like emo people, or kind of were more into like comic books and stuff like that, and raised in better homes, or maybe didn't have fathers and stuff. So it was softer. Whereas the industry back in the day, there was like no MMA at the time, and they really were protecting the business. So when you came in, they didn't tell you it was, a work, which means it's predetermined. They didn't tell you that at first. You had to prove you were tough enough to do it, because they were protecting the business. Then once that they saw that you were good enough, they would call what's called smartening you up, which would be like, hey, this is a work, and we do this because we're trying to make money at this. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have to be able to do this 5 days a week. So there's a way you have to operate. There's a way we do things where it looks physical, and it is physical, but we're also saving ourselves so we can do this night after night after night. So the business has changed, and now you don't have gatekeeping anymore. People aren't getting stretched, and they're not being like, hey, like, if you want to come in, you got to deal with getting your ass whooped a little bit. Like, if you go to martial arts, I did jujitsu, you're getting your ass whooped by cats when you first go in there. And then as you keep going, you start whooping ass back. But that process has left wrestling, and that's why you see the product there is today. You watch like the indies, a lot of guys can't even throw good working punches. You'll be like, their punches look whack. That was one of the first things they told me when they came in. They're like, damn, your punches look good. You know what I mean? 'Cause I know how to put snap on it. You know what I'm saying? But that's because I've been jumped. I've seen people get shot. I've, been in fights. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to say I'm the biggest tough guy. I'm not. But I mean, I went in there and people were just like, nah, like, you seem like you can fight for real. And I'm like, well, I can, because I've been trained. You know what I mean? So you don't have a lot of guys like that coming through wrestling right now. Or if they have that, they don't have the charisma to go with it.
Mm.
You know what I'm
So
saying?
I want to say this. I agree with everything you just said, because like I think if you want to be a good professional wrestler, you should learn some grappling, some technical wrestling, and some striking. Now people be like, "Oh, at that point, you might as well just become an MMA guy." Here's the thing, right? You gotta understand.
Nope.
Randy Orton is one of the best wrestlers of all time because he knows how to throw a punch. Randy is probably I'm gonna say this. Randy is probably the best wrestler when it comes to those punches. Those shit looks realistic as fuck. There's guys that do a certain punch where it just doesn't look right. Like
Hmm.
in a good example of someone that does the punches and just striking good is Damian Priest. He has been doing mixed martial arts his whole life, and he's translating that to his wrestling, and now he's different from every other tall big guy, you know. So
Hmm.
I think, because I always said, if when I try to do wrestling, I'm gonna learn some jiu-jitsu and stuff, because I feel like you gotta learn some type of real fighting style too, and also it's beneficial too. Because look at Kurt Angle. You think Kurt Angle would have been as good as he did if he wasn't an Olympic level wrestler?
Oh no.
Olympic,
Yeah.
like the suplexes, the grappling, the spinning around, all that stuff he did on when he had you on that mat. It was realistic because he was a legit. Same thing with guys who were underrated, like Steve Blackman from the Attitude Era. Another dude. He wasn't by no means he was no big star, but when you watch this shit, you thought he was knocking these motherfuckers out. You
Hmm.
thought he was kicking the fuck out of them. Like you thought that
Hmm.
shit. So I think a wrestler should learn some type of fighting style, and the best is probably wrestling or some type of grappling and a couple of maybe kickboxing and stuff. Like Aleister Black too. He does a lot of
Hell yeah.
kickboxing,
Oh yeah, he's
and
dope.
we all love Aleister Black. I cannot find one person that does not like his style.
Damian Priest.
Yeah, I said that earlier with the whole mixed martial arts, and the thing with Damian Priest too. He's not just punching neither. He's like throwing elbows too. So he's adding so much to it. Like there's a lot of guys that are taking like these fighting classes and stuff, and they're making it look good for the wrestling shit, and I appreciate that.
I will
Yeah,
say,
Karen Cross
my bad, my bad.
recently, yeah, no, I'm sorry. Karen Cross recently had a video where he broke the bats. I don't know if you
Yep.
brother saw that. So
Yeah.
he's got a fight style in him, and I really do wish they would bring that more out in his character so
Hmm.
people could see that side of Karen Cross.
I'll
Oh,
say,
Hmm.
I'll
I
say
swear
this.
that'd be the most threatening Karen Cross of all time. Like, imagine, and those were real bats too.
Yeah.
So The fact that they're not letting him do stuff like that, it's like that's how Mark Henry got over. Mark Henry was flipping and bending stuff over.
Hmm.
Have Henry Cross like break a wood baseball bat and not a fake one because they be using that cheap wood that you can easily snap a lot of times. Like let the fact that the dude can do it with a real bat, just let him do that.
I'll say this, right? So like y'all was basically alluding to, right? It ain't about being the toughest, the biggest, the baddest motherfucker in the world, motherfucker. I posted some shit the other day. One of I don't know if he was a subscriber, but what he's like, bro, I thought you was bigger than that. I'm like, nah, motherfucker, I'm only 5'6". But the reason why you think I'm bigger is because you can kind of tell motherfuckers who actually like going through the motions. Me and Ricky, we both from Jersey. Ricky from Patterson, I'm from Newark. So if you know anything about Jersey, you kind of know those two areas aren't the best areas in the world. I feel like wrestling is pushing motherfuckers who are like on some John Morant shit. John Morant was playing with guns and shit on social media. John Morant went to a fucking prep school and grew up in a house with
Hmm.
his mommy and daddy
He
and went
lived in the
to
suburbs.
AAU. So it's kind of like a motherfucker like Damian Priest was in the streets of New Jersey, in New York, fucking grinding and shit. That's why his shit is believable. Gunther, if you know anything about where the fuck motherfuckers overseas is from, they kind of get they on some. If you seen Creed 2, when
Hmm.
Drago his son ain't had no fucking money and they poor and shit, that's what Drago was kind of on. So you know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Like I feel like guys like that really know how to like sell it, and other motherfuckers, bro. If I'm like, bro, I'm gonna give you a stiff shot, bro. You gotta take it. Like I'm a small motherfucker, but I have a mouthpiece. Me and OG Alpha Kingdom, we already talked about. We'll be writers or some shit, but I'll be a manager and I'll take a power bomb through a table and I won't complain about the shit. Seth Rollins is one of the goats because if Bronson Reed would have hit him that seventh time, he would have took it and he wouldn't have said shit. I fucking guarantee you that. Even backstage, like, good shit, bro. You look strong. That's why Seth Rollins to
Yeah.
me is the greatest right now. Roman, no. Seth Rollins, Kenny Omega, guys like that are the upper echelon to me. Roman just got that aura. He got that shit about him. That is just I don't know what it is now. That motherfucker look different. He got his teeth done. He put more water in his hair. It's just something about him right now. I was like, all right, bro, you got it. So you know what I'm saying? That's what it is, bro. What a me and Ricky Shadow already know. If Ricky Shadow he get put on, he need a manager. I'm taking that power bomb. I'm a Prince Nana that bitch all I can. But OG, what you think about what's going on in ring wise? I know me and I know you write books. I'm about to start getting my shit. What's going on?
Um, my main shit is the no selling shit. If I could repair anything, that'd be like the first thing that I go to because it fucks up the psychology of a match. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if you just the only way the match is good is because you like the wrestler and he got certain shit that you want to see him pull off. But other than that, just like the pinfalls at the secondary move. If they just changed those two things and left everything the same, pins on secondary moves, none of this five special shit, two at the max, pin three counts on secondary moves, and um, for show selling, the matches wouldn't be predictable. Like you literally would watch a match and you wouldn't know who would gonna win. You know what I'm saying? Because now the niggas do the secondary moves. You already know it's gonna be a two. Like what if when they start popping them threes off of them, then you're gonna be like, oh shit. Then you're gonna pay attention when they pull that shit off. You know what I'm saying? When Sheamus do the razor's edge and shit, you're gonna be like, oh shit. You ain't gonna be like, oh okay, let's see how good he does it this time. He ain't finna get a pinfall. You know what I mean? So just those two things. Um,
Real quick before you keep going. This is what motherfuckers was mad at me. This is what I was saying about Halloween Havoc. I don't know if y'all watched this shit. The matches was cool, but once they got to the end, the finish was like, damn, what the fuck? How the fuck did that happen that fast? How the fuck does Obafemi didn't even take finishers from these motherfuckers. They just did some regular shit. And he get pinned. How the fuck did I forgot who took the pin. I'm sure. I'm almost sure it's probably Cora Jade. I'm like, how the fuck did we get here that fast? How the fuck did Kaylani Jordan beat fucking JCJ and then old girl, that fucking fat. I'm like, whoa, these finishes, it's not even a sequence. It's kind of like this motherfucker did a DDT and won. I'm like, whoa, she didn't even hit a signature. I'm like, whoa, Obafemi ain't even get. I'm like, holy shit, like some shit like that is kind of throwing me off. And NXT hasn't had a bad PLE for me, but Halloween Havoc for me, I'm not gonna lie, that shit was like a 6 out of 10 because the finish
And it's like I
was
don't think
hella quick. Mm-hmm.
yeah, and like I don't like the Oval match because I was like the whole thing with Toby, the story of Tony D was
Mm-hmm.
he didn't feel like he could do it by himself. How you gonna have Adriana Rizzo and Luca and Stats come out there like the ending of the Avengers and take down and do all this stuff to Oba? That wasn't the story y'all was telling. The story needed to be his hurdle and the hurdle he needs to get over, which was Oba. So
Yes.
I was a little sour on that. Roxanne took the pin. But like I said, I think they did Cora Jade a disservice because she
Mm-hmm.
really should have did like a stint in TNA before she got into that match. I noticed that everybody else from Stephanie, Julia, they got matches, but I'm like the girl that just came back, she need a match the most before she jump in that ring.
Yes. How do you make a TLC? Here's my thought. They made a TLC match with pinfalls and submission. So I was like, oh, so that means
That's what
Overfemi
threw
is
me
taking a
off.
clean pin because Tony D'Angelo is going to overcome. Ricky the Shadow hit me up, said, oh, they doing a TLC match so that Overfemi don't look weak. I said, yeah, but then what they changed it, I was like,
Hmm.
oh, so Tony D'Angelo is going to definitively beat him, only to bring back the family and then Nikita
Hmm.
Lyons don't interfere, but Rizzo gets her on Tuesday. Like Shawn Michaels has been doing a great job, but that was a big fuck up for me because they're strong. Let me ask Top Shot of this: how do you feel about this strong booking shit? For example, Rhea Ripley is going against 5 motherfuckers. Not only does she whoop the two women's ass, she whoops Dominic's ass. Damian Priest, he loses to Dominic Mysterio, but Damian Priest still got to whoop Dominic, JD, and Carlito ass. But not only that, Raquel, who is bigger than Rhea Ripley, is scared to confront Damian Priest in the ring, but Rhea Ripley would have went in there and whooped anyone's ass essentially. So how do you feel about this strong booking era that Triple H is doing? Because it's only Triple H, respectfully.
Um, I mean, it'd be like hit or miss sometimes. Like honestly, too, I'll be real with you. I be in and out on the product sometimes. Like, I watch it and there's things I like and there's things I don't like. I think things can work if the characters are strong enough to do it. And sometimes I think they don't know what their character's strengths and weaknesses are. And that's why you see some of that stuff. Like, I don't know, like if I'm gonna be somebody that's gonna be strong, or if I see somebody that's gonna be strong in the current product to me, I would have people like Braun Breaker or Jacob Fatu doing stuff like that. Because those dudes just they have that edge. You know what I'm saying? If I watch them, those guys have that edge to me. Where I'm like, those are the guys that should be doing that. Like honestly, um, like Jacob Fatu, we haven't even seen what he can really do. Like that, you know what
God.
I'm saying? Like that was the first wrestler
Yeah.
when I came on the indie scene.
Hmm.
I'll be real, I kind of was like, okay, who's catching my eye? And people would say people's names, I'd be like, nah, you know what I mean? But then when I saw Jacob Fatu, I was like, oh shit! I was like, this guy's incredible. That's you can't say nepotism with him. You know what I mean? That dude's
Yeah.
very talented. So I don't know. I just again, like it's just my opinion. But I'm very attitude era, ruthless aggression era bias, and I just think right now the stuff's kind of a little too cookie cutter.
Ricky, before you go,
Hmm.
I'm on Instagram. This is my issue with Triple H and his booking, right?
Hmm.
Tiffany Stratton just cut a promo, said, I'm going to cash in and definitely get one of these titles. So here's the thing, right? Even if she cashes in unsuccessful, if she doesn't cash in, it's a letdown for all the fans. But if she does cash in, why the fuck do you keep spoiling every surprise? Just like when Cody came back at the last Royal Rumble before he won. Why did you have to promote that? Triple H is the fucking worst when it comes to surprises. Like, bruh, you ain't Tiffany didn't have to cut this promo. Motherfuckers didn't even know Tiffany was gonna be in Saudi Arabia. So now you just kind of, if she does cash in, it's like whatever. But like if she doesn't cash in successfully, it's like damn, bro, you just kind of wasted another moment type shit. I just wanted to get that out because I am predicting that Tiffany does cash in on Nia Jax. But with this shit that she just did, I'm kind of like, damn, she's probably not going to now because they're gonna keep building the story. But OG, what you about to get into, man?
I'm a fuck with SmackDown.
SmackDown, man. What y'all? Let me ask everybody one by one.
I've been stayed off the internet, so I hadn't even like looked at it at all.
One by, but fuck tonight. I'm gonna ask all of y'all one by one, and I'm gonna go first. What y'all think the rankings are as far as shows? I know Top Shot, they say you don't be tapped in, but you kind of know. So
Yeah, I kind of know.
ranking 1, 2, 3, Raw, SmackDown, NXT. This is kind of, I'm still gonna go Raw, NXT, SmackDown. The only reason why I say that because at the end of the day, star power does make a difference. NXT might have more diversity, and I'm not talking about race. I'm talking about you got the low card at NXT is cooking every other low card. The mid card at NXT, there's a mid card women's championship. So for me to say that the mid card is ass would not make logical sense to me. The only thing actually in NXT that's lacking is the upper card, which Humble mentioned and that I agreed with. Trick Williams has no opposition, but I guarantee you that Ridge Holland is probably going to be the champion because for some reason they want him to succeed because he wouldn't have went back to NXT and had the run that he's had unless they want him to actually do something. So I'm going to turn it over to Humble, and then I'm going to go Ricky, then I'm going to go Top Shot, and I'm going to go OG. So Humble, what you think?
So right now, SmackDown is the one with the hot hand, sadly. Naomi, I think, really deserves a chance at Nia's belt. Naomi been killing it. She has. I would say number two comes in NXT because I'm excited about Kalani's chase to get the North American title back. And I'm excited for like Soul and Jasmine, the Fatal Influence. I know everybody be ripping on it, but Fatal Influence, I mean, they got Jasmine Nix clean, polished in that ring now. Because at Halloween Havoc, she was doing it. She was doing it better than Cora Jade, who, you was a NXT 2.0, entrance. So it's like, I will say NXT is number two because the girls are getting it. And then number three is Raw because I just feel so bad for Damian Priest. He just looked so checked out in that main event with Dominic Mysterio. Like it's like I think he's hitting his ceiling. I feel for Sheamus. He looks checked out when he comes out. I just feel like Raw right now has a real weak roster.
Oh, shit. Ricky, what you got?
Yeah.
Then OG, the Top Shot.
So damn, I'm gonna have to disagree with Humble just because I think Raw. Here's the thing. I'm trying to pick between Raw and NXT to be number one because
Mm-hmm.
NXT has the better women's division. You gotta put that in check, and Raw
Mhm.
doesn't, and stuff like that. And also, when we're done with this, I want to ask y'all something about Damian Priest, but this is after.
Bet.
But I'm gonna tell SmackDown's number three because take the bloodline shit away. Does anybody really care about SmackDown? Cody's reign is ass, and no one else is there. LA Knight's not getting treated right. He's literally carrying himself. Bro, let me tell you how much SmackDown is really not that good. We got four people talking about professional wrestling, how much they love it, and we're doing it while SmackDown is being currently on right now. That's how trash SmackDown is. That we're not even ending the stream. We are still talking because first it got spoiled already, and I saw that shit, and I hated that I saw it because I wasn't even realizing I saw it, and then even then it's like okay, but it's like they announced the match, um, what you call it, like a few days ago with the bloodline shit, so it's spoiled for you already. So it's like SmackDown is it is crazy because it felt like just yesterday SmackDown was
SmackDown
the
was better.
hottest show
Yep.
in all of professional wrestling.
Yep.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I think you know what I'm gonna have to give it to NXT just because
I got you.
the fact that they got a mid card title for the women, that's people think that's oh that's no big deal. That is. Now you got more people like hey you're not ready to give this woman like let's say Jetta Parker. I don't see her winning the NXT Women's Championship soon. Not with all the talent that's there.
North American,
But
though.
Yeah, exactly. She
Okay.
can win the North American one. She can easily and still get over. So you know what? I'm gonna have to give it to NXT, man. NXT's doing their thing, and you know what? And for a brand that's not even those titles are not even world championships. They for some reason they count as the reigns for the women's to be Grand Slam champ or whatever, but they're not even world
Mm,
titles, and they feel more legit to me.
this nigga's cooking, bro. I don't know.
Like let's keep it a buck.
Mm,
NXT is still technically a development brand,
I didn't even
and
think
they got the best. Bro, first of all, they got the best looking championship belt. That North American title,
that shit
you can
sexy.
easily take it. Take the North American name out and put world title on it, and do a couple of tweaks. You got a world title right there.
That shit sexy.
Like, bro, Shawn Michaels knows what he's doing. Shawn Michaels cooking. He's not trying too hard, in my opinion, with certain shit. So yeah, I don't know, man.
Let,
NXT got it.
hey,
Don't care
Ricky,
what
let,
anyone
let
say.
OG, yo, this, hey, y'all, before OG go, I told Ricky the Shadow he need to drop 3 videos on wrestling per week. This
Yeah, I got y'all
is
that.
cooking, bro. This is my guy. This is my bruh for a reason. Hey, OG, go, man. Ricky the Shadow is my bro for a reason, yo. Go.
uh, I don't know. It's kind of hard for me because I kind of like wrestling as a whole, and I don't. I like. It's like I like them all at different times based on the storylines. But if I really had to choose, I'd say NXT just because it's like having a small baby, right? And he grows up to be something. Because I was watching NXT when it was a game show,
Game show.
and I
Ah!
seen it evolve to even. I seen it evolve so much that we're even having this conversation.
Facts.
That was some joke shit at first.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Had niggas running around timing them and shit like that. It wasn't even wrestling at first. It was on some MTV crossover type vibe. So for that for it to be considered like which one you like the most, I got to go with NXT. And then I'm just an underdog type of person too.
Me too.
And Sean,
Yeah.
I like the way Sean books. He ain't scared. He's not scared to take chances and go outside of what people think they want. He's telling the audience what to want at this point.
Hey, yo. Jude is cooking right now. My fault. I'm looking at the comment section. Me and we with you, us and Jude be going back and forth, but this motherfucker been cooking for a minute. Top shotter, what you got?
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. Like, as far as what stands out to me the most, like the shining star stuff to me is some of the stuff from NXT. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, yeah, their women are strong. Like, in my opinion, like Lola Vice and Jada Parker, you got to put the future into them. You know what I'm
Hell yeah.
saying? And then when I saw, then with Nikita Lyons and that triple threat, ooh, that was some nice work up in there. You know what I'm saying? As
Yeah,
far as
yeah.
what y'all said about Trick Williams don't have opposition, you know what I'm saying? They need to go ahead and bring the top shot in because I'm too all beef patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, man. I'm the Big Mac in this wrestling game. You know what I'm saying? Y'all just don't
Hell
know it
yeah.
yet. You feel me? So go ahead and go in there. You know what I'm saying? I'll give Trick a little run for his money. You know what I'm talking about? So, go ahead and do that. Give me my time. Other than that, as far as with Raw and SmackDown, um, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what brands they're on, but when we see more of an unleash with Braun and Jacob Fatu, that's going to help out the product because those are their two guys right there. That especially Jacob Fatu. I was telling Offie this, like if you've watched some of the stuff he's done with MLW and some of his indie stuff, they're actually like toning him down right now. If
Yeah.
they really unleashed him, because he got mouthpiece too. He got edge. He has edge.
Bro.
And they're toning it down. You just see him doing this a lot. You know what I'm saying? But nah, you really get him on that mic. I mean, he kind of like, you know what I'm saying? He kind of top shot-ish on the mic. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
Yo,
he know how to spit it, and he got that real, ism. So
do you know
Can
when
I?
Hey, when is Crown Jewel? Because I know it's in India. When is that shit? Come on.
when?
Yeah, it'd be a random time that one.
1 p.m. Eastern time. So for you, what, 4? Tomorrow.
No, 10. That's hella early for a pay per view. 10 a.m.
Damn.
Oh shit.
Can
Wait.
I say this though
We're 3 hours
about Jake?
ahead of you. That's ass. But real quick. So
Yeah.
you said top shot, like you said. I've seen promos of Jacob Fatu in Independence. That motherfucker, I'm like, is he from the Bay Area or some
yeah,
shit?
he's
Like,
from Sacramento.
I was about to say the way you talking, like, motherfucker, I beat your ass, homie. I'm like, this is
Mhm.
Prince Staples? Is this fucking
Yeah.
I'm
is
I'm
this
trying to
Brian
tell you.
Cooper?
Because I'm from Northern California too. I'm from San Jose. You
Oh,
know what I'm saying? We
man.
just the land of the slick talkers. You know what I'm
Mm,
saying? Like it is what it is. You put us up in there. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna be hearing some stuff they ain't never heard
But
before. You know what
that's
I'm
how
saying?
yeah.
Ryan Coogler be talking when he do interviews for Michael B.
Yeah.
Jordan and shit. I'm like, what
Mm,
the fuck?
yeah.
He one cat who he don't look how he talk at all. The first time I heard him
No.
talk, it threw me off.
But
Yeah.
Solo, the Street Champ Solo was just the same though. So that's why I'm confused. Like, y'all
But
gotta hurry up and get Solo and Jacob Fatu in the program. Cause
yeah.
both of them motherfuckers on the mic can actually talk. The Solo right now is he doing that shit on purpose. But
Hmm.
Solo in NXT 2.0, he used to be bugging the fuck out, just like
Hmm.
Jacob Fatu, just more PG type shit. Got
I
Ricky.
want to say this though about Jacob, right? First of all, my favorite promo is the one he did with Enzo Amore. I don't know if y'all saw that one, where he's like, "If you say one more word, I'm gonna beat your fucking ass and shit." Bro, that shit felt
I
so
seen
real to
that.
me.
You know, I seen.
Yeah, and also Jacob is exactly what every other person, every other Samoan in the bloodline is trying to be. Like, if you
Mm,
listen how Roman, the Usos, and all them talk, they trying to sound like they from the hood and the ghetto and shit. And some of them really weren't, and you can tell with that. With Jacob, that shit sounds so fucking natural to me. And you can tell he's from the hood. His story, he was thugging and everything.
Yeah.
So I think when you look at it, the fact that they're not letting him talk is it's upsetting me because it's like, bro, the dude has it all. Just let him be him. Let him be himself. Like,
The
just
dude
let
has it
him.
all.
Like, if he I truly think, as over as he is now, I think he'll even be more over once he starts doing promos, once he starts talking
I
shit.
told
What?
Offie that. I
Bro,
he
told
will
him.
once,
overshadow
listen,
everybody else, though. That's
once,
why they can't do that. He will overshadow
but
Solo
hey,
and shit. That's why they can't do that. So
bro,
I
he's already
understand. That's why he's
overshadowing
doing
them
this, motherfucker.
on some real shit. If we're gonna keep it 100,
He is.
fan wise, isn't he technically already shadowing them?
But that's because fans don't really know. They're just gravitating towards it because people like us are saying that. They
Well, yeah,
don't
that's
know.
true.
Them motherfuckers
Wrestling,
never heard of Jacob
because,
Fatu before we start talking about
mm-hmm.
him.
Because I will
Realistically,
say
they don't
this.
know about that. They don't know
Yeah,
about
I want to say this. A lot of WWE fans they're called fake wrestling fans for a reason
that.
because
Yep.
they don't know what other wrestlers outside the promotion are like at all. Like, I guarantee you. Let's give someone like who's a good example.
No, bro, you know how many comments I got? It was like,
Hmm.
the Motor City Machine Guns won so fast, don't nobody know who they are. Are you fucking crazy?
Bruh,
Them motherfuckers been wrestling since I was in fourth grade. Are you
that's
fucking crazy?
right.
What the fuck?
That's the thing.
I'm 30 years old. Them motherfuckers been wrestling since I was in fourth grade, dog. Are you crazy? Bro,
Yeah, like it's crazy.
that's
Like, it's
crazy.
just so random because it's like, what's your favorite thing about Jacob Fatu before WWE and shit? And not a lot of people saying shit. Like, I won't be surprised if in a few months from now they pull up a clip of Jacob being like, "Oh damn, this is what Jacob was doing in the independent scene." It's like,
Mm-hmm.
yes,
Mm-hmm.
this is what he was doing. Like,
They doing that now. They're
mm-hmm,
making YouTube videos
mm-hmm.
right now. Like, holy shit, this guy might be the one. Him versus Braun Breaker stare down.
Yeah.
Oh, this
You
might be the next
just
great feud. Motherfucker, are you crazy? He's levels
you
above Braun Breaker. Are you stupid? What the
you
fuck?
you just need, like, in my opinion, you just need more cats that have that believability of that edge and that
Yep.
it factor, and wherever that comes from, right? Now, I don't know Braun Breaker, but I mean, I know that his father and
Mm-hmm.
his uncle were both Steiners. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think he grew up necessarily poor or hood. You know what I'm saying? But he has that athletic edge. Like, when he talks and says stuff, you believe what he's saying. He has that Steiner to him. You know what I'm saying? He was raised by those men. Me, I'm not from the hood. You know what I'm saying? I'm suburban. You feel me? But I was just around everybody, and probably I had to fight because I was the only non-hood kid. So, and I'm mixed. So who you think they got targeted? So I had to learn to protect myself. You know what I'm saying? So with that said, it's like it's just how are you brought up? What is your lineage, your background? Have you been through things? You know what I'm saying? It's gonna show when you're in the ring and how you pop it when you're on that mic. Like, the older generation didn't have a lot of these advantages that the newer generation had. They grew up hard. People grew up on farms. They grew up, you know what I'm saying, with multiple kids in the house and had to, raise kids and all that. Now you got a lot more situations where parents are more structured over their kids over an older period of time. But what happens is those kids never fully like grow through puberty, or they never develop to be full-fledged adults. You have a lot of grown kids today, this day and time. To be 30, 40 years old back in the day, that meant something because you had to survive. Now you could be 30, 40 years old. It don't mean nothing because the world is so civilized. You know what I'm saying? So it's showing in the wrestling, and it's not even just wrestling. Look at art and entertainment. It ain't as good all around as it used to be. And that's why you're seeing some of the stuff you're seeing right now.
Hey, Humble, I'm coming to you next. I want to ask you this. I want you to go first because once we talk about it, they're gonna be on our ass. What do you think about the current state of women's wrestling for Black women? And I think you kind of know where I'm going with this, with the likes of a Bianca Belair, a Jade Cargill, a Kalani Jordan, a Lash Legend, Jakara Jackson. You could go to AEW if you want to, but Humble, what do you think? Do you think things need to change, or you do think things are in a good place right now? I'm gonna let you go first. I'll go second because I kind of, I want to make sure my guys is good. I don't want y'all to get canceled before, we Top Shot got to get his YouTube channel popping off because it's coming, and Humble got to get her YouTube channel off because it's popping.
Okay, so I will say it's complex because I'm happy that Black women are getting the shine, but I think we could do better. In regards to WWE, I wish they would give Bianca and Jade a story instead of just matches. And I don't feel like I'm getting a lot of story. Same with Kalani. It wasn't a lot of story. Now, Jada, I think they're giving her some story in this chase with Lola. I think that's going to be a very good match. Um, on SmackDown, I think they could give Naomi a story. What's so sad is there's no Black woman on Raw. Have y'all noticed that? Like they have not elevated one Black woman on Raw. Not one.
I
I think it
noticed
was
that.
Kiana James. Yeah. So
Who
it's like it's
who's
only
on Raw? That's a Black woman. I don't know any.
no. I think it was supposed to be
Kara
Kiana James,
Carter
but they only
or some
Who?
shit.
yeah, Kaden Carter is there, but they haven't really
Kaden
gotten
Carter, but that's it.
she in the tag team. So it's like WWE still has some work to do. AEW, I think they did a good job with Jade. I'm a little salty about Red Velvet, and I know right now, but what is her name? I forgot her name.
Queen Aminata.
I love
Queen
Queen.
Ananata is getting
Oh,
stooged out too much for me. She's getting stooged out way too much for
you
me.
can still get
But
over
she's
it,
not.
though.
Yeah, she's getting over it, and she's good in the ring.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, I forgot her name. I know
Kiera
it's Red
Hogan.
Velvet.
I don't even know what Kiera Hogan is doing right now.
That's who I'm talking about, Kiera Hogan. I think she was injured, but even so,
Okay,
so she was in the same spot as Queen Aminata. She's stooged out.
gotcha.
I'm not appreciating the fact that everybody ROH belt can be featured on AEW television, but Athena's. So if Athena's is not going to be
Ooh.
featured, let's go ahead and have Athena drop that belt and go
I'm from
against
Raw.
Mercedes Moné,
Yeah.
or at least give her something with, Mariah May. Because I mean, who's checking for Anna Jay? Who's really believing Anna Jay is going to beat Mariah May on Saturday? That's
She
not
fine, but
happening.
that's about it. That's about
Yeah,
it.
she's pretty, but like, there's no buy-in with Anna Jay.
You, go
I
ahead.
agree. I'm gonna let y'all go, but let me say this real quick. So I agree with you. Well, hold on. Let me say, nah, fuck that. I gotta say what I gotta say. Fuck it. I am disappointed at what they're blatantly doing as far as Black women goes. Now, I'm not a civil rights activist or nothing of that nature. But when I see bullshit, I kind of gotta call out bullshit. Every Black woman besides Kalani Jordan in WWE essentially has a similar character, and the pushback I always get when I say that is they're being themselves. That is fucking bullshit. Bianca Belair, Jay Cargill are women who had college scholarships, went to college, shit like that. And it's like, oh well, just because you went to college don't mean you can't be urban. I went to college. I got a fucking master's degree. That's true. However, when you see a fucking regular interview with Bianca Belair, she's not talking like that. Jay Cargill is not talking like that. How, but they got to be like, baby, girl. Oh, that's very demure. All this bullshit that they do not say in real life. Montez Ford is not listening to that bullshit all fucking day, respectfully. So I'm kind of like, okay, why can't they just be on some business? A perfect heel gimmick for Bianca Belair would be on some businesswoman shit. Completely change the fucking character. She's not blowing bubble gum, big earrings. Her character has evolved. She's the a good women profile for the young kids. But what if she just woke up one day and said, fuck the kids. I'm trying to make this money. These hoes on OnlyFans, I'm not doing that. I'm a real businesswoman. I'm Jade Cargill. Essentially in AEW, she had the baddies. Essentially, she was their pimp. If you really think about what the gimmick was. And then Jade Cargill's character has not changed since she was in AEW. If you really think about it, it's the same character. She just don't wrestle as much, but she smiles now. So it's kind of like, all right, Kalani Jordan has the potential to be the mega baby face that they want Bianca Belair to be. But the reason why Bianca Belair can't be that mega baby face is she shows up on Belair on Peacock, the show. She still got to talk like she's fucking, baby, da, da, da. Bianca Belair does not fucking talk like that, respectfully. I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. So Kalani Jordan, it could really be that, but people say she has no character and she's blah 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 blah. You're saying that because she's not an over exaggerated stereotype of what you think a black woman should be. This ain't no saucy Santana shit. These are regular black women who fucking went to college. I'm gonna fucking cut the promo because y'all don't want to take that risk and y'all afraid to get the backlash. Bianca Belair, Jade Cargill are caricatures of what they think a black woman is in WWE. And they themselves, they said, they came up with it. That is bad if they did come up with it because they should be better role models than what they are. Sexy Red, Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion. That's all I got to say. Ricky, you got it.
So I agree with what Humble said and what you said, and the reason why is because they feel like a black woman has to act a certain way, and I'm gonna tell you why. If y'all watch Selena Vega's run before WWE, Selena Vega's Puerto Rican like me, right? But when she was in TNA, she was part of a faction where she had to pretend to be a Mexican. Because when you think of Latino wrestlers, you don't think of Puerto Ricans, you don't think of Dominicans, you don't think Cubans, you think Mexican. And when you think about Latino wrestlers, you always assume, oh, okay, lucha libre and stuff like that. So I agree with what you said. You can make that comparison. It's always like this thing where it's like if you are a certain race besides white, you're gonna be seen as a certain things and they're gonna push that. Again, I'm like what they're do I like what they're doing with Jade and all them, but like it could be done better. And I think I agree. I can definitely see Bianca doing that businesswoman shit. And you know what? I'll say Jade's character changed a little bit to the extent of she went from AEW to basically being their pimps and getting all the money and giving orders and all that to just being, hey, I'm one of the good guys and stuff. It's still the same, but she doesn't feel like a boss. Like in AEW, she was the first ever TBS women's champ, the first ever women's mid card champion in AEW. She was doing this. She felt like a boss. This one, it's like, she's just the same, but not really. You know what I mean? So I think they gotta do some things. I think the way Shawn Michaels does it, you can make the argument he does it too, but for him it doesn't feel as much as it does with Triple H, if that makes sense. Like, it's kind of hard to describe it. And I will say this, I feel like if Jade and Bianca were as big and strong as they used to be, I mean as they are now, I don't think they'll be getting the push they'll be getting. I don't think Triple H will be behind them as much, man. Just because of look at Naomi. Naomi, how long has she, bro? Naomi's been there since I was in elementary school, bro. Like I just graduated high school like last year, so like, and to see her not get the proper run or anything like that is crazy. So I think the big reason why Bianca and Jade are getting this is because, well, first of all, I think WWE just want to be like, haha, AEW, we took one of your biggest homegrown star and got her here with our big star, and I think it's because they're big and buff. You know what I'm saying? That's me though.
And I will say that as it really has to be who's in the room and when these stories are getting generated. Because, like I said, I don't think Kalani wants to be vanilla. I think Kalani wants to be more natural. I just think she's in a situation where they're on CW, so that's free cable versus, AEW that's behind paid cable. So
Yeah.
that she's seen in more eyes. And so if she's seen in more eyes, let's get her out the bubble. I don't know why nobody's like, hey, maybe we should have Kalani do an article with 17 magazine. Maybe we should have her, you know, do an article with Teen Vogue, like get her out the bubble, get her more exposure. Now, I don't want to keep you gentlemen too long because I know y'all have a Friday night to enjoy. Y'all got a Crown Jewel to like
Nah, we good. We
watch
locked in.
tomorrow. But, I do want to kind of go a little deeper into this because I really want to address the issue of colorism in
Mm,
wrestling. I notice in NXT, a lot of the girls are racially ambiguous, biracial. And
Jada,
that does kind of irk me.
Jada Parker.
Yeah, Jada Parker, Kalani.
Like,
There's not really 100% black women on the on the roster in NXT, and that kind of irks me. But I will never take away what those young ladies have done. I just think that that kind of irks me because I'm like, okay, what's wrong with 100% black girls? Like, why do they have to be
mhm.
racially ambiguous to get television time? There was a young lady by the name of Kaya Sane who was a part of the NIL program, and she was really good. You can find her channel on YouTube if you want to research. She goes into that she felt like it was a limitation, like it's like a limit on the amount of black girls that can get TV time on NXT. And I kind of felt that way too, because I was like, she looked sometimes better than a lot of the young ladies that were on NXT. So I don't know why she got released, but like I said, that's a whole nother stream for a whole nother day. Because I know y'all ready to enjoy y'all Friday night.
Nah, I'm good. Listen,
I'm chilling.
I got until 10 o'clock, so I'm good. Oh, let OG take it and Top Shot. I'm gonna let you take it. That's actually a very good point, and I'm gonna say this before I let OG go. It it's noticeable, but sometimes when you're giving something, it's kind of like, all right, bro, let me just go with what I'm giving. Because Lash Legend, Jakara Jackson were the ones, but now they're kind of, but I mean, they wasn't getting shit until they did main roster stuff. The metaphor shit is ass. I don't give a fuck what nobody says. I don't like old boy who had the cornrows, no arm, whatever the fuck his name is. I don't fuck with him respectfully. So, OG, what you think about what Humble just said? If you still here, say OG might be doing something. Top Shotter, what you think?
So obviously, I'm just gonna address this. So I'm biracial, you know what I'm saying, and I have a racially ambiguous look to people sometimes. Sometimes motherfuckers think I'm Cuban. Sometimes people think I'm Middle Eastern. You know what I'm saying? So all I can say is just from my experience in life, when you're in the corporate world and you're in Hollywood, Hollywood is very East Coast centric, even though it's Hollywood. A lot of people that work in network television are East Coast based. So I guess there's a different mindset I've noticed with how people look at race. You know what I'm saying? I'm from the West Coast, so it's more like mixed. But to be real with you, all of them are just seen as probably black. You know what I'm saying? They don't really look at them too much like, oh, well, you're mixed or you're that. Like, and I can just tell you that because when I worked in the NFL and I worked at ESPN, to me, like, and I, like I said, when I'm around black folks can look at me and tell that I'm not hood like that, and I'm very put together and all that. Just because I got some soul, they know I'm not hood. But when I worked at ESPN and NFL Network as a boss, as a manager or a producer of a show, I'm getting called G and homeboy by people, and I'm like, hey, like that's not who I am. You know what I'm saying? I got a college degree. So I don't really think, there might be a little colorism, but to be honest with you, they don't look at them like that too much. It's more because, like I said, you just got what Last Legend and the other chick are starting to get main roster looks. Like, weren't they on, up there? Kalani Jordan ain't up there yet. You know what I'm saying? So I think honestly, when it comes to it though, like you can't rely too on them to give you a gimmick. That's my opinion. Because once you do that, you're in the control of writers and people that are going to try to figure out who you are. You have to know who you are first. And that's like for me what's gotten me over as far as who I am, because I know who I am, and I've turned that shit up just at 100. You know what I'm saying? Like I came in, I had my own catchphrases. Like when I'm like wrestling, I say, "Oh yeah, man, uh-huh." When I say that in the match, now I got people in the crowd saying, "Yeah, man," and uh-huh. Like as I'm wrestling in the match, like if you have writers that come from TV, and also too they look at all black people the same. They don't look at black people as like there's diversity. They look at us as we're monolithic, whether you're, light skin, dark skin, whatever it is. So with that said, like they're gonna put you in that box if you don't bring something to them to the table that shows you can be something else. That's just my opinion. Because like I said, I've tried to be as professional I can at jobs, and I still get called G and homeboy and shit. And that's just because I don't act dorky. So you know what I mean? Like you gotta understand, like the wrestling is written mostly by non-black people. So they just see us a certain way. And that's a part of the problem too.
I want to say something too. I think because like me, both of my parents are Puerto Rican. I'm Puerto Rican, right? But I have had people that be like, "Hey, yo, you mixed, you half black, right?" And I'm like, "Nah, man." Or they'd be like, "Oh, you Indian, you're this, you're that." I feel like once they just look at a certain way you look, they just assume they don't really like get to know. So I think what they need to start doing is have like a good example is someone like Damian Priest, right? He's a Puerto Rican dude. He's from the hood. He's from the streets, but you don't see him really acting like he's this hood street guy. He's has these heavy metal stuff. He looks like this rock star basically. Like his theme song, he said he's a rock star, you know? So even though yeah, he's Puerto Rican, he's from New York, you can tell he was probably raised around black people his whole life and shit. But you don't see him sagging his pants, wearing a chain or anything like that. And if he does, he's not doing it to the Carmelo Hayes or Trick Williams. So I think I agree with what you just said with the whole you can't let them pick a gimmick for you, because if not, because like you said, it's mainly like people that weren't really from no real hood or anything that looks at a person be like, oh, you're from the hood, okay, da 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 this, da 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 da, well, talk like this, talk like that, you know. So and I think you can look at both sides of what Humble said and what you said, but yeah, I do agree. I think if WWE really wants to get in touch with the not just like black people and Latino, but all people, I think you might as well just start hiring some people from different backgrounds and stuff as your writers or as your creative team, and they'll know more than what you think you know. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what they need to do because obviously, not every black woman has to be this and that boo boo da 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 or smacking her teeth or whatever. Like like I'm waiting for like like Apollo Creed, right? No, not Apollo Creed. Apollo Cruz, when he did that Nigerian gimmick, I can easily see a female doing that, but they ain't gonna let that happen. So I think they need to do something along the lines of getting other people from different culture in the creative teams if they're gonna show some real like representation of like Latinos, Black, Asians, and all that stuff.
Yeah, because they write in the lines. Like that's the thing. Like they're not back in the day, the wrestlers, they would just give you a direction. Like right now, I just get a direction. So when I do promos, they go, okay, here's the storyline, blah, blah, blah. I just like think about it for about 5 minutes. I go back and I go, okay, here's what I'm gonna say. I just make sure like the angle I got is cool. And then from there we go. You get to WWE and all that, they're telling them what to say, and it's coming from a writer that hasn't had your life experiences, that probably went and had a English major or was in TV, but they don't come from a background of fighting or how it's going to be if you're in a fight or something like that. And they're writing and telling you from their eyes and their perspective what you should be saying. So if you don't have a gimmick and you're able to strong enough show them what your direction should be, that's what's going to set you up for failure. That's just my opinion. You got to have your own type of gimmick. And you're exactly right about Damian Priest. He has rocker vibes. You know what I mean? And it's authentic, though. It doesn't come off like forced.
OG, what you got?
My opinion, man, and I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say that I'm putting faith in the fact that once ish the product get to Netflix, we gonna figure it out, and I'm gonna tell you why. It's just like right now, no matter how big certain things go viral or big in the wrestling community, it's still the wrestling community. So when we hit over there, it's kind of like going from local channel to MTV. It's such a wide audience that wrestling's gonna be introduced to. They get to get in touch with the it kind of crowd to see what's and what's not, and they'll get that feedback. They're gonna get feedback outside of the cats who either grew up fucking with wrestling or new wrestling. It's gonna hit just the people who are curious. Watch one fucking show, and you already know how Netflix go. Binge, you binge, and next thing you know, you've been watching that shit a whole day. Now we got a new customer, and so on and so forth. So it's gonna hit them outside cats to where they're gonna get the real feedback they need to keep those new people, and that's how it's gonna work.
Real quick, right? I agree with you. Let me say this. Shout out to Humble for joining the stream. Let's do this. We've done top fives a couple of times, and a lot of motherfuckers be getting mad. So since we probably never done this, let's do top five women wrestlers of all time. Not just right now. Look, y'all thought y'all was off the hook. Top five women's wrestlers of all time. I got y'all. I'm gonna go Victoria. I think a lot of people sleep on Victoria, respectfully. Victoria, during that age of women's wrestling, where they had to deal with all that pillow fighting and mud wrestling and bullshit, was one of the only ones who actually was putting on matches with the little 3 minutes that they gave her. So shout out to Victoria. She just signed a Legends contract not too long ago. I got Victoria, and I got Trish Stratus. I got Trish Stratus at number 4 because she's not better than number 3 to me. I like Trish Stratus, but at the end of the day, sadly, her legacy, if you really was watching back then, that barking like a dog and that Vince McMahon shit is not a good look. Even if it's not her fault, it taints her for me. Number 3, I got Lita. I think Lita is overall a better wrestler than Trish Stratus. The reason why people don't put Lita up there is because of the real life shit with Edge and Matt Hardy. That gotta be the reason why. Because Lita was Lita was taking way more crazier bumps with the Dudleys and Edge and Christian going through tables and all that type of shit. And Lita had to go out on her back. So when she came back and got to like actually get some work in, that was actually a good look for her. And then number two is probably the most difficult for me, but I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna go Bianca Belair. This is interchangeable. I feel like for me, a lot of people say China, all that. Nah, I'm cool off that. I got Bianca Belair. The number one, I regardless of how anybody feel, I think Charlotte Flair is the greatest women's wrestler of all time. And obviously, my favorite wrestler is Sasha Banks / Mercedes Moné. So actually, I'm gonna take Bianca Belair out, and I got Sasha Banks number 2, and then Charlotte Flair number 1. Anybody could go next if y'all got y'all list.
I got mine. I'm gonna go with Bianca because Bianca could really be their female John Cena, and she really has. She has taken the WWE brand on her, put it on her back,
Mm-hmm.
and whenever they need her, say for like the Kentucky, what is it, the Kentucky Derby
Yeah,
and reality shows, Family Feud, her and Montez are right there repping the company. I love AJ Lee, short and stout, but she could move in the ring. Um, I do like Roxanne. I like Roxanne Perez. I like Oscar. And then I'm gonna go for the final Chelsea Green because Chelsea Green can has really balanced having a personality in wrestling. I want to go Tiffany, but Tiffany is still young and she still got some polishing in the ring to do. But like Chelsea, like if you looked at her TNA days, like the
yes.
girl could go, she can go. So I that's my top five.
All right, I got mine. Excuse me. Number 5, I'm gonna go with Bianca Belair. Um, even though she is a top star, she not as big mainstream as she could be.
Right.
She hasn't been given the ball the same way Sable was given the ball. If she was given the ball like that, now we talking for real shit. So she's super big on the wrestling level, but people who's not familiar with wrestling may not know Bianca Belair. You know what I'm saying? So that's my number 5. Number 4, Sensational Sherry. She was good in the ring. People don't know, but she was good enough on the mic. Had her own character. It can get people over. She needs to go up there just because of that. Anybody. She could out talk the talkers. You feel me? And she would take bumps and shit. So her boom. That's my number 4.
That's women's promo.
Number 3, Vicky. I mean, if we talking about who can get heat, I mean, goddamn, like it ain't no better person, and she gets so much heat. Whoever she even is in the circumference of is getting heat. It don't even she ain't even got to put you over. Just if you have a conversation with her in the backstage segment, you are heel now just for being cool with her. Like that's how much heat she got. Fucking Dolph Ziggler, and she put them fools over. So boom, that Becky Lynch just because what she did for the business, really mainstreamed the shit and really had it to where female wrestling was really taken serious, and she was first with the double belts and shit. She was cutting cold ass promos, the coldest shit. You feel me? She was headlining Raw and shit for a hella long, and that says something about the company at that time. But she was doing it. She was rocking that mic. And then number 1, Charlotte, just because she's just gonna be, when it's said and done, she's gonna be Ric Flair 2.0. I mean, they've already made it that, but just imagine when she's old and shit, just like him. Like take his he went overboard, so let's take his career back 10 years. So he was still old and shit, but just all these, him getting fucked up by Hogan and then just being hella old, like erase all of that shit. His last run was with, when he had the IC championship, and I think that's it. Just keep that. So when she has a long career, but once it has like the 2 decades in, and she's considered a for real vet and all of that, she'll just be the GOAT just because her in-ring work, her promo, her stature, her everything. And even her, they can make her into a bigger star. You know what I'm saying? All she needs is the right movie, and she could be she easily one of them housewife reality stars. She could like to talk little slicks and shit. People will get behind her because if she was in them positions, she'd be slaying slick shit to the most.
Stop, you got it.
Okay, so I don't know if I'm gonna have the best list, but let me go off of, because like I said, I had a gap in watching wrestling. But from what I've seen and what I know, number 5, I'm gonna have to put Mae Young, because Mae Young took some dangerous bumps for her age at elderly age and got wrestlers over during the Attitude Era. You know what I'm saying? Like the Dudleys got over when they power bombed her to that table, off the ramp. And then she was with those storylines of Mark Henry and all that, and she was entertaining. You know what I'm saying? I used to love seeing when her and Moolah came out during that time, and they had to wait all the way until their elderly years to finally get some recognition, because women wrestling was treated like crap, for so many years. So I'm about to throw her in there. Number 4, I'll throw in Lita. Lita was definitely big, inspired a lot of women. She was with the Hardys and stuff. Number 3, I'm gonna put a tie between Gail Kim and Awesome Kong. And the reason why I say them at 3 is because their rivalry and their matches were some of the matches that finally gave women's wrestling a look. They were kind of like sacrificial lambs, when they were doing their rivalry. It finally got a lot of promotions to say, hey, we can actually draw with some women and just have them be competitive. So that's why I put them there. Number 2, Sensational Sherry. Like, she was so underutilized at times. Like, again, she came up in a time where wrestling wasn't big for women, and she was so universally respected with her skills, and she was just held back because of the timing. Number 1, it's, probably not everybody's gonna agree, but I'm gonna say for number 1, I'm gonna put China, and the only reason why I put that is because her impact. Like, that was the first women's wrestler that came along that legitly during a time when you didn't think women could get over like that, people legitimately thought China could beat men up. You know what I'm saying? And at that time, you had never seen that. So that's the reason why I put that. I just put that for impact. Like China was actually somebody where she went against men. You'd be like, in her early, especially in her earliest run, you're like, yeah, she could actually whoop some men's ass. So that's my list.
So I don't got this necessarily in order, but these are women that I think really like did certain things for the industry as a whole, not just WWE. So I'm gonna go with Melina just because she was an amazing wrestler and she had everything that they were looking for at that time, plus more. Same with Michelle McCool. Everybody knows her as Undertaker's wife nowadays, but like if you was watching that run she had with Lay Cool, where they both were the women's champ and they had the title like cut in half and stuff like that. Like she was throwing some bangers in there, man. So I gotta put her up there. I'm gonna have to put Lita because she took bumps like we said earlier. Like she took a lot of bumps and she proved that she can hang in there with the guys. Um, and I'm gonna put Paige up there because Paige was different from what the Divas era was supposed to be. The Divas era was like, hey, pretty girl, blonde hair, this and that, da 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 da. Paige was this goth girl from, what? I think she was from Manchester over there in the UK and stuff like that. Like she was wearing all black and stuff like that. So, she was very different and she was probably very over just like AJ Lee, and she was just different. And without Paige, we probably would have never got this version of Rhea Ripley that WWE is letting us have. And that's just my opinion, though. And you know what? For five, I'll put Gail Kim. She was a good wrestler. She really was. I just think WWE missed the ball with her. And I think WWE still got an opportunity. I don't know. I think she's retired. But if WWE can do it right, they can give her like a Trish Stratus run that she just had. Like have her a couple good matches and stuff. But we'll see though. But those are my top five. It's not necessarily in order, but those are women that really like step up in my opinion and like was different from everybody else and did impactful stuff in wrestling.
Nah,
Get,
a facts. Nah, those some good lists, very diverse. But y'all got me fucked up. Y'all not putting Sasha Banks in y'all shit. But that's neither here nor there. Don't worry about it. The greatest women's technical wrestler ever. But that's fine. That's fine. Y'all my
Yeah.
people. I fuck with y'all. I want to ask just one more question, and then I'm gonna end with some encouraging words. I got to do it like that.
Yeah.
So,
I want
my,
to ask a question too when
yeah,
you
nah,
done.
you got it. You got it.
You all right? So I just read a rumor that apparently their WWE creative is not liking Damian Priest's character. They feel like he's being like a little stale. They're thinking about like grabbing, that look he had for WrestleMania 40 with the mask and like his hair was braided and all that. I don't know
Mm,
if y'all remember. Let me see if I
nah,
can
I
pull
remember.
up. Let me see.
That look is
All right.
ass.
Yeah. Like he had this mask. It was like a tribute to Kane, but also to Puerto Rico at the same time. It was this shit. It was this one right here. I don't know if y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah. So apparently they're thinking of taking this look and making it into some type of like gimmick for him, where it's like,
Demon Finn
yeah,
Balor.
something like that, but like more like meaner. Like they think, like you like put it like this. You know how he beat everybody up, but he did not touch Liv or Raquel.
Mm,
From the way that the rumors are, I'm hearing it sounds like this. If they go like this look and try to make him more meaner and stuff, he'll look like he'll actually choke slam Liv Morgan and stuff like that. Like basically how Kane was doing. So what's your thoughts on that if they do that? Do you think he needs a character change again, or do you think he's fine where he's at?
I'm gonna let Top Shotter go, but honestly, just make it. Sometimes we overcomplicate shit. Make You see what Vince McMahon used to do to motherfuckers. He used to just throw random bullshit go just for no reason, and that's how you fail. Damian Priest is fine. Y'all motherfuckers took him off TV for 2 weeks. Calm the fuck down. Like, it's stale. How the fuck is it stale? I haven't seen the bitch since they won that tag team match. Like, it's not that deep. You know what I'm saying? Damian Priest just whooped Finn Balor's ass. How is it stale? You know what I'm saying? So actually, what you might want to do is make it even simpler. Make him you release a documentary on Peacock about he's a motherfucker that was homeless and shit. Okay, you want him to be a baby face, make him relatable like the documentary. He was a homeless motherfucker that was in New York wrestling and shit. He got a call from NXT. Lean more into that. Why are you trying to make him now a supernatural? We got the Wyatt Six. Enough. That's fine. We got the Wyatt Six. The motherfuckers across the street got the House of Black. Make Damian Priest the regular guy who likes rock music. He's Puerto Rican, which I've never fucking seen. The motherfucker went against Bad Bunny and just go off of that. Let him beat Finn Balor's ass one more time, then move on. That's it. We don't gotta have a fucking the demon Damian Priest. If the demon Finn Balor got retired by Edge, which was one of the worst fucking WrestleMania matches I've ever seen in my life, let's move on. Make Damian Priest a simple motherfucker that wants the title. Fuck the Judgment Day. But what y'all got though?
Yeah, in my opinion, like I don't think he needs as much as like a character change. If let's say they do the character change, let's just go with that hypothetical. Then he's gonna to me, it's like I don't know, maybe it's because I'm older, but once you put a mask on, you got to really sell that intensity because now you're kind of going to where you're kind of going into the comic book realm. And I guess, but maybe for kids, they'll buy into it more, right? I mean, shoot, I used to watch fucking Mortis and Glacier and them, you know what I'm saying, when I was a kid. So, I would just say you just kind of got to turn up that intensity that makes you believe it. Once you put a mask on, you kind of go into that realm. But I don't think he needs to do that. In my opinion, you just need a fresh storyline and a fresh matchup. You know what I'm saying? Like, who is that he needs to go to? Like, I don't know. I'm just throwing out hypotheticals, but maybe you work a program. I don't know what the storyline is, but if you had a program with him and Braun Breaker that organically came out or something like that, you know what I'm saying? You just need a storyline that's fresh, and he needs like an opponent and somebody to funk with that you're kind of like, okay, like I want to see this. Once you do that, you don't have to do as much character change or nothing like that. And it's kind of like if you got two characters or two people that are good opposition, the story will kind of write itself. You know what I'm saying?
I don't have a problem with him doing a character change because he said, he wants more of his Puerto Rican heritage to be in his character. That's why he wants to do the mask. I just feel like WWE really hasn't even done it right with the Wyatt Six and the Final Testament. And those are supposed to be those supernatural dark groups. And it's like, if they do it, be all in. Don't be, well, we'll do it for 5 minutes and then off TV he goes, and then we'll run it back. Because I feel like that's what they're doing with Dragon Lee. And so that's why there's no buy-in with Dragon Lee. And they've also hurt the White Six because of the start and stop pushes. So it's like if he does this, understand it from a cultural aspect. Like, why does he want to wear the mask? Why is it important to him? Because I see I hate it, but it's kind of like coming off like Andrade's with the mask. But see, with Andrade's, it's like it's a part of his entrance. So I get it. He takes it off once he comes out, and then he does his thing in the ring. I don't want that to murky up what Damien's trying to do.
OG, that you there?
You got it, Ricky.
So I agree. I agree with what a lot of y'all said. I think I wouldn't be mad if they try something new, because at the end of the day, the thing about wrestling is you're gonna have to reinvent yourself eventually, like at some point, you know. But I don't think he needs it. But I wouldn't be mad at it. And I feel like if they're gonna go the route, because like I will say, just the image alone, it does look cool. It's just they need to do it a certain way where like have him like Kane, but not supernatural version of Kane. Like the Kane right before he got unmasked, but was still had his mouth covered up. Like I want to say, what was it, 2001 to 2002 Kane, where he's just this big jack dude with a like menacing look. I think that's what they need to do with that version. Don't have him on some supernatural shit. And if you do go supernatural, I think I agree with Humble. You got to go all in. You can't do some middle stuff here like they try to do with the Judgment Day when they first made the Judgment Day. Like if they're gonna go supernatural, go cult Undertaker type of supernatural. Like make him look like a leader of a cult, like he's a psychopath. Like you're not scared because of what he's trying to do supernaturally, but what he's capable of as in like do this for me, do that for me, hang this dude from the Hell in the Cell, like stuff like that. Like if they're gonna go that route, they gotta go that Pacific type of like supernatural, in my opinion. But I think he's just fine. I just think he needs some fresh, um, what you call it, some fresh feuds and stuff like that, and stuff like that. But who knows? We'll see. And I think people need to stop calling him bisexual Undertaker. Like I don't understand where the hell that joke came from. I'm still trying to like figure that out. But I will say this though, Damien is different, and I appreciate that from him. But again, I don't think he needs it. But if they're gonna go all in on this character change, then they have to go 100% all in.
Let me see. Say OG, you there? You there? Say OG might, OG be moving and grooving. OG's a busy man. But let me say this, man. Hey, man, I appreciate all y'all for popping out tonight, bro. This is the longest stream ever on this channel, 4-hour stream, and we retained the people that have been here since the beginning. So that's a very like crazy milestone. But now, like I said, y'all, we building a community, a wrestling community. Not only do we have just commentary channels, we got a reaction channel, we have a subscriber, we have an OG that fucking got over 90 published books. We have an actual guy that's grinding and actually wrestling in this chat. So y'all, we gonna keep doing like wild stuff like this. So I'm definitely happy that all y'all was able to come through. And
Yo.
You good? You
Oh, they
good?
back.
Oh yeah, but I just was on the phone. It's all good.
Now, real quick, hit. Did you hear what Ricky the Shadow said about the Damian Priest situation?
Run it back real quick and I'll unpack it.
I'm
All right.
gonna let OG. I'm gonna tell OG what's going on, get his take, then I'm gonna give the closing motivational remarks. So OG. So basically, Ricky the Shadow said that WWE is not pleased. Like they think that Damian Priest is stale. So his WrestleMania entrance, he had the mask on and shit. So they basically gonna do something that's kind of like not like a Kane or Supernatural type of thing, but something like that, like a Demon Finn Balor, Damian Priest type shit. So what do you think about that?
I don't know. I can't really picture it because it ain't been teased yet. You know what I'm saying? It gotta be teased a little bit. Like he'd have to cut a promo and reference it, so then I could be like, oh shit. You know what I mean? Since that ain't happened yet, just like the Cody Worlds belt. I ain't bought that shit because shit. I ain't never seen him wear it. I don't want no fantasy belt. The moment he wear it on TV, I'm buying it. I don't want no fan. It's like a fan belt at this point. Like no, he gotta wear that shit. So, yeah.
Nah, I feel you. That's big facts, man. Cody, I love Cody Rhodes. Ever since Cody Rhodes' debut with the whack ass generic yellow boots, green boots, generic gear, number 7 SmackDown vs. Raw 2009, I like Cody Rhodes. But the fact that he didn't turn that belt to the wing belt, the WWE Championship is the assest belt design in all of wrestling right now. It's a fucking gold hexagon with a W. That shit is ass.
Again, though, bro, I'm an underdog guy, so I fucks with Damian Priest, and I like he's solid, and I like his strikes and shit. I like his main move too.
Mm-hmm.
Like what's the fucking name of it? That should be cold. He be getting cats
The
on.
South of Heaven, the
He
choke
be getting
slam.
them up high sometimes on that shit too. Like
Yeah.
ooh, it have been certain ones I've been like, ooh, that's a cold little because and he ain't stealing from nobody either. He might have put some shit together, but I can't think of nobody direct where that shit came from. You know what I'm saying?
Nah.
If it is, somebody could tell me, but I can't recall nobody using that shit. And if they did, they wasn't big and tall like that, and they didn't do it the way he did it because he got a whip to that shit.
Because they basically was on some shit like, well, the South of Heaven versus the chokeslam from hell. I'm not gonna lie, Kane shit was not that devastating to me. It was just to me that bitch like a regular choke slam. But the
The
sound
last ride to me was colder. I like when he started whipping that shit. I was like, "Ooh!" When he whipped out the last ride, and he was old.
yeah.
Shit.
I
I was
think
like,
I'm not gonna
"Oh."
lie. When it comes to something like the choke slam, if you are a tall wrestler like Kane and Damian Priest, and you are a short wrestler like JD McDonough and Rey Mysterio, that's when the move is gonna look good.
Hmm.
That's when I think the move is gonna look
Oh
perfect
yeah,
and look
most
like a
def.
finisher. Nothing to that. It looks like sort of like a signature, like something to get him down, so then you can hit your actual finisher. But you get a short guy and then you get a really tall guy, then yeah, that's a finisher right there.
Or because I like taking choke slams. Like if I go against somebody and they bigger than me or tall, like 7 footer, first thing I say is, yeah, I'm taking one. You know what I mean? Because it look good.
But
That
hmm
bump is called a high school boy, so
mm,
it's on you to go up. So you know what I mean? If even if it's that, you just need somebody that got a little ups to them that can just
mhm.
explode up because it's that cell of getting up and
Yeah, you
taking
gotta
it.
get
You
them
know what
like
I'm
them
saying?
long arms and
And that's
stuff
the
like that.
thing that as a fan, I never looked at, but as a wrestler, I look at. You don't just look at a wrestler's offense. You got to look at when they wrestle somebody, how do they make the other guy's moves look? The selling of it. Because certain moves, if that person don't sell it, it's a total it'll look like crap. But you got somebody that'll get up for that move or that'll really, sell for that move and take the bump real hard for you. It makes all the difference. So the best wrestlers are good sellers too.
Oh, how about this? Who's the best three sellers of all time? Let's do that.
Easy. Easy.
Shawn Michaels, Dolph
Yep.
Ziggler,
And
and you
Austin
know what?
Theory.
Uh, he hasn't earned it in my opinion yet.
What?
As a matter of fact, I'll go Michaels. I'll go Michael Ziggler, and he's very underrated when it comes to selling. But I go Randy. The way
Ooh.
Randy sells like kicks and stuff like that, like
Mm.
the way Randy's like, you know how everybody likes to talk about that RKO with Aaron Bournes when he did the backflip. Bro, look right before that they were setting up that spot. Look how he sold that kick that Evan Bournes gave him. That dude was like acting like he just got rocked and knocked out. So I'm gonna go Michaels, Ziggler, and Orton.
I got the same, but I got theory, bro. Cause motherfuckers like, oh, the Rock be selling, but the Rock sells that shit too. Like Austin Theory shit be
Mm,
cartoonish as well, but that shit is kind of still better than the Rock selling the Stunner to me. I think Austin
like,
Theory
can I
he
be
sell that
honest
shit
though?
very good.
And not to cut anybody off, but like besides the spear and the stunner, what can the Rock really sell? Like
Exactly.
I never see him sell anything. Dolph Ziggler, Shawn Michaels, and Randy, they sell every single move in my opinion. That's all I gotta say. Next.
Ziggler and Shawn for sure should be at least two for most. For most, but I mean, what y'all got?
I'm with Austin Theory. The boy can't sell. Good gosh, he can sell. He definitely deserves his flowers on that. Definitely got Shawn Michaels. I'm gonna throw a crazy one in there, and y'all might think it's weird, but I'm gonna say Owen Hart. Owen Hart used to be a very good seller. He did. If you look back at his matches, he was a very technical wrestler, good seller, could be just very versatile character in the history of wrestling.
I gotta go back.
Uh,
I'm gonna agree with that. I'm gonna take Owen Hart, Sean, and Dolph.
so my list again, I had a gap where I didn't watch wrestling for a while, so some people I'm not up on. If I have to go my personal list, it's definitely Shawn Michaels,
Oh, Mr. Perfect. Fuck.
Mr. Perfect, that's who I was putting in, and Rob Van Dam.
It's crazy. I didn't even think about that
Bro,
motherfucker.
RVD can definitely sell.
Yeah, I ain't even think
Like
Rob
I
about
Van
ain't even
Dam.
that.
wait. Hold on, wait. Before we end the stream, y'all think he's gonna? Because I think it's gonna be special guest referee. But y'all think he's gonna do that triple threat match on
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
Tuesday?
yeah.
I think they're gonna run it back with Rob Van Dam.
Yeah, I hope he does it, but I think it's most likely special guest referee. Like I'm like with I don't know if y'all heard because NXT is in the ECW arena
Yeah.
next week.
Yeah.
So what y'all think about that? Y'all think he's gonna wrestle, or y'all think they're
He
just gonna
should have
put a
got a
special guest
Javon
referee?
Evans match. That's what I thought they was him and Javon Evans 1-on-1. That'd be a good ass.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
No, that's got to
That'd
be on the
cool.
PLE. That's got. I
Oh
do. I
yeah,
think
yeah.
that's got to be on the
Just
PLE.
side note too, to me, overall, Rob Van Dam is my favorite in ring. Just me personally. I just the guy could do, and the he did so many unique things for the
Hmm.
time that you had never seen before. So
Facts.
yeah,
You know what? He goes back to what we even said earlier about how wrestler needs to learn some mixed martial arts to make it realistic. He's one of those guys that did that, and look, he also does high fly shit. So like he can make it all work. So you know what? RVD definitely is very underrated when it comes to like greatest of all time
like a lot of
conversations.
the no selling that's in wrestling today
Hmm.
comes from people doing bad copies of their imitation of spots from ECW.
Yes,
Mm,
absolutely,
That's where that comes from.
absolutely.
Because
bro.
honestly, too, like ECW, people just highlight the hardcore stuff. Now,
Yeah.
I remember being a kid when ECW came out. ECW was like a step under porn. That's how it was because you were like you had never seen wrestling where fire like on a mainstream in America and going through the tables as much as they did and the they were pile driving women and stuff. Yeah, like they really were a catalyst of the Attitude Era that doesn't get talked about. But yeah, if you really watch ECW, it has some of the best overall creative and technical wrestling you'll ever see. And I study that for what I do in the ring. So Jerry Lynn, super crazy.
Mm.
Rob Van Dam, Eddie and Chris when they were in there. Malenko had a little time in there. Taz when he was in there with the suplexes. I mean, they had great wrestling there, dude.
Sabu.
Sabu.
Tommy
I
Dreamer
liked
was no
Mike
slouch
Awesome.
either,
They
bro.
had guys in there.
Oh, OG, what you what's your you know?
Um, I said mine already, right?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
he said with no selling
Hey, bro,
shit.
we've been on for 4 hours. Y'all gotta give me some slack. But listen up, man. Listen up, man. I appreciate everybody for coming through, guys. Like I said, November couch giving. I'm giving back to the people. So next week, double uploads Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So y'all better be ready. And you know what? Since I have 4 other people in here, those 2 middle weeks, I'm getting a feature from 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm getting a feature video from all 4 of these people for those 2 middle weeks, and then the last week I will be uploading every day, even on Thanksgiving. I'm listen, hey Top Shotter. I watch Top Shotter on Instagram. This motherfucker is doing the whole fucking rack at the gym. The only shit I could do the whole rack of is the fucking bicep curl. This motherfucker doing the legs. He maxing out the whole shit. I'm like, well, this motherfucker's crazy. He about to lose his mind. But I
Yeah,
like
and just real quick, like when Afi first met me, like I was at a different place. Afi's ass got me into doing this shit, man. I
see.
was just like, he kept sending me these clips, and something in me was like, man, I can do this shit. And like I said, I just wanted to be a manager. That's all I wanted to do. But I talked to somebody that used to be in the Spirit Squad because they had a school, and they were
Mm,
like looking at me, and they were like, nah, you look like you could wrestle. You should try to doing the wrestling first. And I did one class. I was doing my heat, which is the strikes, and they were like, "Yeah, you need to wrestle." So I said, "If I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do it all the way." I've been hitting the gym. I've gained like 20 pounds as I started doing this. You know what I'm saying? So hey, you know what I'm saying? I've been on WWE. So you know what I'm saying? It's like as a security guard, you know, some of the best champs have been security guards at one point.
yes, sir.
So hey, you know what I'm saying? You're only seeing more of the TOP on TV. You know what I'm talking about? For sure.
If MJF could do it, motherfucker, you next. Fuck that.
Hey, full
Yeah,
Facts.
circle.
man.
You probably will end up being a manager full circle when it's all said and done, and then you'll be the impactful one because you got all the experience. Oh yeah, I had all these championships. Now I'm teaching my young
Oh
guy.
yeah, man. There's MVP and then there's the TOP. You know what I'm
Yep.
talking about?
Top
Yep,
Yeah.
I'm
nine
rooting.
in the building. Fuck they
Yep,
talking
I'm
Uh-huh.
rooting
about.
for you, Top Shotter. I hope you do
Yo,
make your dreams
facts.
come through.
Yes, sir.
All of y'all, whatever y'all got going on, I'm rooting for all of you guys.
Now
Thank you,
fuck
humble.
that.
We
We room
appreciate
for
it.
you. So let me
Yeah.
cut my promo. I'll say this, right? I'll say this about every individual that's in this chat right here is the reason why I'm gonna keep going. Ricky the Shadow is the first person, my first viral video reacted to my shit, and once I seen somebody actually react to my video, I said, "Oh, I gotta go harder. I gotta keep going." And then once I seen Alfie Kingdom comment on one of my videos, I said, "Is that Alfie Kingdom?" I watch all Stephen Cole's streams, and he always mentioned Alfie Kingdom, Alfie Kingdom. That's the OG. I'm like, okay, I don't know who that is. Then once I see him comment, and that shit had a check mark, I said, oh shit, Alfie Kingdom. Then I seen Humble in the chat. I'm like, yo, Humble, she got some good ideas. I'm watching her chat. I'm on other people's videos. You know what I'm saying? Scouting out the competition. I see a comment. I said, oh nah, I gotta get Humble on here. And then when OG Alfie Kingdom told me about Top Shotter, he said he was security on SmackDown. I said, let me see this shit. I'm like, oh, that's a good ass bump he took. Let me see what's going on. Then this motherfucker is fucking doing all the racks. I said, I like going to the gym too. So y'all, networking is extremely important. You never know who you're gonna meet and who you're gonna know. A year and a half ago, I had less than 500 subscribers. Everybody in this chat, you cannot cheat the grind. The shit happens over time. Instant gratification is the killer of dreams. You have to keep going. I don't give a fuck if it takes you 5 years. Damian Priest, LA Knight are fucking 40 years old and they are finally getting their shine. You never know when the time is going to come. And like I said, you always got to remain humble, always got to believe in the Most High, and you always have to keep working. You cannot fucking stop. You're not going to blow up on YouTube by dropping one video a week, 4 uploads. You go to the gym, if you're going twice a week, you're not going to fucking get big. You eating fucking McDonald's 3 out of the 7 days, those 3 days are going to fuck up your diet. And if you're trying to go viral on Instagram, going viral is dead. People want to be genuine now. You have to be genuine in everything that you do. So I appreciate everybody that I meet up with. I don't give a fuck if you have 10 or 5 subscribers. I want your 10, I want your 5, because I appreciate everybody for the individual that they are. I graduated college, I took psychology. I wanted to be a YouTuber years ago, making story times about all the girls I was trying to hook up with in college. That shit doesn't work. I know wrestling. So once I tapped into what I know and started being myself and actually said, you know what, even if I get 10 views, I'm going to keep going. My first video was 100 views. The next video was 5 fucking views. Sick as hell. If I would have gave up, I wouldn't be talking to these individuals now. So y'all keep grinding in whatever you do. And in the morning, I had a couple glasses of wine. I'm going to the gym. Even if I don't feel like it, get your bitch ass up, go to the gym, upload a YouTube video, post on Instagram, DM Couch Booking, Alfie Kingdom. Hey, can you help me out? I DM some guy DM me, said, how can I start a YouTube channel? I said, bro, you got to start. You got to keep going. You might not get the views you want. That motherfucker never responded to me, and he gave up the grind before he even fucking started. You got to have it in you. So if you want to be successful, instant gratification will never get you where you want to be. So y'all got any closing remarks?
If you can give a follow to my boy Tenelize and Tony, he does a podcast and a YouTube with his daughter. Show them some love. They're very family oriented. So I got some of his people coming to the chat, but I told him we almost done. And also, he's right. Like networking is so crucial. It's so important. You know, I don't do a lot of cursing like Black Couch and y'all, but I do appreciate you guys having me on the stream. And this was fun. This was really fun. We definitely got to stream like a PLE or something and just have fun, because this was what YouTube was meant to be. It wasn't meant to be on some JD from New York yelling and screaming and calling people stupid. That's just not the energy I'm on.
No, not at all.
Yeah, I agree with what Humble said. Uh, like I always say, man, we're not here to talk about no politics, no none of that, stuff and like that. This is wrestling. We're here to talk about wrestling, and yeah, we can talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly about it, because in reality, that's just how life is. But yeah, just support all of us. Especially when Humble gets her channel up. Support Top, support OG, support Couch, support me. Because if y'all want us to keep doing this, we will do this. We're here to build a community and shit. And yeah, that's pretty much it, man. And I can't wait for the future to see what it holds. Because I already know what I got things in motion coming. Hopefully by next year, everything gonna go in motion. But it takes time, and that's all we can do. So we really appreciate everybody here and everybody that's watching our stream.
For sure. Appreciate y'all. And I just think everybody should tap in with everybody because everybody know a little something, as you can see. Ain't nobody up in here no dumbass just saying no dumbass shit. Whether you agree with what we say or we do disagree with what we say, obviously you can tell that we watch enough of the product and are passionate enough to even go back and forth about it. So you should just respect us just off of that. So if you're a little hater, you can come up here and get your ass cooked too. No, appreciate y'all though.
Yes, sir.
Subscribe to another wrestling.
I want to say thank you for bringing me up here. You know what I'm saying? I'm a bad guy in the ring. I'm a good guy outside the ring. You know what I'm saying? So, with that said, I'm definitely appreciative of everybody with this journey. Like I said, I had no idea I was going to be doing this shit. Afi and I have been rocking for like since 2018, which is crazy. Damn, we've almost known each other for damn 10 years. And just randomly through conversations of sharing clips for wrestling, somehow I was like, hey, let me try to get up in this because I just felt like I could be a manager. Now from there, I'm one of the top heels in Northern California. I had a meeting with a WWE exec that said I probably have one of the top 5 mouthpieces on the indies right now. You know what I mean? And with that said, I'm just being transparent about my grind. You know what I'm saying? Don't just stare when you see me there. Holler at me. You know what I'm saying? Talk to me. I talk back. It's the top shot, man. This ain't no gimmick. I'm over in real life, player.
Yes, sir. Listen, I posted everybody info in the chat, but I posted everybody on my story on Instagram. Follow me at Real Black Couch Booking, and then you will see everybody's at on my story. So we're gonna end it here. 4 hours and 30 minutes. I'm gonna let it get to 30 minutes. But listen, y'all. I'll give y'all this little tidbit. Tomorrow, I am not gonna be able to watch Crown Jewel live. My homeboy got a baby shower, and as Alpha Kingdom know, it's in New York. So I gotta drive from Jersey to New York, and that shit is at 3. And if the shit start at 1, I gotta leave at 1:30 to get there on time. So I'm gonna drop a review on Monday. So it is what it is. I'm not dropping no Instagram shorts on Crown Jewel, but I will drop my shorts on SmackDown. I'm gonna go back and watch it once it's done, and that is what it is. Thank y'all for the love and support as always. Couch Giving starts next week. Double uploads into the month. Daily uploads in the middle of the week. I'm gonna hit Ricky the Shadow up. We're gonna drop something. I'm gonna hit Expert Level Wrestling Podcast. We're gonna drop something. Top Shotter, you gotta get ready. I'm gonna hit you up. We're gonna drop something. And Humble, I'm about to call you as soon as it's in. So be ready. Thank y'all. Thank y'all always for love and support. I'll talk to y'all later, man. Hey y'all, we
All
out.
the best. Have a
We
great
out.
Y'all
weekend.
stay safe, man.
Yeah, thank y'all.